Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
After Guan had shaped the 49 Daiji lines, his consciousness awakened from the state of enlightenment, and he could feel that he had undergone earth-shaking changes. He had transformed into a Daiji Deluxian. The barrier was filled with the strong light of the Great Dao, and the dark sky outside the barrier was actually glowing with purple-red rainbow light, which was enchanting and terrifying. Guan could feel that the number of practitioners who were startled exceeded 100,000, and was still growing. There were also several Dao mountains near him with the breadth of practitioners, but compared to the endless Dao mountains, these figures were far less than the number of Dao mountains. After reaching the Daiji Deluxian, Guan's mind also underwent a qualitative change. He could feel the end of the endless Dao mountains. At this moment, there were still new Dao mountains condensing on the edge, constantly expanding this world. The end he could see was extremely far away, a distance that even Miaozhen Deluxian could not see, and coupled with the fact that there were still Dao mountains being born, the endless Dao mountains were indeed worthy of the name of endless. The guess before the breakthrough was correct. There were indeed several Daiji Deluxian in the endless Dao mountain. The Dao mountain they were in was the highest one. Compared with the Dao mountain under Guan's feet, the Dao mountain under their feet was like a small earthen slope in front of Mount Tai. The Dao meaning contained in those huge Dao mountains was even more magnificent. Even a mediocre mortal spirit could become an immortal if he survived in such a Dao mountain. Not only that, Guan also felt the luck of many heavenly courts here, which was very similar to the luck of Tianling God and the 72 immortals of Jindong. There was even a Daiji Deluxian who also had the luck of heaven. Guan felt like he was in contact with an advanced map and became more interested in the endless Dao mountain. The breakthrough was not over yet, his cultivation was still growing, and the visions brought to the endless Dao mountain began to weaken. The elusive Dao rules twisted like a frightened dragon group, and the terrible Dao power made those indestructible Dao mountains tremble. Guan called up his attribute panel to check. During the breakthrough process, the life barrier consumed 300 billion years of life, which is not a small number. Guan continued to invest his life in cultivation. Every breakthrough was a breakthrough. Soon, he had another breakthrough opportunity. It took 800 billion years of life to break through to the middle stage of Daiji Deluxian. The rules of the Dao between heaven and earth were violently rioting again. The thunders that were enough to destroy the universe were intertwined, changing colors, magnificent and mysterious. This beauty could not cover up their dangerous aura. From the early to the middle stage of Daiji Deluxian, Guan did not need to immerse himself in the inheritance. He began to observe the endless Dao mountain. After reaching Daiji Deluxian, his deduction ability was also rapidly strengthened. He did not need to cast spells and magical powers like before, or use the power of the Dao. He only needed to think and he could get the answer. His eyes swept over, and the answer kept emerging in his mind. Endless Dao Mountain is a holy place for cultivation above the heavens. Almost all the practitioners who come here have a big background. The reason why those figures were surrounded by mysterious black and gray air was not because of their own actions, but because the power of the rules of the Endless Dao Mountain was protecting them. As long as they stepped into this place, they would be surrounded by the power of the rules and could not deduce. Endless Dao Mountain has no owner. Immortals, gods, demons, and evil spirits can all come here to understand the Tao. Fighting is not allowed here, and even immortals and gods must abide by the rules. Guan also found a place where he could leave Endless Dao Mountain. Leaving from different places, the universe planes he went to were all different. Some places exuded an aura that he dared not explore easily. He even suspected that a certain place could connect to the heaven. If you want to know something, you can get the answer, unless it involves a being with a higher power than him. This is no longer a deduction, but a higher level of power, which can only be opened when you reach the Daoji Deluxian. Daoji Deluxian, who is almost immortal, omniscient, and omnipotent, is worthy of being the pinnacle of the immortal way. Guan enjoyed the improvement of his cultivation while scanning away, and his understanding of Endless Dao Mountain became deeper and deeper. He decided to come back and take a look after some time. Although he is not sure how far the Endless Dao Mountain is from the Tianling world, he can leave a mark and trace this world from the Tianling world. Time passed quickly. Those who stood on the top of the Endless Dao Mountain just watched quietly, and no one chose to escape from this world. Because of this, the Endless Dao Mountain did not cause chaos, and no one would come to the Dao Mountain where Guan was. In the end, when Guan reached the middle stage of the Daoji Deluxian realm, no one broke into the Dao Mountain where he was. He looked at his attribute panel, and there were still 900 billion years of life left. No more breakthroughs? Guan took a deep breath, stood up, and chose to teleport back. Then, he disappeared from the spot. The vision of the Endless Dao Mountain has not completely dissipated, but the thunder in the sky is gradually getting thinner and the sound is getting smaller. At dusk, Wuxi Dao Kang. Guan followed the mountain road and moved forward leisurely. After searching for half a day, his mind has locked onto the Endless Dao Mountain. In the future, He will not need to break through his lifespan when he goes to the endless Dao mountain. In fact, when he comes back, he can also come back by himself, but thinking of the existence of Daoji de Luoxian and Tianting Xianshen in the endless Dao mountain, he decided to play it safe. Use 10 billion years of life to ensure safety? No matter how high your realm is, you must be cautious, especially when facing beings of the same realm. Guan was in a good mood. After reaching the Daoji de Luoxian, he could see more and farther in the future. All the future disasters from the sky were in his eyes and posed no threat to him. He walked all the way to the courtyard and looked at Shenzhen in front of the refining cauldron. He spied on the cause and effect of Fairy Yaoxian in Shenzhen's body and saw a line connecting the sky. He looked up and followed that line across countless heavens, earths, and universes, and he saw an absolutely dark void. The soul of Fairy Yaoxian was hidden in that void. Not only that, there were other souls there, countless, all of whom were exiled from the cause and effect, all in all realms, even de Luoxian, all unable to move and fell into a deep sleep. The realm of no cause? Guan got the name of the void in his heart, and his brows frowned. He could feel the threat of the realm of no cause, which contained extremely terrifying power. Although it is a place of exile for the avenue of cause and effect, there seems to be some kind of will that can act freely in this world. This will is more terrifying than those Daojudeoxian in the endless Dao mountain. It seems that we can't save Fairy Yaoxuan yet. Guan silently retracted his gaze, and he was not in a hurry. Judging from the state of Fairy Yaoxuan, she was not suffering. Her consciousness was already asleep and she had lost the concept of time. As long as she was saved before her soul flew away, no matter how much time had passed, it would make no difference to her. Shenzhen seemed to feel Guan's gaze, and she turned her head to look. When she saw Guan, her face changed slightly, and the whole person was a little dazed. Although Guan's appearance, temperament, and breath had not changed at all, her intuition told her that Guan had become stronger again. What are you looking at? Guan asked Shenzhen with a smile. He could hear Shenzhen's guess, but he didn't point it out. Even when facing Shenzhen, Guan would not reveal his true strength. Shenzhen came back to her senses and asked, Emperor Tianhong has left. Do you really think he can save the world? Over the years, the world has become more and more chaotic. She can also feel a strange power that is unclear and inexplicable, manipulating the world. Such power must involve the outside world. This is not a cause and effect that Emperor Tianhong of Daoxixuan immortal realm can end, even if Emperor Tianhong holds the Dao treasure. Guan came to her side and moved the chair not far away. As he sat down, he said, don't underestimate his potential. He can have a talent comparable to Tianhao. Do you think he is an ordinary person? Does he also have a fairy god background? Maybe. Hearing what Guan said, Shenzhen could conclude that Emperor Tianhong had an inseparable relationship with the fairy gods. Tisk tisk. Immortals and gods are illusory and can never be encountered, but when they are by Guan's side, immortals and gods seem to be nothing strange. Shenzhen looked at Guan beside her, her eyes full of strangeness. She was very curious about what kind of role Guan played in the eyes of immortals and gods. Shenzhen asked with a smile, so many immortals and gods appeared in front of you, the target of the heavenly court would not be you. If one day, the heavenly court recruited you to join the immortal class, what would you choose? That depends on what immortal position it is. Guan answered casually. Shenzhen's eyes smiled into two crescents, and asked, what if they recruit you to raise horses? She came into contact with Guan because she liked Guan's books, and she still read books such as The Romance of the Gods, Journey to the West, and Taixuan Sect. Guan rolled his eyes at Shenzhen and said unhappily, you are so humorous. If so, then I will go to raise horses and take you with me, and you will help me. Okay, okay, the horses in the sky must be extraordinary. Shenzhen said excitedly, and heard Guan shook his head and laughed. The two of them planned to go to the heavenly palace to raise horses for a long time, and then they talked about worldly affairs. Shenzhen was very curious about what the mysterious power that was causing chaos in the world was, and Guan did not hide it. He told her his discovery and wanted to increase her understanding of the Tao. Speaking of which, in addition to an Xian, Guan also cultivated Shenzhen very much. It was not that he was partial, but that others had not yet reached the stage of enlightenment and were still in the low-level stage of closed-door training. Shenzhen was able to have today's accomplishments because of the cause and effect of the Eternal Emperor. Of course, this does not mean that she is lucky. After all, she relies on Guan as her only support. Unlike Tianyao, who depends on Guan for life, she gave up other relationships and chose Guan. This is also the reason why the Eternal Emperor chose her. Everything has cause and effect, and behind the accident is inevitability. This year, the world ushered in changes because a former first pride of the ages was born again. Emperor Tianhong did not return to the Tao court, but traveled around to suppress the evil forces in various places. The Dao court, the common ruler of the world, is also working hard to suppress injustice. Many Tianjiao have come forward to save the world. Among them, the most famous is the current Dao court disciple Zhao Rushan. In the chaotic and dark years, Emperor Tianhong and Zhao Rushan were like two stars born, wanting to illuminate the whole world with their weak light. 100 years later, one morning, Guan left alone after picking herbs in the Wuxi Dao field. He was walking in the woods outside the Dao field, and his figure suddenly disappeared. He was still moving forward, but the universe under his feet was changing, and every step he took would cross a cosmic plane. Time and space are like shuttles, and the speed of light is flowing backwards. His steps seem fast, but because there is no end, they seem very slow. Suddenly, Guan was surrounded by black air, which quickly covered his body. His right foot landed, and he suddenly came to a dark void. He stopped and looked ahead. In front of him was an endless stretch of Dao mountains, each of which was extremely majestic. The higher Dao mountains in the distance stood like gods, with mighty divine power and a sense of oppression. Endless Dao mountains? As soon as Guan appeared, he felt the power of the rules here rushing towards him, as if he wanted to put on a coat that isolated him from the deduction of cause and effect, but he did not hide his true body. He still maintained the formless body of the great Dao, because he was also wary of this kind of rule. When the power of the rules entangled him, he felt that his actions were not restricted. This was a very magical rule. He stepped forward and admired the Dao mountains along the way. Before coming, he had suppressed his cultivation to the level of Taixuan Sect. Not only that, he also made his breath weak. At first glance, he looked like a mysterious cultivator who was very cautious but accidentally revealed a trace of Taixuan Sect's breath. He came to the endless Dao mountain not to practice, but to spy on intelligence, make friends with the practitioners here, and explore more about the great Dao. It would be even better if he could learn more about the heavenly court here. He walked forward aimlessly, and he found that most of the practitioners enjoyed a Dao mountain alone. After all, there were too many Dao mountains here. These practitioners seemed to be very afraid of each other. This is troublesome. Guan began to miss Baizia of Renjian Peak. When he first went to Tianwai, he met the enthusiastic Baizia, who also pulled him into Renjian Peak. Although Renjian Peak did not help him much in his cultivation, it did help him better understand the world. This is why he has not cut off the cause and effect with Renjian Peak. He likes to remember these feelings. He continued to wander, waiting for an opportunity. During this period, he also saw other figures entering the endless Dao mountain. Most of them had their own goals and flew very fast. Guan saw a figure who seemed to be as confused as him. He moved forward very slowly and looked left and right from time to time. He hesitated for a moment and flew over cautiously. The other party was also a Taixuan immortal. Perhaps it was because he had a certain confidence that he dared to wander like this. Guan had seen a taking Jingxian hiding in the Dao mountain as soon as he came in. This Taixuan was slightly thin, like a Taoist priest, holding a sword-like whisk in his hand. When he saw Guan flying over, he stopped and turned to look at Guan. Daya, may I ask if this is the endless Dao mountain? Guan asked. His voice changed. Well, this is indeed the endless Dao mountain. Is this your first time here? The other party replied, his tone slightly cold. Yes, I heard that the endless Dao mountain contains the true meaning of the infinite Dao. My Dao practice has reached a bottleneck, so I wanted to try it. The Dao atmosphere here is indeed strong, even beyond my imagination, but it is different from what I thought. At the end, Guan pretended to hesitate. I didn't expect there to be so many people here, right? The other party asked. Yes. Guan's tone was filled with a hint of amazement. The other party said with emotion, all the practitioners who come here are powerful people from all walks of life. It can only show that the breadth of the great Dao is beyond our imagination. Although I have known about the endless Dao mountain for a long time, I am shocked just like you when I first arrived. My name is Hongyazi, and I come from Piamiao Xianting. I don't know your name, and what sect you come from. Piamiao Xianting? Guan didn't expect that the first Daluo immortal he met came from Piamiao Xianting. He then said, my name is Meng Lang. As early as when I stepped into the Golden Immortal, my sect was destroyed. I wandered around and didn't have a sect for the time being. After hearing this, Hongyazi said, with your practice, it is not difficult to create a section. Guan shook his head and said, forget it, there is a burden with a section. I prefer to pursue the great Dao without restraint. That makes sense. Hongyazi replied. He seemed to think of something and then fell silent. Guan thought about how to advance the relationship. Fellow Daoist Meng, since you are new here too, you probably don't know where to go next. Why don't you follow me to listen to a true immortal preaching? Hongyazi invited. Guan was flattered and asked hesitantly, is it appropriate for me to follow you? Hongyazi replied, don't worry, I have no connection with that true immortal. His preaching is not private, anyone can go and listen. May I ask what the name of that true immortal is? He is honored as the white-haired immortal ancestor, a highly respected immortal god in the heavenly court. End of this chapter. Beishao immortal ancestors Daoist place is in Wujin Daoshan. Under the leadership of Hongyazi, the two soon arrived at the Daoshan where they preached. This Daoshan is ranked in the top 10 in height, and there are many powerful auras on the mountain. They flew to a place halfway up the mountain, where a huge open-air palace was built. There were thousands of cushions placed on the palace, and dozens of figures had gathered here. These figures were all surrounded by the aura of rules, and did not reveal their true bodies. Hongyazi was familiar with some of them, and introduced Guan to these powerful people. The atmosphere was quite harmonious and they talked happily. There were also taking Jingxian among the practitioners who came to listen to the Taoism, but the taking Jingxian did not dare to get involved in the conversation of the Daluo immortal and stayed away. Guan was communicating with other Daluo immortals while sighing in his heart. Sure enough, no matter where you go, there will be classes. Taking Jingxian is placed in any world, and it is the strongest person who has shocked the ancient and modern times, but here, they are all very restrained and have no style of the strongest. He just sighed a little and didn't care too much. The people he talked to were all Taixuan Luo immortals. There was a Miao Zhen Luo immortal in the distance, and no one dared to disturb him. Through other Taixuan Luo immortals, Guan got to know Beixiao immortal ancestor more and more deeply. Beixiao immortal ancestor had a very high status in the heavenly court, which was definitely not comparable to the immortal lord. At the same time, he learned that this sermon might last for hundreds or even thousands of years, and there were still several months before the sermon began. Guan didn't want to listen to the sermon here for thousands of years. After all, he still had to pick herbs. So while Beixiao immortal ancestor hadn't come yet, he switched to his clone, and the original body jumped out of the endless Dao mountain without the great monks noticing and returned to the Tianling world. Even in the Tianling world, he could connect his mind to the clone, which was equivalent to listening to the sermon in person. Such means should not be considered offensive, and he felt that other listeners might not be the original body. In the following time, listeners continued to come, and with the help of Hongyazi, Guan met many powerful people from different forces. Hongyazi even introduced him to a star king of the heaven. Although this star king was only a taking Jinxian, relying on the heaven, other powerful people did not dare to be rude to him. Even in the endless Dao mountain, the heaven has an absolute status, and no one dares to offend the heaven. Through Hongyazi, Guan also learned that the reason why the heaven did not have a great reputation in the 3,000 worlds was that the overlords of all parties did not want the creatures under their rule to know that there was a stronger existence above them, and the gods guarding the world would also give face and would not show up rashly. This really opened Guan's eyes. It turned out that the gods of other worlds had a vested interest in the rulers. No wonder people from other worlds often entered the world gate with the heavenly order before. Several months passed quickly. By the day of the sermon, the number of listeners in this Taoist temple had exceeded 800, and most people were discussing the vision before the endless Dao mountain. Guan had already taken his seat, and he waited patiently for the white-haired immortal ancestor to come. He had already felt a breath belonging to the great Loxian of Dao appearing on the top of Dao mountain. That must be the white-haired immortal ancestor? Guan secretly compared himself and felt that the other party's cultivation might be in the late stage or perfect state of the Daiji de Luo immortal realm. Although he was already a Daiji de Luo immortal, his life was too short. Compared with the real de Luo immortal, he was like a child, so he was also full of expectations for this sermon. He wanted to see how vast the Daoism of other Daiji de Luo immortals was, and what was the difference between the sermons outside the sky and his sermons. Dong! A bell sounded throughout the Daoshan mountain, making the listeners in the Dao field quiet down. A white light fell from the sky and landed on the steps in front of the palace. The vast immortal energy dissipated and formed a strong wind that blew over every listener. Guan squinted and saw a figure descending from the white light. White-haired immortal ancestor? Daiji de Luo immortal? There were only 2 Miao Zhen de Luo immortals in the Dao field, and the aura of all the listeners combined was far inferior to that of the white-haired immortal ancestor, which made most of the listeners sit up straight. The white light dissipated, and the figure of the white-haired immortal ancestor appeared. Although she was surrounded by the grey aura of rules, she was obviously a female fairy from her figure, holding a whisk in her hand and wearing a tight robe. This time, I will talk to you about the great way of power. The voice of the White Xiao immortal ancestor sounded, and it was indeed a female voice, and it contained great Taoist meaning, which made the rules of the Great Way on the Dao mountain still. Thank you, immortal ancestor. The listeners bowed and said, and Guan followed suit. The Great Way of Power? He wanted to see what was unique about the understanding of the Great Way of Power by the White Xiao immortal ancestor. He also mastered the Great Way of Power and was very interested in it. The White Xiao immortal ancestor sat down, and a green lotus emerged under him. This green lotus was also unfathomable. Guan even felt that this green lotus contained a power that was not weaker than that of the White Xiao immortal ancestor. As the White Xiao immortal ancestor began to preach, time passed quickly. Guan's mind was also immersed in listening to the teachings, and he followed the guidance of the White Xiao immortal ancestor to comprehend the Great Way of Power. While the clone was listening to the teachings in the endless Dao mountain, Guan continued to live in the Tianling world. Picking herbs has become his fixed task and will not be interrupted. The struggles in the world are getting more and more intense. There are also violent rulers in various sects and dynasties, which has also led to more intense power struggles within them, including the Dao court. When the Dao court fell into civil strife and could not do its best to save the world, the chaos in the world became even more crazy. Emperor Tianhong has completely mastered the power of the Changsheng sword. Even facing Dao Zhangzai Zaixian, he has the power to fight against him, but his pressure is getting greater and greater. He underestimated how difficult the mission of saving the world arranged by Fudao Jianzun was. He tried to unite with the Dao court, but the Dao court soon fell into civil strife, and some people even coveted his body and wanted to take over his body. After a fight, he completely broke off his friendship with the Dao court, and under the calculation of Zhao Rushan, he became a wanted criminal of the Dao court. He had to use Dao Bao to find other Wuxi disciples who had a foothold in the world. Guan saw all these scenes, but he did not make any more instructions. Until this day, a man came to the gate of Taixuan Sect. He was dressed in black, wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a sword. He looked exhausted. He looked up at the plaque above the gate and revealed a stern face. It was Li Ya. A magical spirit jumped out of his body and landed on his shoulder. It looked at Taixuan Sect and said with emotion, "What a strong fortune, it is definitely not comparable to Taixuan Sect. It is worthy of being cultivated by the master." Li Ya's eyes were complicated. He took a deep breath and walked forward. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask your background? Do you have an invitation to join the sect?" A Taixuan Sect disciple raised his scabbard and stopped Li Ya. He looked at Li Ya with a calm look. Li Ya took out a token from his sleeve and said, "I have the token of Elder Li Xuanyu. I am her cousin." The Taixuan Sect disciple took the token, examined it carefully, and let Li Ya join the sect after confirming that it was correct. The magical fairy stood on Li Ya's shoulder and teased him, "Even though you are already a magical fairy, you are not taken seriously by these disciples. It seems that your practice is not enough." Li Ya snorted, "There are so many talented people nowadays. What does my talent count for? Don't provoke me. I am no longer the arrogant Li Ya of the past." The magical fairy covered his mouth and laughed secretly, but did not tease him again. End of this chapter. Under the blue sky, there are green mountains and clear waters, and birds are singing and flowers are fragrant. Li Ya and Li Xuanyu sat in a small pavilion under the mountain stream, drinking tea and reminiscing about the past. Listening to Li Ya's story about his experiences over the years, Li Xuanyu seemed indifferent, but in fact she had a lot of feelings in her heart. Compared with Li Ya, she felt that she was much luckier. In order to become stronger, Li Ya had to fight for opportunities everywhere and fight all year round, while she had no shortage of cultivation resources in the Taixuan Sect, and there was no bottleneck in her practice. Regarding the fact that there was no bottleneck in her practice, she guessed that Guan was secretly helping her. Before she met Guan, her comprehension was not so strong. After Li Ya finished talking about his legendary life, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Xuanyu, and asked, "Sister, what about you? How have you been these years?" He didn't know the feelings in Li Xuanyu's heart. He was still very proud of his experience. Although he was not listed as a genius, his reputation was not low, and he made it through his own efforts. Li Xuanyu did not hide her experience. She began to tell that her experience was mainly about promotion in the Taixuan Sect. At the end, Li Xuanyu said with emotion, "Compared to you, my life is too dull." Li Ya listened with great interest at first, but the more he listened, the more something was wrong. With the help of the great powers in the sect, he passed the tribulation and broke through to the heaven and earth flying fairyland. Under the guidance of the immortals, he achieved the free and easy Yuan fairyland. When he passed the heavenly tribulation of the Miaofa Ling fairyland, he almost fell, but fortunately he was helped by the Wuxi Dao Bao. Li Ya opened his mouth and wanted to ask if this was right. He knew Li Xuanyu's talent. As early as when he was in Taixuan continent, he had surpassed Li Xuanyu. For tens of thousands of years, he traveled the world and encountered many opportunities. It can be said that he had gone through untold hardships before he achieved the Miaofa Ling fairyland. He also encountered the difficulties that Li Xuanyu encountered in passing the tribulation. Every time he succeeded in passing the tribulation, he was covered with wounds and in great pain. And what about Li Xuanyu? Even though she was his own sister, Li Ya felt very uncomfortable. "Junior brother Gu, are you trying to tell me that I have a better future by your side?" Li Ya felt that Guan was cultivating Li Xuanyu on purpose. If it was just an ordinary relationship, it would be good enough to be able to protect him. How could he let Li Xuanyu cultivate to the current level? And so fast? Li Xuanyu asked, "Why are you here?" Why? Li Ya felt inexplicably blocked in his heart. He had a closer relationship with Guan, so why did he seem more alienated now? Li Ya replied, "I got some information about this world and wanted to give it to Gu, to Fu Dao Jianzan." He almost couldn't help but call Guan Gu junior brother, but then he thought, Guan is Fu Dao Jianzan, and he is also the one who changed Li Xuanyu's life. He shouldn't be so rude. And more than 100,000 years have passed, does Guan still recognize him as a senior brother? As the realm gets higher and higher, Li Ya's cognition is also improving, and he is more and more in awe of Fu Dao Jianzan's strength. No matter how strong he becomes, he is still an ordinary person in this world. He has met too many people that he looks up to and fears, and that's why he often marvels at Guan's strength. Just how powerful could Guan ignore the entire Tianling world and even contend with the terrifying existence outside the sky? About the world. Li Xuanyu was surprised, and she was about to ask more. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside the two of them, and the visitor rolled up his clothes and sat down directly. Li Xuanyu was stunned and stared at Guan blankly. Li Ya was also stunned when he saw Guan suddenly sitting next to him. Guan was wearing a white dress and a newly made fairy king crown on his head. The whole person was ethereal and very extraordinary. Coupled with his almost perfect face, he looked like a fairy king from heaven. "What? Don't you welcome me?" Guan smiled, and then poured himself tea. Li Xuanyu came back to her senses and said, "How can I not welcome you? I just didn't expect you to come out in person." Her eyes couldn't help but look at Li Ya. She had known for a long time that Guan cared about Li Ya, but she didn't expect that Guan would come to receive him in person as soon as Li Ya arrived. This love is so deep. She was confused. Logically, when Guan met Li Ya, he was already a great and extraordinary person. How could he have such a close relationship with Li Ya just by staying with him in Xian Valley for several years? Or did Li Ya have potential that she could not see through? Guan drank a cup of tea and said with a smile, "Tell me, what information about the world do you want to tell me?" Li Ya came back to his senses, his expression became serious, and said, "The world is getting more and more chaotic. I thought it was just the reincarnation of heaven, until I met an old Taoist who was a servant of heaven. He encountered some kind of curse and told me before he died that there was a resentful force from outside the sky that was infecting the human world. It would encourage evil thoughts in the hearts of living beings. If this force is not eradicated, the disasters in the human world will continue until the world is destroyed. After hearing this, Li Xuanyu's face changed. She subconsciously looked at Guan, wanting to know if the information Li Ya said was true. She believed that Guan could see through everything in the world. Guan looked at Li Ya and smiled softly. You also said that it is to promote the evil thoughts in the heart. This shows that there is resentment in the hearts of all living beings, isn't it? What Li Ya said is indeed true. Those believers who preach the way of heaven and heaven in the world have been cursed one after another. It is obvious that the strange power is afraid of heaven, but so many worlds have been invaded by strange powers. How can heaven not know? Guan has already calculated the source of the strange power. This strange power comes from chaos resentment Luo. This evil thing comes from outside the 3,000 worlds, and its cultivation is the middle stage of Miaozhen de Luo fairyland. After deduction, Guan knows that there are many evil things similar to chaos resentment Luo in chaos, and there is the luck of heaven at the edge of chaos, which means that heaven has long been eyeing chaos. Chaos resentment Luo can invade from chaos to the 3,000 worlds. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a conspiracy. This conspiracy may come from Sun Tzu Immortal Lord. How can he be the first to come out? When the Tianling world is really at the moment of life and death, he will take action. He has saved this world many times, and the creatures he saved will eventually die. His actions only extend the life of the common people. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and evil thoughts cannot be eradicated, but the power from the outside world must hide a greater disaster. Perhaps this power will absorb the evil thoughts of the common people and make itself stronger. Li Ya frowned and said. Guan rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, how can it be so exaggerated? He has seen through the reason why chaos resentful Luo released the strange power. It is not to absorb the power of the common people, but as its resentful power covers, the luck of the heaven will fade. When the luck of the heaven is completely dissipated, chaos resentful Luo will come. Before the breakthrough, he also thought that chaos resentful Luo invaded the world to eat or become stronger. Now it seems that the invaded worlds are like a path. Chaos resentful Luo may be fleeing, or want to go somewhere, but there are too many lucks of the heaven along the way, so he can only act this way. He is like a pedestrian fleeing, because he is too hurried, and he doesn't care if he steps on the insects along the way. Li Xuanyu then said, there are endless hardships in the world. We can't always let the sword master take action. The bloody lessons will remain in history and be remembered by future generations, so as to avoid more disasters. She was also comprehending the cause and effect. Her biggest feeling was that as long as there was spiritual intelligence, struggle was inevitable. If there was too much struggle, it would sooner or later lead to disasters. Moreover, she felt that when she was in a disaster, she should save herself instead of seeking help from powerful beings outside the rules. Recently, there were undercurrents in the Taixuan Sect, and the atmosphere in the sect became more and more severe, but the senior leaders did not want to ask Wu Shi for help, as that would make them appear incompetent. But, Li Ya hesitated. He thought that this matter was not difficult for Guan, so he came to Guan, but he didn't expect Guan to refuse. Guan gently pushed his teacup in the direction of Li Ya and said, Brotherly, do you really want to end this chaos? Li Ya subconsciously picked up the teapot and poured tea for Guan. He then asked, what do you mean? I want it. It's rare that you come to me, how can I not let you do what you want? Guan said with great pride. In front of other people, he would pretend to be a master, but in front of Li Ya, he wanted to show off. Li Ya was very surprised, but when he thought of Li Xuanyu's words, he felt that it made sense. This catastrophe is over, but what about the next time? Does he have to come to Guan every time? Li Ya frowned and hesitated. Will doing this consume your cultivation or cause you big trouble? Guan picked up the teacup and drank it again, then shook the teacup in his hand at Li Ya and said, this catastrophe is indeed unstoppable for the people of the world, but for me, it's like putting down this cup. After the voice fell, he gently put down the teacup. He looked at Li Ya and smiled, look, isn't it done? Li Ya was stunned. Li Xuanyu's eyes also showed confusion. Little did he know that the strange power that enveloped the people of the world disappeared in an instant and no longer existed. Didn't he do it? Listening to Guan's words, Li Ya was stunned. What a big tone. So good at pretending? Li Ya secretly complained, and then asked, when will you take action? If the world can be peaceful again, it will naturally be a good thing. Guan looked at Li Ya, blinked, and said, hasn't it already taken action? Li Ya's eyes widened, and he said in a deep voice, Junior brother Gu, don't make fun of me, what? As soon as your cup fell on the table, it shook off the strange power that enveloped the world. Guan smiled at him and did not answer. Li Xuanyu was the first to believe Guan's words. She looked at Guan with inexplicable meaning. Li Ya's heart suddenly jumped when he faced Guan's smile. Could it be that Guan was not bragging, but really did it? But why didn't he notice it at all? Could it be that before he came, Guan had already solved the strange power? Li Ya was confused in his heart, but he didn't know where to ask. What are your plans for the future? Do you need to enter the Dao court? Guan asked, not continuing to talk about the strange power. He believed that Li Ya would investigate the matter after this separation, and at that time, Li Ya would be even more amazed at his strength. Li Ya did not question that Guan could arrange for him to enter the Dao court, but he shook his head and said, I don't want to be bound, otherwise I can stay in Taixuan forever. I am ready to continue traveling. There are countless opportunities in this world, and I haven't lost my interest yet. In addition to the opportunities that the world itself has nurtured after the remodeling of the world, Guan originally divided the war court relics in various parts of the world, and 70% of them have not been unearthed to this day, including various inheritances. Not to mention Li Ya, the magical fairy, even Xianyuan Zai Xian will encounter suitable magical powers and unique skills. Guan did not force it after hearing this. He began to recall the past, which made Li Xuanyu and Li Ya fall into emotion. 160,000 years ago, they would never have thought that they would have today's achievements and status. Speaking of old friends, they talked more to each other, and Li Xuanyu would occasionally interrupt, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. An hour later, Guan invited Li Ya to visit Taixuan Sect, while Li Xuanyu found an excuse to leave without disturbing them. After only the two of them were left, Li Ya stopped pretending and began to talk about the depression of these years. There were things about clansmen, about love, and about enemies. He said whatever he thought of. Even when facing his wife, children, and heirs, he would never show his weak side, but when facing Guan, he couldn't help but say these things. Guan listened carefully, teasing Li Ya from time to time, causing Li Ya's emotions to fluctuate. After staying in Taixuan Sect for 2 days, Guan took Li Ya to Wuxi and let him see his dojo. As soon as he entered the dojo, Li Ya was amazed by the spiritual energy here. Guan took Li Ya to wander around the dojo, and during the period, he encountered the figures of the disciples practicing in the dojo. The dojo was very large, and the disciples liked to practice alone in one place. Seeing Guan coming, the disciples all saluted him, and Guan introduced Li Ya to them. All the disciples had an impression of Li Ya. An Xian said that Li Ya was the person Guan cared about the most. Li Ya could feel that the cultivation of every Wuxi disciple was not weaker than his. An Xian and the great sage of Blood Prison gave him a sense of invincibility. Li Ya was not depressed. In his opinion, it was reasonable to follow Guan to practice. After staying in the Wuxi dojo for 3 days, he said goodbye to Guan. Do you want to stay and practice? Guan asked with a smile. Li Ya shook his head and said, I have relied on you a lot. To tell you the truth, I still have the ambition to surpass you in my heart. Although I will practice faster by following you, it is impossible for me to surpass you, so I have to go my own way, and my temperament is not suitable for long-term seclusion. The world is so big that I can't take it all in. I will come to you to reminisce after I travel all over the world. At this point, Li Ya became full of energy. Guan admired his ambition, so he did not stop him. And I'm going to see if you have really solved the catastrophe. Li Ya stared at Guan, his eyes burning, as if provoking Guan. Guan was happy and said with a smile, I'm afraid that your eyes can't see whether I have really solved it. Li Ya was immediately angry when he heard it. The magical fairy jumped out and said pitifully, Master, I want to stay. Li Ya immediately grabbed it and smiled awkwardly to Guan, it's talking nonsense. The magical fairy widened its eyes and struggled hard. You two are quite in sync. Guan shook his head and laughed. He could hear the voice of the magical fairy and knew that the magical fairy was reluctant to leave Li Ya. The reason why he jumped out and said this was that he couldn't stand Li Ya's arrogance. We're leaving first. Li Ya left with the magical fairy after saying this. Guan stood in the woods, watching them leave. Watching the two bickering, he was in a good mood. The power of the magic city is not as good as the Daobao. Even if the magic city is given to Li Ya, he does not care. The reason why he still maintains a layer of relationship is that he is afraid that Li Ya will suddenly leave his sight in the future. An Xian appeared beside Guan. She also looked at Li Ya's back. She asked curiously, Master Li's karma has changed. Is it you who did it? Although she could not see Li Ya's entire destiny, she could feel that Li Ya's karma was changing, which would affect his fate. No, it was his choice that changed his karma. Guan replied calmly. Although the strange power was eliminated by Guan, Li Ya became interested in the power outside the sky. In the future, he will focus on everything related to the outside world, which also changes his life again. With the influence of Guan's original body, the future where the reincarnation body is located will become more and more illusory. After all, the reincarnation body itself is determined by the original body. Guan's current strength can create different futures, and even make different futures real. In modern terms on Earth, he can create parallel time and space with a move of his mind. An Xian was thoughtful. She felt that the reason why Li Ya's choice changed was also because of this conversation with Guan. Guan turned around and went back. An Xian followed closely and began to ask him about his confusion in cultivation. Although the strange power was dispelled by Guan, the hatred of the world has been formed. The calamity in this world will continue for a while, but it will not develop more tragically than before. And Emperor Tianhong will oppose Zhao Rushan earlier, forming an unprecedented era of two heroes. This fight will also shake the foundation of the Taoist court and bring new variables to the human world. Endless Taoist Mountain. The White Zhao immortal ancestor has been preaching for 1,000 years. With the ringing of the bell, all the listeners woke up. I allow everyone to ask a question. After I have solved all the doubts for you, this sermon will end. You can ask about the confusion you have when listening to the sermon, or you can ask questions that are not related to this sermon. The voice of the White Zhao immortal ancestor sounded, causing whispers in the Taoist temple. Guan also began to think about what kind of questions to ask the White Shao Immortal Ancestor. End of this chapter. After Beishao Immortal Ancestor finished speaking, he did not give the listeners too much time to think. He soon asked the listener sitting in the front to ask questions. This listener asked about the confusion he had during the listening process. The great Dao of power is vast and boundless. Beishao Immortal Ancestor's practice is very profound. Even with Guan's attainments, he benefited a lot from listening to the teachings. Facing the listener's questions, Beishao Immortal Ancestor quickly solved the doubts and gave a very meaningful answer, which made many listeners fall into deep thought. Beishao Immortal Ancestor continued to point people and let the listeners ask questions one by one. Guan wanted to find out some information. Seeing that the previous ones were all asking about cultivation, he felt that he could not be special. However, after dozens of listeners passed, someone finally asked a question that had nothing to do with cultivation. Immortal Ancestor, you are the supreme heavenly Dao of the Heavenly Court. How do you view the relationship between chaos and Heavenly Court? Does Heavenly Court leave room for chaos? The voice of this listener was a female voice, with sharp words and an aggressive tone, more like a forced question. Guan felt that she was only a Deluo immortal of the creation heaven, but she dared to speak to the white-haired immortal ancestor like this. How powerful was her background? Chaos is the place where the great Dao is born. It cannot be eradicated. The Heavenly Court can only set boundaries and there is no room for maneuver. The white-haired immortal ancestor replied indifferently, with the same tone as before, as if he was not angry. The listener was surrounded by the aura of rules, and Guan was not sure whether she was satisfied with this answer. The questions continued. After someone took the lead, all the questions were related to the Heavenly Court. In addition to the Heavenly Dao Immortal Position Assessment and participating in the Heavenly Army selection, is there a third way to be included in the Immortal class? If one has great merits for the people of a certain world, the Heavenly Court will also reward him and allow him to be included in the Immortal class. This is also the purpose of the Heavenly Dao. The God of Destruction destroyed the Lingjiang world without announcing the will of the Heavenly Court. Is there any other calculation in this? I don't care about the gods, I can't answer you, and I won't help you investigate this matter. If you are dissatisfied, you can appeal to the heaven. Facing the inquiries of the listeners, the White Shao Immortal Ancestor answered quickly every time. She didn't seem to be holding the posture of an immortal god. Facing some difficulties, she was also very tough. Through the questions of the listeners, Guan also learned about the heaven. The heaven is a will manifested by the Heavenly Court using the Heavenly Dao. It is everywhere. If there is suffering in the world, you can complain to the Heavenly Court and it will be conveyed to the Heavenly Court. The White Shao Immortal Ancestor used the Heavenly Court to deal with many complaints from the listeners. Guan also felt that the Heavenly Court was ridiculous, but when it came to the fate of the Heavenly Court, even the powerful Dao Jida Loxian could not deduce it. After listening to all this, he had only one feeling. The people have suffered from the Heavenly Court for a long time. The inaction and recklessness of the Heavenly Court are obviously not an uncommon phenomenon. However, in the face of so many complaints, the White Shao Immortal Ancestor acted very indifferent, did not make any promises, but would not get angry at the listeners' questions. She really looked like the immortal gods that Guan imagined. She was not happy with the happiness and suffering of the people. She didn't seem to care about the suffering of the people. She was not preaching here to do anything for the Heavenly Court. She just wanted to preach without asking for anything in return. Guan had to admit that this kind of mentality was the strongest and was not bound by any factors. Of course, because of his position, Guan could not agree with the Heavenly Court, because the Heavenly Court's inaction also endangered him. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, it was Guan's turn to speak. He had been prepared for a long time. When the white-haired immortal ancestor's eyes fell on him, he asked, I have been to many universes and found that those powerful universes are infinitely extended. I want to ask, is the Great Dao really infinite? What is the significance of us cultivators in the Great Dao? A lot of questions about the Heavenly Court have been asked before, which made him not want to ask the Heavenly Court again. Whether the Great Dao is infinite is a question he often thinks about. If the Great Dao is really infinite, it means that time and space are also infinite. There is no distinction between ancient and future. Cultivators are just a part of the Great Dao and can never surpass the Great Dao. If Guan is also infinite like the Great Dao, then he should not only have infinite possibilities in the future, but also his past should have no end. He can't imagine what it would be like if his past had no source. This is like the question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. If Guan is a chicken, if he wants to be as infinite as the Great Dao, wouldn't he have to create eggs for himself, which is easy to form a paradox. The existence of the cause and effect road proves that everything has a starting point. Guan's question made the Dao Kang fall into silence, and no more whispers. Beishao Immortal Ancestor said, at present, the Dao is indeed infinite. Even the Heavenly Court cannot reach the source of the Dao. Even the Supreme Emperor of Heaven cannot see the end of the Dao. Because of this, we can always comprehend the Dao and never feel tired and satisfied. This answer did not make Guan very satisfied, but at least he knew that the Heavenly Court was not strong enough to dominate the Dao. The questions continued. After everyone finished asking questions, several days had passed. When it came to the issue of enlightenment, Beishao Immortal Ancestor would say more. After the questions were over, Beishao Immortal Ancestor got up and left. As soon as she left, the Daokang became completely lively. Some listeners left immediately, and some chose to stay and continue to socialize. Hongyazi did not leave, and even pulled Guan to communicate together, which was exactly what Guan wanted. When he met a Deluo immortal from the Great Thousand Worlds, Guan pretended to be curious and asked, I heard from a fellow Taoist that the chaos resentful Luo from the chaos is wreaking havoc in the Great Thousand Worlds. Will the Heavenly Court care about this? After hearing this, the Deluo immortal from the Great Thousand Worlds snorted coldly, how can the Heavenly Court care? The chaos evils can survive, basically because they are favored by the great powers of the Heavenly Court. I have also noticed the matter of the chaos resentful Luo. It has affected dozens of Great Thousand Worlds, but there is still no action from the Heavenly Court. Obviously, there is a plan. Let's just pretend that we didn't see it. Another Deluo immortal said, that's right. The 3000 worlds seem to be the home of the Heavenly Dao, but it is more like a place where the Heavenly Court keeps people. Everything that happens in the 3000 worlds cannot escape the eyes of the Heavenly Court. If they don't care, it means that they did it. Others followed suit and were very dissatisfied with the Heavenly Court. Guan admired them very much. These people really dared to speak. Aren't they afraid that it would be heard by the Heavenly Court? After they finished talking, Hongyazi took Guan to a deserted place and whispered, are you curious about why they dare to talk about heaven like this? Guan nodded. Because Endless Dao Mountain is not affected by the fate of heaven, you should be able to feel it, and the immortals and gods who can come here are not bound by the rules of heaven, so it doesn't matter if they are heard. Hongyazi explained. Guan asked curiously, how does Piamiao Xianting view heaven? Piamiao Xianting has also produced many immortals and gods, and is a subsidiary sect recognized by heaven. Hongyazi snorted, what can you say? On the surface, you have to flatter heaven. Within heaven, no force dares to compete with heaven. Those who resist have been wiped out. No matter how powerful the existence is, it will eventually be destroyed by the power of heaven. End of this chapter. Hongyazi was obviously quite dissatisfied with the Heavenly Court. When asked by Guan, he opened up and talked non-stop. It turned out that although Piamiao Xianting had a way to ascend to the immortal path, it also paid a great price for it. Every 10,000 years, it had to offer extremely huge resources to the Heavenly Court, and it had to set up statues of the immortal gods of the Heavenly Court in every immortal palace. Although those predecessors who successfully ranked among the immortals did not cut off their relationship with Piamiao Xianting, they also became arrogant and regarded them as slaves. Through Hongyazi, Guan had a better understanding of Piamiao Xianting. Although the luck of Piamiao Xianting was not as good as that of the Heavenly Court, it was also an extremely powerful existence. Whether there was a deity Loxian in it was hard to say for the time being, and he could not fully calculate it. If he could not calculate it, it meant that there was probably such an existence. The fact that the immortal emperor could be bred was enough to prove how deep the foundation of Piamiao Xianting was. Hongyazi had a very good impression of Guan, and they felt like they had known each other for a long time. He even invited Guan to visit him in Piamiao Xianting in the future. For this purpose, he also took out a token, called Hongyu Xianling. With this token, Guan could enter Piamiao Xianting and be named a distinguished guest. Piamiao Xianting has many fairy domains. Hongyazi is the lord of Hongyu Xianfu and has great power in Piamiao Xianting. Guan was not polite and said that he would definitely visit him. Then, the two separated. Guan was just a clone. He was not going to leave Wujin Daoshan just like that, but was going to find a suitable Daoshan to settle down. He did not need to return to the original body, because the original body could already get his memory and even directly control him. At the same time, Guan, who was far away in Wuxi Daokang, began to think about whether to visit Hongyazi in Piamiao Xianting. With his current cultivation, even if he encountered trouble in Piamiao Xianting, he could easily get out of it. Forget it, there was no need to rush about this matter, and he had no reason to go to Piamiao Xianting. First, raise your cultivation to the state of perfection of Deiji Deloxian. Guan closed his eyes, lying on the rock to bask in the sun, his thoughts drifting to the ubiquitous rules of the Dao. On top of the majestic golden furnace, Huang Fengxianjun sat cross-legged in midair, with his hands on his legs, practicing silently. A golden light appeared behind him, revealing a figure. It was Tianzinshan. Tianzinshan clasped his fists and saluted, saying, Immortal, chaos resentful Luo has become a force to be reckoned with. If he is not brought to justice, I am afraid that he will cause big trouble. The heavens above will definitely find out. Huang Fengxianjun turned his back to him and asked without opening his eyes, has the power of chaos resentful Luo invaded the Tianling world? Tianzinshan frowned and said, yes, but his power has disappeared. I don't know if he retreated or if a powerful person took action. Over the years, he has been staring at chaos resentful Luo, and he was also quite surprised by the abnormality of the Tianling world. He did not ask the god of heavenly spirit. He knew the past of the great world of heavenly spirit and felt that there was a great cause and effect hidden there that he could not enter without permission. Now that he heard the immortal Lord Huangfeng mention the great world of heavenly spirit, he was even more alert. He must not be involved in the cause and effect of the great world of heavenly spirit. Hearing his words, the immortal Lord Huangfeng opened his eyes. He looked down at the world in the furnace below, wondering what he was thinking. For a long time, start closing the net. You are responsible for clearing the power of chaos resentful Luo. I will ask the stronger power of heaven to capture chaos resentful Luo, the immortal. Lord Huangfeng said, and the god of Heavenly Town breathed a sigh of relief and immediately took the order and left. After the god of Heavenly Town left, the world fell into silence. The immortal Lord Huangfeng's eyes flickered, and he did not know what he was weighing in his heart. Time flies by. Since the end of the lecture at Wujindao Mountain, Guan has not encountered any major events, and his life has become leisurely again. The dark clouds covering the world have dissipated, but the disputes in the world are still there. After the power of chaos Yuan Luo was eliminated by Guan, Qinkan Sect restored peace within 100 years, got back on track, and even began to send disciples out to save the world. In a blink of an eye, 10,000 years passed in a flash. Guan, who was more than 170,000 years old, accumulated another 1.6 trillion years of life. Because he spent 800 billion years of life from the early to the middle stage of Daiji de Luo Fairyland, and this did not count the consumption of the life barrier, so he planned to reach 2 trillion years of life before breaking through to the late stage. Before his cultivation reached the perfection of Daiji de Luo Fairyland, he was not prepared to impact the life function of 10 trillion years of life. In the early spring of this year, Guan, who was riding in the courtyard, suddenly looked up with a strange look in his eyes. Shenzhen, who was playing the piano beside him, noticed his abnormality and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Qinkan Sect?" The direction Guan was looking at was the direction of Qinkan Sect. "Nothing, it's just that the Qinkan Sect will have a disciple with extraordinary talent." Guan answered casually, then retracted his gaze and continued writing. Shenzhen became curious and asked, "Compared to Emperor Tianhong and Zhao Rushan, 10,000 years have passed, and the disputes in the world have come to an end. The grievances between Emperor Tianhong and Zhao Rushan are well known throughout the world. The two are the strongest geniuses in different eras. Now they are incompatible, making people all over the world curious, who will have the last laugh? Maybe even worse." Guan said meaningfully. Emperor Tianhong is the reincarnation of an immortal god, and the disciple he is talking about is the reincarnation of Chaos Yuan Luo. Chaos Yuan Luo does not seem to be his reincarnation, as if he was thrown into the reincarnation of the Tianling world by a powerful existence, and it happens to be in the Qinkan Sect. This is definitely not a coincidence. It seems that behind Tai's Ianjun or Sun Tzu's Ianjun, there are more powerful beings staring at Guan. Although it is difficult for Guan to deduce because of the fate of the heaven, the other party did not dare to act rashly when facing him before the breakthrough, and now that he has broken through, he will naturally not panic. If so, the Qinkan Sect will finally rise. Shenzhen did not think much, but sighed. The Qinkan Sect has developed very well, but its qualifications are too shallow. Compared with those sects that have been passed down for millions, tens of millions, or even longer years, it is still far behind in all aspects. If a disciple with stronger talent than Emperor Tianhong and Zhao Rushan can be born, perhaps the gap can be shortened. After staying with the Qinkan Sect for tens of thousands of years, Shenzhen also developed feelings for the Qinkan Sect. As long as Wu Shi's disciples go to the Qinkan Sect, they will be named guests of honor. So far, there has been no situation where disciples have offended them. The top leaders of the Qinkan Sect value Wu Shi very much and dare not be careless. The Qinkan Sect will rise sooner or later, and they will perish sooner or later, Guan said while writing. He even gave up Taixuan, and it was impossible for him to protect the Qinkan Sect forever. Shenzhen did not question Guan's words. Instead, she asked, "If Emperor Tianhong comes back, will you really accept him as your disciple?" Guan replied, "I don't like to break my promise. There are not many secrets in the Wuxi dojo. The dojo itself can be moved or redeveloped. The fact that Emperor Tianhong knelt for so many years is enough to prove his character. Even if he is the reincarnation of an immortal, so what? Perhaps, Guan can learn more about the heavenly court from Emperor Tianhong." 16 years later, a major event happened in the Qinkan Sect. A 16-year-old boy was accepted as a disciple by the leader. It was said that the leader was going to train him to be the next leader, and this matter was agreed by the 4 elders. All kinds of rumors spread in the sect and even spread to the world. The boy was named Yuan Luo. He was not called this name originally. After his first qi-absorbing practice, he changed his name to this name. He successfully built a foundation on his first qi-absorbing practice, which shocked the monks who taught him. The news was quickly passed on to the top leaders of the Qinkan Sect. After that, Yuan Luo condensed the golden elixir in just 1 year. At the age of 16, he had already reached the nascent soul realm. His practice speed was extremely exaggerated. Yi Qingshan and his team discussed for several days and decided to cultivate Yuan Luo in the same way that Dao Court cultivated Tianjiao. They were bound to cultivate Yuan Luo into a peerless Tianjiao comparable to Zhao Rushan and Tianhong Emperor. However, in my opinion, they relied on Wu Shi's protection. Without Wu Shi, such a disciple would only lead to premature death. An Xian said beside Guan, who was standing at the edge of the lake fishing. This was a lake opened up by the Epiphyllum Ghost Mother, where many flexible fish were raised for his entertainment. It doesn't matter. Whether we admit it or not, the outside world regards Wu Shi as the backer of Qinkan Sect, and we have indeed done a lot, Guan said, staring at the lake. As his realm became higher and he experienced more and more years, Guan's mentality was also changing. He focused more on his own feelings. An Xian asked curiously, "Master, what is Yuan Luo's origin? He is so talented, He must be the reincarnation of a great man, right? Well, his previous life was called Chaos Yuan Luo, who brought disaster to many worlds. The previous human catastrophe was caused by his power. He should have been captured by the immortals and thrown into reincarnation, and ended up like this. Guan did not hide anything and simply explained Yuan Luo's origin. An Xian frowned and asked, the immortals? Such an evil thing reincarnated in the Taixuan Sect. There must be some calculations, right? Guan glanced at her and smiled. Yes, there may be some calculations hidden, but such calculations have never been interrupted. If you can't see through it by yourself, it means you are not strong enough. Seeing that he could still smile, an Xian knew that everything was under his control, and she couldn't help asking, Master, do you need me to do anything? Let it be. Guan didn't say much. He believed that an Xian could understand what he meant. After so many years of getting along, the master and apprentice have already had a high level of tacit understanding, and some things don't need to be repeated. An Xian stopped talking about Yuan Luo and shifted the topic to Emperor Tianhong and Zhao Rushan. I heard that the Dao court is preparing to cultivate Zhao Rushan to become the Great Dao Emperor. Master, didn't you say that the Great Dao Emperor must be achieved on the Great Dao Road? Will Zhao Rushan go to the Great Dao Road next? An Xian is very interested in the Great Dao Emperor, and she doesn't know if the Great Dao Emperor of the same realm can compete with her immortal Emperor eyes. He is destined to become the Great Dao Emperor. Guan replied. Speaking of the Great Dao Emperor, he couldn't help but shift his attention to the Great Dao Road and spy on Ji Xiao and Xiao Lan. Ji Xiao has been fighting for many years, and his luck has been established. He is getting closer and closer to the Great Dao Emperor, and Xiao Lan has also begun to embark on the road to the Emperor. After participating in the competition for the Great Dao Emperor, their cultivation has increased rapidly and they can become stronger through fighting. Xiao Lan has reached the realm of Divine Mind True Immortal and has caught up with Tian Hao, who is far away in the Misty Immortal Court. Ji Xiao is even impacting the Lucian Free Fairy Land. In terms of strength, she is stronger than Yuan Songzi. After years of fighting side by side, Yuan Songzi has successfully persuaded Ji Xiao to join the Dao Court. If she and Xiao Lan succeed, the Dao Court will have 2 Dao Emperors, which will be the confidence for the Dao Court to step out of the Tianling world and compete with the 3,000 worlds. Guan could hear Yuan Songzi's voice, and his mood was much more excited than his face looked. Ji Xiao was training and preparing for the battle at this moment. Her next opponent was the peerless Tian Jiao, who had achieved 1,000 victories in the same realm on the Dao Road, the undefeated emperor from the Taixuan Emperor domain. The undefeated emperor was a peerless Tian Jiao ranked in the top 5 of the Taixuan Emperor domain, and his momentum was extremely strong. Guan had already calculated the result of this battle and was not surprised. The original owner of the Immortal Emperor's pupil of the Eternal Emperor, the Heaven-Stealing Emperor, came from the Taixuan Emperor domain. This person founded the Heaven-Stealing Immortal Sect and even caused the Heavenly Court to hunt him down, which is enough to prove the horror of his Taoism. The foundation of the Taixuan Emperor domain is by no means comparable to the world. Master, do you think our Wuxi needs to cultivate a Dao Emperor? An Xian asked expectantly. Although Wuxi is not a sect in the secular sense, an Xian, as a senior disciple, also hopes that Wuxi can become strong. It depends on personal goals. I won't force it. The Dao Emperor is indeed very strong, but this road is very difficult. Guan said softly. With the memory of the Eternal Emperor, he knows how difficult the road of the Dao Emperor is. Looking at the disciples in the dojo, to be honest, he has not seen the potential to become the Dao Emperor. Even Xiao Lan, who is outside, relies on his secret protection. If Xiao Lan was allowed to go alone, he would have died long ago. And he can feel that if he keeps helping Xiao Lan, no matter how many times Xiao Lan wins, he will never become the Dao Emperor. The Dao will of the Dao Road is unfathomable. After an Xian heard this, she fell into deep thought. She vaguely heard the hidden meaning of Guan's words. At this time, Guan's fishing rod moved, and he began to lift the rod with all his strength, his arms trembling. Seeing Guan struggling like a mortal, an Xian covered her mouth and laughed, thinking that her master really loved to act. In a bright hall, Ji Xiao was meditating in front of a blue crystal, and her back was reflected on the crystal. Yuan Songzi came over, and he stopped in front of Ji Xiao, wanting to say something but stopping. Ji Xiao closed his eyes and asked, Master, just say what you want to say. Yuan Songzi took a deep breath and said, Give up, your next opponent is invincible. Hearing this, Ji Xiao opened his eyes and looked at him steadily. Yuan Songzi continued, I have inquired that the undefeated emperor not only won 1,000 victories, but he also swept through the Tianjiao of his time in the Taixuan Emperor domain. There was a Dao Emperor who fought with him at the same level and was defeated. It is incredible that he has defeated the Dao Emperor before stepping into the Emperor Road, even if the Dao Emperor has suppressed his cultivation. Yuan Songzi was terrified just thinking about it. He was afraid that Ji Xiao still didn't believe it, so he added, On the road of the Great Dao, everyone believes that the undefeated Emperor will become the Great Dao Emperor. It is unfortunate that the Great Dao will let you fight. Although avoiding the battle will make all your efforts go to waste, at least you can live. The battle for the Great Dao Emperor is no joke. 9 out of 10 losers must die. In recent years, there are not a few geniuses who died at the hands of Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao remained calm and asked, Master, Have you ever thought that the road to the great Dao Emperor is so cruel that it is impossible to be a soft persimmon all the way? I gave up this time. The next time I get to this point, I will also meet a genius who is not weaker than the undefeated Emperor. If I give up every time, what is the meaning of my coming to the great Dao road? If you want the great Dao to recognize you, you have to defeat the opponent chosen by the great Dao for me. Yuan Songzi frowned when he heard these words. He felt that it made sense. Perhaps he really underestimated the difficulty of the great Dao Emperor. When he thought that Xiaolan might also face an opponent like the undefeated Emperor, he suddenly felt a little confused. Perhaps he was too hasty. The Dao court is not yet capable of nurturing a Dao Emperor. Ji Xiao looked at Yuan Songzi and smiled, full of vigor. She said leisurely, and Lord Court, how dare you assert that I will definitely lose? End of this chapter. Time soon came to the day when Ji Xiao and the undefeated Emperor were scheduled to fight. The people of Dao court followed Ji Xiao and landed on a meteorite. Looking around, the void was dark, and there were countless meteorites scattered all over the void. Above the people of Dao court, there was a colorful glow at the top of the void, bringing light to the void without affecting the dark background. Ji Xiao stepped into the void, and the others were waiting on the ground. Xiaolan looked at Ji Xiao with worry. After years of getting along, Ji Xiao took good care of her and taught her magic and supernatural powers. In her heart, Ji Xiao was equivalent to her master. After learning about the power of the undefeated emperor, how could she not worry about Ji Xiao? The void was vast, lonely, and depressing. The undefeated emperor had not yet appeared, and the void was filled with a great sense of oppression. After Ji Xiao moved away from the meteorite where the Dao court was, she stood in the void and waited quietly. For a long time. Ha! A loud shout resounded through the void, disturbing everyone's thoughts. After this loud shout fell, more loud shouts sounded, one after another, and the momentum became louder and louder, as if hundreds of millions of people were roaring in unison, with a devastating power and a sense of oppression. Everyone on the Dao court side became nervous and looked into the depths of the void, where a strong red light appeared and was rapidly expanding. Xiaolan squinted and saw that the red light was filled with a vast flame, and a burly figure like a god of war was approaching. The undefeated emperor? He was wearing dark red chainmail, a red scarf around his waist, and loose pants, fluttering in the wind. He had a handsome face, but a cold expression. He wore a dark red crown on his forehead, and his black hair fluttered wantonly, with a strong spirit that could shake the world. He stepped on the red flames and walked forward, walking like a dragon and a tiger, and his momentum seemed to distort the void. Behind him, countless figures stepped out from the red flames, each with extraordinary momentum. Although they did not speak, the deafening roar still resounded through the void and echoed endlessly. The people in the Dao court looked at it from afar, all with ugly faces and hearts in their throats. Is the Taixuan imperial domain so powerful? A Dao court elder muttered, his face full of shock. Yuan Songzi took a deep breath and said, this is just a branch of the imperial clan of the Taixuan imperial domain. The power of the Taixuan imperial domain is far beyond our imagination. In the universe, only the few major worlds ranked at the top can barely compare. These words made everyone have more fantasies about the Taixuan imperial domain. At the same time, the unbeaten emperor raised his right hand, and the raging flames gathered in his palm, condensing into a long spear. The spear body was several times longer than his entire body, and the spearhead was huge, like a unicorn spitting out a spear blade, and the whole body was shining with the phantom of a mythical beast, bearing its fangs and claws. He looked at Ji Xiao from afar and said, you are the emperor of Samsara? You dare to use the name of Samsara, don't let me down. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his gun and stabbed Ji Xiao. A line of fire suddenly burst out, as if the entire void was split in two. The phantom of the red flame beast stopped in front of Ji Xiao, roaring silently, and the air force blew Ji Xiao's long hair, revealing the cold and perfect face. Ji Xiao didn't say a word. She raised her right hand, and grey air billowed out of her palm, turning into long dragons entwined around her body. A peerless battle about the emperor of the great Dao is about to break out. Yuan Songzi looked at the undefeated emperor with fear in his eyes. He could feel that the undefeated emperor was still the Xianyuan Zizai immortal, but the momentum made him, who was also a perfect Xianyuan Zizai immortal, feel a sense of horror that he was about to be reduced to ashes. He felt that the undefeated emperor could kill him with one move. This made him fear the undefeated emperor, and he was even more worried about Ji Xiao. In the main city of Taixuan Sect, around the huge fighting stage, hundreds of thousands of disciples stood on the stone steps, watching the battle on the stage. Guan and his friends were also there, while an Xian was sitting with the senior members of the Taixuan Sect in the distance. An Xian's posture was very good. She didn't look at Guan, but looked down at the fight on the stage indifferently. Yi Qingshan put down the tea bowl, turned his head to look at an Xian, and asked with a smile, Senior, how talented is this boy? Yuan Luo had just transformed into a spirit, and was fighting against a disciple in the Sungzin realm. There are two realms between the transformation of the spirit and the Sungzin realm, the Dugzhou and Hidi realms, and the Taixuan Sect is not a mortal sect as before. If you can join the Taixuan Sect without nirvana cultivation, it means that you are still young and have excellent talent. Even if you are 2 levels lower than your opponent, Yuan Luo still suppresses the opponent. His talent has overflowed, which can be seen with the naked eye, and even those disciples in the fairyland are amazed. An Xian replied, "It's really good, and you can compete with any peerless genius in the world." Yuan Luo looked only 16 or 17 years old, and he had not yet lost his childishness. He hit his opponent hard with a palm, making him lose his fighting power. He was suspended in the air, looking up at the attic where the high-level people were, and shouted loudly, "I want to challenge a higher realm." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar around. The disciples watching the battle did not expect Yuan Luo to continue the challenge, which made them have greater expectations for Yuan Luo. The great elder Lin Chuan raised his hand to signal, and a disciple of the Mahayana realm came on stage with a sword. Yuan Luo saluted the other party, and then took the lead in launching an offensive. This kid is so powerful, no wonder the people above are so enthusiastic about him. A friend next to Guan sighed, causing other friends to follow suit. Guan was not surprised by Yuan Luo's performance. This boy's magic power was limited by his realm, but his blood and chi power were so strong that he seemed to be in the realm of transformation, but in fact he was comparable to Nirvana. Guan watched the excitement while paying attention to Ji Xiao's decisive battle on the road. Ji Xiao was not the opponent of the undefeated emperor. Even if she exerted all her skills, she could not do anything to the undefeated emperor. However, she successfully injured the undefeated emperor, which surprised the undefeated emperor and the powerful people of the Taixuan emperor domain. Guan would not help Ji Xiao defeat the undefeated emperor. There was no point in doing so. What he had to do was to keep Ji Xiao alive. In the last battle of magical powers, Ji Xiao was defeated, her body was annihilated, and only her soul remained, dying. So far, all the luck she had accumulated on the road of the Great Dao has flowed to the undefeated emperor. You are stronger than my previous opponents. You have a good understanding of the Great Dao of reincarnation. I think I will not forget you for a long time in the future. The voice of the undefeated emperor resounded through the void. He still looked fierce, and the wound on his cheek made him feel more oppressive. He walked towards Ji Xiao's soul with the spear in his hand. Looking around, the void was filled with many clouds, which were formed after the meteorites were broken. Seeing that the unbeaten emperor was ready to kill them all, Yuan Songzi quickly flew to Ji Xiao and said urgently, "You have already won, why do you have to do it? Please let her live." The unbeaten emperor raised his chin slightly, looked down at Yuan Songzi, and said contemptuously, "Since when did reptiles dare to stop the great Dao emperor?" In the distance, the mighty people of the Taixuan emperor domain stepped forward, and the endless and vast pressure enveloped Yuan Songzi, making him feel suffocated. The words of the undefeated emperor echoed endlessly like thunder, causing the faces of the Dao court monks to change drastically. Although they were afraid of the undefeated emperor, they still felt a great humiliation when they heard his words. After all, Yuan Songzi was the master of the Dao court. Xiaolan gritted her teeth and wanted to rush over to fight alongside Yuan Songzi, but was stopped by a female elder. "Don't be impulsive, don't drag down the court master," the female elder said in a deep voice, and she looked at Yuan Songzi with an unsettled look. Yuan Songzi was humiliated by the undefeated emperor, but he was not angry. He followed the words of the undefeated emperor and said, "Since you think we are reptiles, why do you have to step on reptiles to death? Not to mention the imperial clan behind, even if all of them came together, they would never be the opponent of the undefeated emperor alone. On this great road, the Tianjiao must not only rely on their own strength, but also have a sufficiently powerful force to escort them." Yuan Songzi's beautiful dream was completely shattered at this moment. Ji Xiao and Xiaolan were not talented enough, and the foundation of the Dao court was not enough to escort the great Dao emperor. Even if he was humiliated, he had to do his best to protect Ji Xiao, because he knew very well that if he did nothing, they would not be able to escape death. The Dao intentions of the great emperors had already sealed off this void, leaving them with nowhere to escape. The undefeated emperor raised his mouth and smiled contemptuously, saying, "I am helping her. If she fails on the road to becoming an emperor, her Dao heart will be damaged and she can only survive. What is the meaning of a life of constant defeat?" He did not stop, and with every step he took, his murderous aura became stronger. When he finished speaking, the sense of oppression that had brought Yuan Songzi to the peak, making Yuan Songzi unable to speak and could only look at him in horror. "Let them go, I am willing to die." Ji Xiao's voice came from behind Yuan Songzi. His tone was calm, without the slightest anger or fear. The smile of the undefeated emperor became wild. He raised the gun in his hand, pointing the tip of the gun at Yuan Songzi, but his eyes were fixed on Ji Xiao. He smiled contemptuously, "It's too late, you all have to die. When you step into the road of the emperor, you should be mentally prepared. If not, then you will just accept the lesson of conceit." His right hand suddenly loosened. Boom! The long gun in his hand burst out with terrible momentum, as if carrying a violent storm, and killing Yuan Songzi unstoppably. Everything happened too fast. Even though both parties were in the same realm, Yuan Songzi had no time to react and could only stare with wide eyes. When the long gun stopped in front of him, his whole body was stiff, and he felt that even his soul was fixed and unable to move. He hadn't experienced such despair for a long time. Facing the magic gun in front of him, he really felt that he was going to die, and there was no hope of reincarnation. With a blank mind, he subconsciously looked at the undefeated emperor and found that the undefeated emperor frowned. The Taoist monks were very nervous. Seeing that Yuan Songzi was not dead, they ignited hope in their hearts and thought that the undefeated emperor had changed his mind temporarily. Everyone's eyes fell on the undefeated emperor. The undefeated emperor frowned and glanced in other directions. He shouted in a deep voice, "Who is the master who is trying to stop me?" "Master?" The Dao court was all shocked. It turned out that the undefeated emperor was not showing mercy, but there was other help. Compared with the extremely arrogant undefeated emperor, they imagined unknown helpers. The Dao court monks were all excited. They tried to control their emotions and didn't dare to breathe. Xiaolan was also surprised and full of curiosity. Who would save them at this time? Let's spare others when we can. Besides, you have no grudges against each other. A hoarse voice resounded through the void, causing the undefeated emperor to show displeasure in his eyes. Ji Xiao's eyes dimmed when she heard the voice. Although he changed his voice, she knew who the owner of the voice was as soon as she heard it. She didn't want that person to see her in such a mess. The undefeated emperor didn't say anything, but the powerful people of the emperor clan couldn't remain silent. Could it be that you want to compete with the emperor clan? If you are the supporter of this girl, why didn't you show up earlier? Her luck shouldn't be like this. If you are passing by, why bother to get involved in karma? If you want to save them, tell us your relationship and don't hide in the dark. With such a high level of cultivation, don't you know the rules of the emperor road? A series of majestic voices sounded, all very strong, as if they didn't take the person who made the move seriously. Guan, who was far away in the Taixuan Sect, sighed. How many years has it been? It's rare to meet such a stubborn person. Guan deduced that the reason they wanted to kill them all was to fear that the secret of the undefeated emperor's magical powers would be exposed, leaving hidden dangers for the undefeated emperor's future path. The reason was sufficient, but he had already made a move, and he still had to fight to the death for this reason? In the final analysis, it was too conceited. Guan could see the source of this imperial clan at a glance. The strongest one was only Miao Zhen de Loxian, and he was an old monster who had been hidden in the world for countless billions of years. After thinking about it, Guan's eyes became cold. Just then, a strand of someone else's hair floated in front of him. He raised his hand and waved it, destroying the hair. The disciples watching the battle around were too excited and were discussing Yuan Luo's performance. Even his friends on both sides didn't pay attention to his actions. However, Guan didn't wave his hand casually. The magic power of Dao de Loxian passed through the Tianling world in an incredible way, broke into the road of the avenue, and then crossed the layers of the universe to come to the void where Ji Xiao, Xiaolan, and others were. The questioning voice of the imperial clan had not yet fallen, and the undefeated emperor was still staring at Ji Xiao. The Dao court was waiting nervously. Facing the undefeated emperor, Yuan Songzi was absent-minded and could not wake up from the thrilling feeling just now. Suddenly, the entire void became bright, the darkness was driven away, and everyone subconsciously looked in one direction, only to see that the depths of the void were as bright as day, and an extremely majestic golden giant hand attacked. Facing this golden giant hand, any existence seemed insignificant. The face of the undefeated emperor changed drastically, and he was horrified to find that he could not move. Not only him, but other great powers of the imperial clan were also the same. All of them stared at the golden giant hand as if they were scared and stupid. Ji Xiao's pupils dilated, while Yuan Songzi and the Taoist monks were dumbfounded. They were also unable to move, and could only see the golden giant hand getting closer and closer to them. As the hand got closer, their vision could not accommodate the outline of the golden giant hand. In front of such a giant hand, they only felt shocked, and their feelings were indescribable. Under their gaze, the golden giant hand seemed to replace the void and gently waved towards them. The palm wind blew, and the great powers of the imperial clan turned directly into ashes, and even the undefeated emperor gradually disappeared. Before he died, his expression was stunned, as if he had not expected that he would have such an ending. After waving his hand to exterminate the imperial clan, the golden giant hand became illusory, and the strong light it emitted gradually became weaker. But the entire void was still in silence. All the Taoist monks still maintained a dumbfounded expression. As the emperor clan and the undefeated emperor turned to ashes, the golden giant palm dissipated, and the void gradually returned to darkness, while the people in the Dao court were still silent, unable to wake up from the shock for a long time. Xiaolan, who had the simplest mind, was the first to break the silence. She couldn't help asking, what realm is the senior who just made a move? The legendary Luotian Zai Xian. The Dao court monks woke up one after another and began to salute in all directions to thank the person who made the move. Yuan Songzi also came back to his senses and shouted loudly, I am from the Dao court of the Tianling Great World. My name is Yuan Songzi. Thank you for your help. I wonder what you need us to do. There is no such thing as a favor without reason. Yuan Songzi thought about his connections and couldn't find such a strong man. He could only think about what the other party might need them to do. However, no one answered him. Ji Xiao didn't say anything. She meditated on the spot and began to recover her body. At the same time, Guan, who was far away in the Taixuan Sect, was occupied by a line of prompts. To deal with the Emperor clan, he used his own magic power instead of his clone, so he was able to take away the lifespan. Not to mention that the Emperor clan did not have the luck of the Heavenly Court. You successfully took away the lifespan of Emperor Chang Yuan, early stage of Xiantian Gold Fairyland, for 20,239,008,276 years. You successfully took away the lifespan of Gudong, late stage of Lushan Zizai Fairyland, For 809,244,623 years you successfully took away the lifespan of Emperor Hantian, mid-stage of Hengtian Gold Fairyland. For 209,872,307,762 years, you successfully took away the lifespan of Qinli, perfect Xiantian Gold Fairyland. For 70,982,763 years, you successfully took away the lifespan of Shizun, mid-stage of Taking Gold Fairyland. For 249,827,206,383 years, Guan was excited as he watched the lifespans soar. No wonder those reincarnated bodies could not withstand the temptation of taking away their lifespans. He now also had the urge to start a massacre, but he knew he could not do that. Excessive killing and rapid strengthening will attract powerful beings far beyond their cultivation to attack. This time, the attack on the Imperial clan was also for a reason, and it would not attract the attention of the great Loxian who surpassed the Dao. The lifespans of these Imperial clan masters vary. The strongest Taking Jinxian provided him with a lifespan that was not much higher than that of Hengtian Jinxian, but in general, he still gained a lot. There is only one Taking Jinxian in the Imperial clan who guards the undefeated emperor. The others are mostly Lushan Zizaixian and Xiantian Jinxian, a total of hundreds of people. Your lifespan has exceeded 10 trillion years for the first time, and the lifespan function has been randomly upgraded. Your lifespan prediction function has been upgraded. Lifespan prediction has been upgraded successfully. Lifespan prediction, automatically identify cause and effect. When a living being is hostile to your original body or clone, a prompt will appear and automatically deduce cause and effect. If someone's cause and effect will conflict with your cause and effect, a prompt will appear. The prompt does not consume lifespan, but probing the other party's lifespan will consume lifespan. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Guan's eyes changed. Compared with the previous lifespan prediction, this time the function covers the clone and can also deduce cause and effect. Deducing cause and effect is overbearing, that is, will it deduce potential enemies? This function has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that he can learn more about the enemy, and the disadvantage is that knowing the enemy in advance will bring him pressure, while the enemy is unaware of this and still free and easy. Of course, the most important thing is that the lifespan exceeds 10 trillion years. He can break through. Guan's mood became cheerful, and when all the lifespan prompts fell, he called up the attribute panel to check. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 172,971/14,073,593,224,087. Physique, Hunyuan Shuangdao body. Cultivation, Dao Jida Luo Xianjing middle stage. As expected of the Imperial clan, Guan recognized that the Imperial clan behind the undefeated emperor was indeed powerful. Emperor Tianqian will form a causal hatred with you and is destined to become your enemy. Do you want to perform a lifespan detection on him? Ancestor Chuji will form a causal hatred with you and is destined to become your enemy. Do you want to perform a lifespan detection on him? Hanlong will form a causal hatred with you and is destined to become your enemy. Do you want to perform a lifespan detection on him? Another prompt was frantically detected, which made Guan's eyelids jump. Sure enough, the new lifespan prediction is a double-edged sword. With so many potential enemies, if he detects them one by one, can he withstand his 14 trillion years of lifespan? Guan selected the lifespan detection one by one. After selecting the name, the number of years of lifespan consumed will appear, and then he can confirm. He does not intend to consume his lifespan, but he can judge how strong the enemy is from the prompt of consuming lifespan. The biggest backer of the Imperial clan is also one level lower than him, so he doesn't need to perform a lifespan detection. Even so, this function can also let him understand the foundation of the Imperial clan. In the following period of time, lifespan reminders appeared one after another. When Yuan Luo defeated the Mahayana disciples and the whole audience cheered, the reminders in front of him continued. The connections behind the undefeated emperor are really exaggerated. Guan was secretly shocked. The leader of the Qinkan sect, Yi Qingshan, began to praise Yuan Luo, and then talked about the Qinkan sect's next 10,000 years plan, which made the disciples excited. After the show, Guan declined the invitation of his friends and left alone. On the other side, Ji Xiao has recovered her body, but her breath is weak, and her cultivation has even declined a little. The Taoist monks surrounded her, their faces full of worry. Xiaolan couldn't help asking, "Senior, how do you feel? How do you need our help?" Ji Xiao, who was pale, opened his eyes and said, "I'm fine, but the road to the great Dao Emperor is completely interrupted. The undefeated Emperor's magical powers are indeed overbearing. It will take me many years to completely eliminate his magical power." After hearing this, everyone found it difficult to accept. They have been fighting on the road of the great Dao together for so many years. Although they thought that Ji Xiao would lose, they felt powerless when they saw Ji Xiao's defeat. The road of the Emperor is indeed not something they can fight for. Yuan Songzi took a deep breath and said, "Go back to the Dao court to recuperate." He looked at Xiaolan and said, "You have also seen that the battle for the road of the Emperor is extremely dangerous. Why don't you stop before you lose?" Xiaolan nodded slightly after hearing this. She also realized the huge gap between herself and the Tianjiao of the road of the Emperor, and she was a little worried about her brother Gu after leaving the Tianling world for so many years. An elder couldn't help but sighed. I don't know who the senior just now is. In order to save us, he directly destroyed the Emperor clan. The road of the Great Dao is really beyond people and beyond heaven. Thinking of the previous battle, they still felt thrilling and had an indescribable excitement. In my opinion, the Imperial clan has brought this upon themselves. They are too conceited. That senior may not want to destroy the Imperial clan, but these guys are too arrogant and don't give them face. A Taoist Qian Xiao couldn't help but say, his face full of admiration and fanaticism. That golden giant hand will be his goal in the rest of his life. Even if he can't reach that realm in this life, he will practice in that direction. End of this chapter. After sighing for a while, Yuan Songzi led everyone back to the heavenly spirit world. The journey ahead was long, and they dared not take it lightly. Soon, everyone fell into silence, each with their own thoughts. The golden giant hand could not be dispelled in their minds for a long time, even Xiao Lan was still recalling it. Such power is incredible. I must tell Brother Gu about it after I go back. When Xiao Lan thought of this, his mind was full of Guan's voice and appearance, and he was eager to go home. On the other side, Guan left Taixuan Sect and came to an uninhabited mountain forest. At this moment, the prompts in front of him were still emerging in an endless stream. The number has exceeded 1 million. Guan suspected that it was not just the causal enemy caused by the undefeated emperor, but there might be other causes and effects. He waited patiently. When all the prompts fell, he would find a place to break through and achieve the state of perfection of Daijida Loxian in one breath. While waiting, he was also deducing. He could be sure that the deduction ability of the life prediction enemy was stronger than his, but how much stronger it was could not be determined for the time being. He couldn't calculate the names in many of the prompts for the time being, because there was no direct cause and effect, and there were so many people with the same name. Even if there were life prediction enemies, Guan didn't plan to eliminate them one by one in advance. After all, cause and effect can be changed, and you can't just kill people just because they are destined to be enemies. The new life prediction enemies are more of a warning to him. The more enemies there are, the more you can't. Be careless. The higher the realm, the easier it is to lose yourself in your own power and feel that you can do whatever you want. Although Guan is afraid of many existences, he doesn't feel that his current life is very aggrieved. On the contrary, he feels that his life is happy. Compared with fighting, he prefers to play in the world in his own small world. After waiting for another hour, no prompt popped up, which made Guan feel helpless. His nemesis actually reached tens of millions, which was too outrageous. However, judging from the consumption of life, not many people can pose a threat to him. Guan immediately performed a life prediction breakthrough. Although he could already go to the endless Dao mountain, he was afraid of leaving traces and being discovered by unknown existence, so he was still cautious in breaking through the lifespan. Anyway, it's only 20 billion years of lifespan, which is just a drizzle for him now. Safety is the most important. Among the 9 prompts, Guan chose the Hongmeng world he had visited before to break through, and his figure disappeared into the woods. As time passed, the sun gradually set. Night fell. The woods were quiet, echoing with the croaking of frogs. Guan's figure appeared again. Now he has reached the perfection of the Daiji de Luo immortal realm, and this breakthrough consumed a total of 40 trillion years of lifespan. Thanks to the Imperial clan, even if so much lifespan is consumed, Guan still has 10 trillion years of lifespan. Next, he can start to endure a lifespan of 100 trillion years. Guan is not going to return to the Wuxi dojo, but to take a walk in the human world. It's not easy to break through, so naturally you have to indulge yourself. The night is hazy, the forest is lonely, and the moonlight shines through the gaps in the leaves to lengthen Guan's shadow. He walked and thought. What realm is above the Daiji de Luo immortal? After the Dao court and the major sects suppressed the internal unrest, the dawn of peace in the world had already appeared. Thousands of years later, the world returned to peace. Emperor Tianhong, who was famous and praised by the world, came to the vicinity of Wuxi Dao Kang. In the forest where he had knelt for tens of thousands of years, looking at the unchanged environment around him, he showed a look of emotion on his face. After fighting in the mortal world for so many years, he finally understood what Fudao Jianzun meant by coming back. He gained great prestige. Even though he had left the Dao court, many major sects still tried to win him over. He could easily enjoy all the bliss in the world. Before coming back, he did struggle. But compared to the bliss of the moment, he wanted to pursue the Great Way more. He stood in front of the stream and waited, looking back at his experiences over the years and the occasional fragments of memory. After waiting for about half an hour, Angsan's figure appeared across the river, and Emperor Tianhong was so shocked that he hurriedly saluted her. An Xian looked cold and said, "Come with me. From now on, you will be Wuxi's disciple, and I will be your senior sister." "Thank you, senior sister." Emperor Tianhong responded, feeling excited. After so many years, he finally became the disciple of Fudao Jianzun. An Xian turned and left, and Emperor Tianhong hurried to follow. Along the way, an Xian began to introduce the situation in Wuxi, which disciples there were in Wuxi, and which rules to pay attention to. Emperor Tianhong listened carefully and did not dare to neglect it. When they stepped into the Wuxi dojo, Emperor Tianhong clearly felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly changed, even though the surrounding environment had not changed much. It was not until he walked out of the woods that he saw an extremely magnificent mountain forest, which was a rare scenery in the world. Various spiritual flowers and herbs were planted on each mountain, forming a colorful and psychedelic and beautiful scene, which was a beauty that could not be described in a painting. An Xian walked along the mountain road without flying, so Emperor Tianhong had to follow her footsteps. Senior sister, is master in the dojo? Emperor Tianhong asked carefully. An Xian said without turning his head, he is not here, but you will see him the day after tomorrow at the latest. But is there something important? Will I delay him? Tianhong Emperor asked nervously. A powerful person like Fu Dao Jianzan must be busy with something he cannot imagine. Discussing the Dao with the powerful in the sky, or exploring the great Dao void. He doesn't have anything important to do. He is just playing in the human world. Maybe you have met him in the past few years, but he turned into an inconspicuous mortal and you didn't recognize him. An Xian's answer surprised Tianhong Emperor and made him worried. He had to recall and think about whether he had done anything wrong in front of others. When Tianhong Emperor was reflecting on himself, Guan was not wandering in the human world. He was drinking with Tianling Shen in front of the boundary gate. The two sat at a small table with spiritual wine and some meat dishes from the human world on the table. Tianling Shen had long been out of touch with the world, but Guan invited him, and he still gave him face. After drinking a bowl of wine, Tianling God took the initiative to say, Tian Hao should have taken root in Piamiao Immortal Court. I can feel that his cultivation has improved rapidly recently. Guan smiled and said, he is indeed living a good life. After reaching the perfection of Dao Ji de Luo Immortal Realm, Guan was able to calculate the cause and effect of Piamiao Immortal Court. The luck of Piamiao Immortal Court could not hinder his vision. He could see everything in Piamiao Immortal Court and knew that Tian Hao had been recognized by an immortal palace and completely integrated into Piamiao Immortal Court. The celestial spirit god nodded, and then asked, how do you plan to deal with Tai Immortal Lord and the 72 Jindong Immortals? Immortals and gods cannot be completely destroyed. One day, they will return to the heavenly court or be discovered missing by the heavenly court. Guan took off the wooden sign from his waist and placed it on the small table. He joked, I have worn it for so many years, and I am not used to giving it up. As for Tai Immortal Lord, let him continue to sink into the suffering of reincarnation. I will indeed let them go before the heavenly court finds out, but before that, try to make them suffer a little. Even though it was not the first time that the 72 Jindong Immortals had transformed into wooden signs, the celestial spirit god was still shocked. Immortals and gods were so fragile in Guan's hands. Even though he had pledged allegiance to Guan, he still did not know Guan's cultivation. Other immortals and gods have appeared in the human world, as well as the chaos demon. If this continues, it will definitely lead to a disaster. As a celestial god, how do you think I should survive this disaster? Guan looked at the celestial spirit god and asked. I don't know if it's an illusion, but even though Guan came to ask for a countermeasure, the heavenly spirit god felt that he was not that afraid of the heavenly court. End of this chapter. Spirit thought about it and finally said, there are only two ways. One is to accumulate merits and benefit the people, move the heavens, and attract the attention of the heavens, and reward you with a place in the immortal class. The second is to give up this world. Although the heavens are powerful, the road is vast. There are places that the heavens cannot reach. There are many powerful beings on the heavens bounty list that have not yet been brought to justice. His answer did not satisfy Guan. To put it bluntly, isn't this the difference between surrendering and escaping? The celestial spirit god seemed to see Guan's dissatisfaction, and then said, some of the actions of the heavenly court have indeed ignored the common people, but the heavenly court is not evil. In fact, the 3,000 worlds still exist, and the immortals and gods rarely appear. This in itself is enough to prove the strictness of the heavenly rules. There are good and bad people in any force in the world, and there is no absolutely fair rule and order. The struggle within the heavenly court is also great, and the high and mighty emperor of heaven has been in seclusion all year round and rarely comes out. Over the long years, there have been countless purges in the heavenly court, but no matter how they change, the immortals and gods will eventually be trapped by interests. When immortality is no longer a luxury, what they pursue is not only power, but also status. In fact, joining the heavenly court is not as unbearable as you think, and you will not lose the so-called freedom. As long as you complete your duties, the immortals and gods can have a lot of their own time. Although he surrendered to Guan, it was a helpless move. He hoped that Guan could join the heavenly court. With Guan's ability, it would not be difficult for him to get a higher position in the heavenly Dao than the immortal king in the future. Guan smiled and said, I don't reject the heaven, but I am used to being cautious about unknown existences. After all, even you don't know where the heaven is and how deep the water is. Upon hearing this, Tianling God couldn't help but sigh. In the Tianling world, he is a high and mighty god, but he has never even been to the heaven. He is at the bottom of the heaven system and no one cares about him. Even if he violates the heavenly rules and neglects his duties, the heaven will not deal with him in a short time, because the heaven does not care about him at all. Thinking of this, Tianling God also became depressed. He felt that he had taken the wrong path back then. If he had not been obsessed with the treasure of the immortal palace, how could he have ended up in such a situation? Guan asked with a smile, it is said that your talent is outstanding among the gods. Don't you have any plans? Do you want to be a god forever? Tianling God shook his head and said, who is not a top talent to become a god? Even if I try my best to practice, it will take a long time to get promoted. I have a junior who is participating in the selection of gods and practicing in a heavenly army. The name of the god is Tianzhen God. Do you know him? Guan thought of Zhang Buku, so he asked. Tianling God nodded and said, I know him. He is my predecessor. He works for Huangfeng Immortal Lord. Among the gods, he is a higher status. The lowest status is that of us who guard a part of the world. Tianzhen God will not be confined to one place. His divine power is similar to that of the god of destruction, and his range of activities covers 3,000 worlds. When mentioning Tianzhen God, Tianling God's tone was full of envy. Guan had a clearer understanding of the gods. Even immortals of the same rank have different powers. Tianlingshan opened up and began to talk about his past experience of serving the heavenly court. Memories involving the heavenly court could not be collected, so Guan was also very curious about his past. The universe was silent, and stars were dotted in the distance. Guan and Tianlingshan, who were drinking in front of the gate of the world, seemed to be unaffected by time. The moment the bowls fell and rose, perhaps the world had changed. In a peaceful world, time passed faster. In a blink of an eye, another 10,000 years had passed. The people of the Dao court who had gone to the Great Dao Road finally returned, and their return caused a shock to the entire sect. Xiao Lan, Yuan Songzi, and others stood on the clouds, looking at the sea of people below, with smiles on their faces. They are finally back? The journey back from the Great Dao Road was just as long and full of hardships. It was not until this moment that their tense minds relaxed. Seeing that the Dao court was still strong, the eyes of the Dao court monks were full of relief. Master, elders, I'm leaving first. My brother Gu is still waiting for me. Xiao Lan left after saying this and turned away. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared at the end of the world. Ji Xiao's face became unnatural when he heard her words, but he didn't say anything. A female elder shook her head and laughed. This girl is still obsessed with her lover as always. Even though she has been to the road of the Great Dao and her horizons have been broadened, she still remembers her original intention. The other elders also smiled kindly. They were very fond of Xiao Lan and felt that she was like a child who never grew up. Yuan Song's eyes fell on a figure below. The man was so imposing that he attracted attention even when standing in the crowd. Zhao Rushan? It has grown to this point. It seems that a lot of things have happened in these years. Yuan Songzi thought thoughtfully. Ji Xiao's road to the emperor failed, and Xiao Yan's road to the emperor was suspended. This made him realize that the great Dao emperor was still far away from the Dao court. Looking at Zhao Rushan again, he felt that this boy was not so amazing, at least far inferior to the undefeated emperor. Where is the seedling that can become the great Dao emperor? Yuan Song's thoughts drifted, and he felt a little melancholy. At the same time, Guan had returned to Xiao Yan's cave to wait. He noticed Ji Xiao's expression, and he couldn't help wondering how to help her. The road to the emperor failed, her cultivation fell back, and her Dao heart was damaged. It was the first time he heard Ji Xiao's voice so lonely. He could feel Ji Xiao's pride, and that was why he felt that this matter was difficult. It would be great if he could open up a road of destiny that was not weaker than that of the great Dao emperor, just like creating a Dao treasure. As soon as this thought came out, Guan's eyes lit up. This direction is not bad. Anyway, he has plenty of time, and he doesn't need to practice hard every day. It's better to study different ways of destiny. Guan began to think in this direction. He must first figure out the nature of the great Dao emperor. Not long after, Xiao Yan's breath broke into the cave, and she appeared in front of Guan out of thin air and hugged him. That's great, brother Gu, you're still here. Xiao Lan hugged Guan tightly and said happily. She was so happy that she cried. Although she was usually heartless, in fact, she was always worried in her heart. She had been away for too long, and she was really afraid that something would happen in the Dao court, or that Guan would meet his end. What are you talking about? Although my talent is not as good as yours, I am also working hard to practice. It's not that easy for me to die. Guan hummed. He patted her back gently, and he was also a little moved in his heart. Thinking about it carefully, he and his junior sister had been separated many times in this life. He could know the future, but his junior sister didn't know it, so it was normal for her to worry about the future. It seems that he should show his strength appropriately, reveal the tip of the iceberg to shock her. End of this chapter. After a long separation, the passion was naturally blazing. Guan and Xiao Lan lingered for half a month before they were able to get away. Xiao Lan continued to practice, Guan switched to a clone, and the original body went to pick mature herbs everywhere. After he was done, he returned to the Wuxi Dao Kang. Walking on the mountain road, Guan began to think about creating a path. Create a path similar to the Great Dao Emperor? The Great Dao Emperor is an existence assisted by the Great Dao's luck. In the same realm, the Great Dao Emperor's Great Dao power is stronger, and at the same time, he can drive the Great Dao in the current environment to fight for himself. This makes the Great Dao Emperor have the ability to fight across realms, and he is invincible in the same realm. There are 3,000 Great Daos, and different Great Daos can promote different Great Dao Emperors. On the Great Dao Road, practitioners who compete for the Great Dao Emperor's luck can devour the Great Dao luck of their competitors, thereby boosting their own Great Dao luck, turning the luck of different Great Daos into their own use, and not changing the essence of their own Great Dao. This shows that there may be some rules judging the Great Dao Emperor. The Great Dao Emperor relies on the power of the Great Dao, so is it a way out for him to let people rely on their own strength? As soon as this thought came out, thousands of thoughts burst out in Guan's mind. He suddenly thought that the heavenly court might also be such an existence. The immortals and gods in the heavenly court rely on the luck of the heavenly Deo, which is essentially very similar to the great Deo Emperor, but the immortals and gods are stronger. Could it be that the so-called heavenly Deo was also created by a certain supreme existence? Guan's imagination ran wild, and he decided to try this way. Transform your own power into a certain cultivation system for Ji Xiao to use. The method of providing power is not difficult, and his power can be transmitted through the cause and effect road. But if it is just a simple help, it is not as good as the great Deo Emperor and the heavenly court immortal god. After the great Deo Emperor obtained the luck of the great Deo, his cultivation speed was faster, and the heavenly court immortal god could even rely on the luck of the heavenly Deo to live forever. Guan felt that it would take a long time for him to create success. He was not discouraged by this, but full of expectations. Things that can be done casually are not worth looking forward to. For a long time, Guan returned to his courtyard. In addition to Shen Zhen, an Xian, and Emperor Tianhong were also there. The two were discussing something. When they saw Guan, they immediately bowed. Master, Yuan Luo offended Zhao Rushan at the Tianjiao conference of Dao court. Yi Qingshan is afraid that he will die young, so he wants to send him to Wuxi to settle down. What do you think? An Xian asked first. Guan shook his head and said, Wuxi is not a place for foster care, and the disciple named Yuan Luo does not want to come to Wuxi to practice. When Yuan Luo heard that Yi Qingshan wanted to send him to Wuxi, he not only resisted, but also flew into a rage. In his opinion, the sect thought that he would be killed by Zhao Rushan, which made him feel humiliated. He threatened to destroy Zhao Rushan. The hatred between Yuan Luo and Zhao Rushan was not complicated. Yuan Luo shined at the Tianjiao conference and was won over by Zhao Rushan. Zhao Rushan's words implied threats, which made him very unhappy. The two of them started to quarrel, and he even took the initiative to attack Zhao Rushan because of his bad temper. You should know that Zhao Rushan is now the eldest disciple of Daoting. If nothing unexpected happens, he will become the next master of Daoting. Even if Daoting did not say anything, offending the eldest disciple of Daoting brought great pressure to Qinkan Sect. Hearing Guan's words, an Xian did not say much. She immediately disappeared from the spot and went to negotiate with Qinkan Sect. Master, I went to Qinkan Sect with the eldest sister yesterday and met the genius named Yuan Luo. I feel that he... Emperor Tianhong hesitated. Guan walked to the refining cauldron, observed the Taoist treasure inside, and asked casually, he is the reincarnation of the chaos demon, right? Emperor Tianhong widened his eyes and said in surprise, you know. What Guan said to Shen Zhen and an Xian, they would not tell other disciples, so Yuan Luo's true identity was not spread. Even though he had joined Wuxi Daokang for 10,000 years, Emperor Tianhong still did not know that Guan knew about it. After all, even you, a fairy god, have been reincarnated, and it is not surprising to have another chaos demon. Guan smiled softly. Emperor Tianhong was silent. He gradually awakened some of his memories of his past life and knew that he had a great background in his past life. He also confessed this to Guan, but fortunately Guan did not care. Emperor Tianhong was the reincarnation of the Star Lord of Heaven, and his cultivation in his previous life should be in the taking golden immortal realm. Although I don't know why this world always attracts so many beings from outside the sky, I don't want to get involved in cause and effect. If you want to go back in the future, I won't stop you. Guan's words touched Emperor Tianhong very much, and he hurriedly said, I won't go back. Silly disciple, when you fully awaken your memories of your past life, you will know that you will definitely go back. Guan smiled. He was not afraid that Emperor Tianhong would bring his information to the heavenly court, because Wuxi's disciples, even an Xian, did not know how strong he was, what magical powers he mastered, and even what great ways he practiced. If Emperor Tianhong could become a channel for him to release goodwill to the heavenly court, that would be great. He had no grudges or hatred with the heavenly court, and he did not want to make enemies. At present, all the battles with the immortals and gods were forced to take action. Emperor Tianhong was silent. After hearing what his master said, he felt that he really couldn't make a promise rashly. By the way, Tianhong, do you want to become the great Dao Emperor? Guan suddenly asked. When Emperor Tianhong heard this, he hurriedly said, I don't want to. I just want to practice with my master. He came from the Dao court, so he naturally knew about the great Dao Emperor. With some memory fragments, he knew that the great Dao Emperor was very strong, but he wanted to practice with Guan more. His intuition told him that Guan was his greatest opportunity. Guan tilted his head to look at him and asked with a smile, if I open up a road similar to the great Dao Emperor, are you willing to step into it? Emperor Tianhong widened his eyes and said excitedly, of course I am willing. If the master opens up such a road, I am willing to be the pioneer. Shen Zhen next to him followed and said, do you really want to open up a new path of practice? Then I want to join too. She didn't believe in immortals and gods, didn't believe in the great Dao, but only believed in Guan. Guan shook his head slightly and said, it's just a concept. It's hard to say whether it will succeed. Having said that, Emperor Tianhong and Shen Zhen had already begun to imagine after hearing it. In the quiet palace, Ji Xiao was sitting on a cushion, practicing martial arts. Her brows were furrowed, as if she was enduring pain. She suddenly opened her eyes, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her face turned pale in an instant, and her whole body's breath collapsed. There was despair in her eyes, and her cultivation was falling again. If she continued to fall like this, she might fall back to the Taoist Zhangzai fairyland, or even fall all the way to the mortal realm. She couldn't tell whether it was the backlash of Emperor Lu, or the magical power of the undefeated emperor that was still destroying her. What kind of magical power is that? Even if it only leaked a trace of breath, it would be enough to defeat me. Could it be that he wanted to hide this magical power by killing me? Ji Xiao fell into thought. Thinking back to the magical power displayed by the undefeated emperor, she felt a chill. It was a very evil breath. At this moment, a terrifying pressure enveloped the palace, causing her face to change drastically. She looked up and saw a terrifying black cloud appearing in the dim sky. A pair of terrifying eyes opened inside. The pupils were purple, like a pair of poisonous snakes, looking down at her. End of this chapter. These eyes. Ji Xiao was terrified, and she couldn't help asking, "You're not dead?" The undefeated emperor defeated her with these eyes. As soon as these eyes opened, she was pulled into a strange illusion. In the illusion, she was besieged by a group of herself until she was defeated. She still couldn't understand it when she thought about it. What kind of magical power was that? Why did it make her an enemy of herself? The battle in the illusion didn't seem like an illusion, because afterwards, the injuries she suffered in the illusion came true. These mysterious eyes didn't answer Ji Xiao, but just stared at Ji Xiao coldly. Ji Xiao noticed something was wrong, and her face changed drastically. She subconsciously wanted to get up, but an extremely terrible force suppressed her, making her unable to get up. The other party was spying on her cause and effect. No, he is not the undefeated emperor. Ji Xiao could feel that the other party's suppression power was far stronger than the undefeated emperor. This was a power that she couldn't imagine. Even Guan didn't bring her such a terrible sense of oppression. Could it be that the other party was the existence behind the undefeated emperor? Come to investigate the cause of death of the undefeated emperor? Ji Xiao subconsciously thought of Guan, but only for a moment, and then she focused her attention on him. Is this pair of eyes a blood inheritance? He heard Yuan Songzi say that the reason why the imperial family behind the undefeated emperor dared to be named emperor was because they had cultivated many great Dao emperors. The ability to cultivate so many great Dao emperors was not something that the strong foundation of the Taoist inheritance could do. The blood talent of the imperial family must be exaggerated. At this moment, the eyes closed, but Ji Xiao did not relax, because the repressive force was still there. I saw a figure stepping out of the black air at the top of the sky. This was an old man in a black robe, with white hair tied under the crown, a transcendent temperament, and a chill between his eyebrows, which was chilling. His purple eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the soul, which made Ji Xiao palpitate. Ji Xiao saw a trace of the shadow of the undefeated emperor from him. This person obviously has some relationship with the undefeated emperor. The old man in black robe fell from the sky and landed in front of Ji Xiao. He raised his right hand and stretched it towards Ji Xiao's forehead. Facing such a desperate situation, Ji Xiao felt desperate in her heart, but she was not afraid, but stared straight at the old man in black robe. Snap! A hand suddenly pressed on the old man's shoulder. The sound was not loud, but at this moment it was unusually loud and echoed throughout the palace. The old man's purple eyes suddenly enlarged, and Ji Xiao also saw the person behind him, which made her eyes complicated. Suddenly, the soul of the old man in black robe flew out of his body, turned around and looked at the figure behind his body. His eyes widened, and a terrible breath burst out of his eyes. However, nothing happened. The old man in black robe couldn't help but say in a lost voice, "How is it possible? Who are you?" His immortal emperor pupil was suppressed by the other party and could not exert his magical power. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Even if he encountered a being with a higher cultivation than him, his immortal emperor pupil could cause trouble to the other party. Guan raised his head slightly and looked at the soul of the old man in black robe. His expression was indifferent. He pinched his right hand, and the soul of the old man in black robe was forcibly pulled back into his body. Then, the old man in black robe's body shrank rapidly and finally disappeared in his palm. Guan clenched his right hand, and then put it into his arms, as if hiding the old man in black robe in his arms like a gadget. Ji Xiao was dazed by this scene. As the old man in black robe disappeared, the pressure that suppressed her naturally disappeared, but she still sat on the futon. The palace fell into silence again. Guan looked at Ji Xiao, and suddenly didn't know what to say. The two just looked at each other. Ji Xiao came back to her senses and asked, "Did you expect him to come, or did you find him the first time?" Guan replied, "Both. I'll pay attention to you when I'm free." These words made Ji Xiao's eyes change subtly. He cares about me? Ji Xiao thought so, and her heart was a little excited, but she didn't show her mood on her face. Guan could hear her voice, which made him more confident. He smiled and said, "Miss San, do you have any opinions about me? You haven't come to see me for many years, and you still go to the road. If you come to me, I will definitely make you stronger than the emperor of the road." He still hopes to call Ji Xiao the third lady, which can remind him of the past. "I can't bear such a title from you, and I have no relationship with the Ji family now." Ji Xiao replied, and she was thinking about how to deal with Guan in her heart. She knew that what Guan said might be true, but she still didn't want to rely on Guan. Guan secretly sighed. He was really proud. He waved his right hand, and a Taoist treasure flew in front of Ji Xiao, saying, "This is a Taoist treasure I refined, called the Endless Wheel of Reincarnation. It contains the Great Wheel of Reincarnation, which can help you completely eliminate the power left by the undefeated emperor. After that, he disappeared from the spot. Ji Xiao looked at the endless wheel of reincarnation floating in front of her. The picture unfolded, and the picture was full of ink, like dark clouds and grey fog. Apart from that, there was nothing. She raised her hand to catch the endless wheel of reincarnation, and then sighed slightly. You are in such a hurry to leave, and you want to ask him about the magical power of the undefeated emperor just now. Ji Xiao sighed softly, her eyes fell on the endless wheel of reincarnation, and her eyes became complicated. Why didn't I think he was domineering before? He actually forced her to help her. On the other side, Guan returned to the Wuxi dojo. The reason why he walked quickly was because he knew that Ji Xiao wanted to ask about the immortal emperor's pupil. The eyes of the undefeated emperor and the old man in black robe are the immortal emperor's pupil. Guan was very curious about this. The immortal emperor pupil was not tolerated by the heavenly court, so how dare the emperor clan practice it? No wonder they wanted to kill them all. If the immortal emperor pupil spread out, they would face a more terrible price. Guan sat in the house. He raised his right hand, and the old man in black robe, the size of a grain of rice, stood in his palm. At this moment, the old man in black robe had not lost consciousness yet. He looked up at the huge Guan, his eyes full of horror and despair. He probably guessed what Guan was going to do, but he was powerless to resist, and he couldn't even die himself. How could this be? Why is my immortal emperor pupil so afraid of him? The old man in black robe thought in his heart, not only because he had to face death, but more importantly, the failure of the immortal emperor pupil made him feel a sense of collapse of faith. Before this, he felt that the immortal emperor pupil was the strongest power. This is also the confidence he dared to come. It took him 10,000 years to sneak into the Tianling world by avoiding the gods, but he was captured as soon as he arrived. This was an ending he had never thought of before. Guan looked down at the black-robed old man. His eyes changed. He used the doomsday eyes, and began to search the black-robed old man's memory roughly. Almost instantly, the black-robed old man's consciousness collapsed, and his immortal emperor pupils lost their luster. This old man in black robe is the biggest backer behind the undefeated emperor. His name is Undefeated Emperor Ancestor. Undefeated Emperor is the honorific title of every successor to the throne of the Undefeated Emperor clan. The Undefeated Emperor clan has many undefeated emperors. To be able to get the title of Undefeated Emperor among peers is almost to lock in the title of the Great Dao Emperor. The reason behind this is the Immortal Emperor pupil. If you get the title of Undefeated Emperor, you can inherit the Immortal Emperor pupil from the Undefeated Emperor Ancestor. Even the Undefeated Emperor clan is not aware of the existence of the Immortal Emperor pupil. The clan members only know that the Undefeated Emperor holds a forbidden power that cannot be exposed. Even if they are torn to pieces, they will help the Undefeated Emperor keep the secret. The Immortal Emperor pupil of the Undefeated Emperor Ancestor does not involve a greater cause and effect. He just witnessed the scene of the Heaven-stealing Immortal Sect and the Heaven-stealing Emperor being suppressed by the Heavenly Court, which caused him to not dare to expose the Immortal Emperor pupil. But the power of the Immortal Emperor pupil is too strong, and he cannot give it up. In the past years, he has lost a lot. In desperation, he practiced the Immortal Emperor pupil, thus creating the Undefeated Emperor clan that is famous in the Taixuan Emperor domain. Now he has reached the level of a Deluo Immortal, with a level of cultivation that is profound and profound. He hides behind the scenes and watches the ups and downs of the human world with a smile. If the Undefeated Emperor and the elites of other tribes had not been destroyed, he would not have taken action. After knowing that the Undefeated Emperor Ancestor had nothing to do with the Heavenly Court and was even afraid of the Heavenly Court, Guan suddenly changed his mind. Of course, the main reason is that the Undefeated Emperor Ancestor only had hundreds of billions of years left to live. Killing him would also take away hundreds of billions of years of life. For Guan now, hundreds of billions of years of life are not that important, and the Undefeated Emperor Ancestor may be able to create greater benefits for him. Guan threw the Undefeated Emperor Ancestor into his own Daokuo universe. Deluo Immortals can open up the universe in the depths of their souls. Some Deluo Immortals will focus on developing the power of the universe. Guan tried to plant herbs in the Daokuo universe and then pick them, but he did not get a lifespan, so he did not want to develop the Daokuo universe. For him, the Daokuo universe is more like a magical power, used to seal enemies and store treasures. The Undefeated Emperor opened his eyes, and he subconsciously looked around, and found himself in a dark universe. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, and turned his head to look. Then, he was stunned, his eyes widened, and his face showed disbelief. He saw a pair of golden red eyes staring at him in the darkness. In front of these eyes, the Undefeated Emperor actually had the urge to surrender. Who are you? The Undefeated Emperor asked, his voice trembling. He could feel his Immortal Emperor pupils in fear. He had never felt this way before, which made him extremely afraid of the mysterious eyes in front of him. You should have understood the cause and effect of the death of your descendants. Are you dissatisfied? Guan's voice sounded, his tone cold. Even if the Undefeated Emperor clan had no choice but to do so, they were unwilling to give up. Guan did not destroy them directly. He first persuaded them, and if the Undefeated Emperor clan did not listen to his advice, they could only die. The Undefeated Ancestor took a deep breath and said, "The strong destroy the weak, what's there to be dissatisfied about?" The reason why I came here is because I didn't realize that you are stronger than me. Before I die, I still want to ask clearly, who are you? Are your eyes the pupils of the immortal emperor? Since the death of the Emperor of Heaven, he has not seen a second pair of immortal emperor pupils, so this made him have many speculations about Guan's identity. He even guessed that Guan was the Emperor of Heaven. You guessed wrong, I have nothing to do with the Emperor of Heaven, my eyes are indeed the pupils of the immortal emperor. You should be able to feel that although we are both immortal emperor pupils, the gap between you and me is not small, and this has nothing to do with cultivation. Guan's voice sounded, making the undefeated ancestor silent, and he felt a strong sense of frustration in his heart. Do you hate the heavenly court? Guan's question awakened the long-lost memory of the undefeated ancestor. His immortal emperor pupils suddenly appeared, and he gritted his teeth and said, "That's right, at this point, I have nothing to hide. The gods in the heavenly court killed my wife and children. I will never forget this hatred." The invincible emperor was many generations away from him. He didn't have much affection for the invincible emperor, but more of a responsibility to continue the family. But his wife and children were different. Even though it was a long time ago, he still couldn't suppress his hatred when he thought about it. The immortal emperor pupils of the heavenly emperor caused the heavenly court to be wary. The gods came down to earth and could not arrest the heavenly emperor. The victorious heavenly emperor was full of fighting spirit and led the heavenly immortal sect to take the initiative to fight against the heavenly court, which attracted the heavenly court's Tianwei to suppress him. In that battle, the Taixuan imperial domain was affected, countless innocent lives died tragically, and the wife and children of the invincible emperor also died. The reason why he hated it was because his wife and children were not affected by the aftermath of the battle, but because a certain injured god needed blood and chi, and sacrificed the entire city where he was. He happened to be outside the city and escaped, but he witnessed the scene of his wife and children's souls being devoured by the gods. When Guan searched the soul, he did not see the gods in the heavenly court clearly, but he could see the situation at that time, but the gods were blurry. Now the gods in the heavenly court have been calculating him. Even if the Tianling god proposed the strategy of becoming an immortal through merit, he still wanted to guard against the heavenly court. The undefeated imperial clan is a force that can be won over. His Juexa pupil has an absolute suppressive power over the immortal emperor pupil, and he is not afraid of the betrayal of the undefeated emperor ancestor. Serve me as the master. Even if this cause and effect is revealed, you and I are both immortal emperor pupils and belong to the same camp. At least we will not be accepted by the heavenly court, but will only be suppressed. Guan's voice sounded, and the undefeated emperor ancestor was not surprised. When he saw the other party's eyes, he knew that the other party could not be a fairy god in the heavenly court. If he refused, he would not only die, but he was afraid that even the emperor clan would perish. He has been running the business for so many years, and he doesn't want to fail at this point. In his eyes, the undefeated emperor clan is just his weapon for revenge on the heavenly court, but the weapon is not strong enough, so he has to lie dormant. Guan also subdued him because he knew his hatred and his plan for the emperor clan. I can make your immortal emperor pupil stronger. Hearing Guan's words, the pupils of the undefeated emperor suddenly shrank, and he immediately knelt down and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, my lord." Subduing the undefeated emperor ancestor was just an episode. After Guan gave him some tasks, he let him go and continued his peaceful life. Since Yuan Songzi came back, Zhao Rushan has been thinking about impacting the emperor of the Great Dao. This plan has long been circulated within the Dao court. In the previous years, Zhao Rushan could not defeat the emperor Tianhong. He felt that only by becoming the emperor of the Great Dao could he completely get rid of the emperor Tianhong. However, Yuan Songzi did not agree to take him to the Great Dao road, which made Zhao Rushan very dissatisfied. Yuan Songzi felt humiliated when he said he was not ready. If a mortal girl like Xiao Lan could go, why couldn't he? Guan, who occasionally went to accompany Xiao Lan, could see Zhao Rushan's actions. This guy was secretly trying to win over the high-level officials of the Dao court, and he was even plotting a rebellion. Guan had no intention of intervening, as long as Xiao Lan was not affected. Time passed quickly against this background, and the speed of passing was much faster than before. The era of heaven and earth, known as the Taixuan period, was also coming to an end. End of this chapter. 200,000 years after the remodeling of the world, the figures of humans and monsters were everywhere in the Tianling world, and the destiny of the heavenly way that enveloped the world began to change. Those powerful people who comprehended the rules of the world could feel that the destiny of the world would enter a new stage. Time flies. It has been 100,000 years since Guan conquered the undefeated emperor ancestor. 100,000 years is enough to change the world, and only those powerful people who have been in seclusion for a long time have not been affected. Today, the world has a new pattern. A dynasty has risen, named Taixuan. Behind it are many super sects in the world. In 100,000 years, Taixuan has swallowed up the world. Although it has not yet completely unified the world, its momentum has made people all over the world see the spirit of the world's common master. The relationship between Taixuan and Daoting is a little tense. There are many grievances between the two sides, and it is no longer clear who is right and who is wrong. In the early summer of this year, Guan took Emperor Tianhong around the Qinkan sect to watch the recent sect competition. When the battle was over, they came to an inn to drink. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 283,979/18,947,893,809,561. Constitution, Hunyuan Creative Deo Body. Cultivation, Deo Ji de Luocian Realm Perfection. Without fighting and killing, the increase in lifespan is not very fast, but fortunately it is stable enough, and Guan is quite satisfied with this rate of increase. In the next million years, Tianling Great World will not encounter catastrophes, so his life will be very peaceful. He is a Daoji de Luocian Realm Perfection cultivator, and his deduction of the future can already take into account factors outside the sky. The future he calculated includes the impact of the 3,000 Great Worlds on the Tianling Great World, and his deduction ability is far superior to before. However, there are still unknown causes and effects that he cannot calculate. Tianhao has left the Tianling Great World, and it is difficult for the Tianling Great World to attract greater causes and effects. Emperor Tianhong poured wine for Guan and asked curiously, "Master, there have been many geniuses of unknown origin in Qinkan Sect recently. Is it your work?" Guan replied, "Yi Qingshan has been asking me. I have no choice but to introduce a group of geniuses to him. This group of geniuses is not simple. They come from the unbeaten Emperor clan. They are considered first-class geniuses in the Taixuan Emperor domain. When they come to the Tianling world, they are not inferior to Zhao Rushan." Guan first asked the unbeaten Emperor ancestor to arrange 20 people. These 20 people have already established themselves in Qinkan Sect. They are very happy to come to the Tianling world. In the clan, they are nothing, but in the Tianling world, they finally experience the treatment of peerless geniuses. The most important thing is that this is the arrangement of the ancestors. They feel honored to serve the ancestors. Under the instructions of the unbeaten Emperor ancestor, these geniuses behaved very well, did not make trouble, and actively made contributions to the Qinkan Sect. Does Wu Shi have other disciples? Emperor Tianhong asked. The 20 geniuses from the unbeaten emperor stole the show in the Qinkan Sect competition. He felt that these people were as talented as himself, which surprised him. Guan shook his head and said, "It's just a cause and effect with me." Seeing that Guan didn't want to talk, Emperor Tianhong stopped pestering him and led the topic to the 1,000-year battle in the Wuxi Dojo. Every 1,000 years, there will be a one-on-one competition inside the Wuxi Dojo. In the last competition, Emperor Tianhong was ranked with the Blood Prison Great Sage. He was actually defeated by the Blood Prison Great Sage. This frustrated him. He thought he was the second disciple of Wuxi, but he didn't expect that he couldn't beat the seemingly unruly bull demon. But thinking that the Blood Prison Great Sage was the only mount of his master, he was relieved. He wanted to know what magical power the Blood Prison Saint was practicing. It was too overbearing. Guan replied, "The extreme battle method is a Taoist method created by me during my reincarnation. It is a Taoist method different from magical power. It is very difficult to practice." He just barely entered the Tao. The extreme battle method is a Taoist method created by Ji. Among all the disciples, only the battle will of the Blood Prison Saint is qualified to practice the extreme battle method. After hearing this, Emperor Tianhong was thoughtful. He found that his master had many inheritances, and each disciple practiced a different path, and there was no overlap. That was why he did not dare to ask his master to practice the extreme battle method. He believed that the Taoist method passed down by his master was not weak, but he had not yet achieved great success and could not exert its true power. After this competition is over, you go down the mountain to help your master do something. Go to Taixuan, find a person, teach him the method of cultivating immortals, and give him a new name, Tai. Guan looked at the street outside the window and said softly. While speaking, he handed Emperor Tianhong a jade pendant, which could guide Emperor Tianhong to find that person. Emperor Tianhong took the jade pendant and asked, "How far do you need to teach him? Don't you need to bring him back?" Guan replied, "It's up to you. At least let him have the ability to protect himself. You don't need to bring him back, and you don't need to accept him as a disciple, let alone reveal the name of Wu Shi." This order made Emperor Tianhong more interested in that person. The internal competition of Qinkan Sect will last for several months. Because the sect is huge, there are many talented disciples participating in the competition. The 30 winners will go to the Dao court together to participate in the fighting competition symbolizing the world's first talent. The Tianjiao fighting competition, which is held once every 10,000 years, can be regarded as the top event in the world. The competition between Tianjiao will bring unimaginable benefits to the sects behind them. It can be said that if one person gets the Tao, all the chickens and dogs will rise to heaven. After the Qinkan Sect competition ended, Emperor Tianhong set off. Guan came to the Qianling Palace on the seabed. Chen Chuan's parents Su Ling and Chen Luo had already left. They joined Chen Chuan and developed the sword sect together. Because they did not encounter the curse again, Guan naturally paid less attention to them. Even if Chen Chuan is Xiao Chuan's reincarnation, Guan has taken enough care of his parents and there is no need for him to keep watching them. Qianling Palace is lonely. There are patches of medicinal gardens planted in front of the palace. The layout is simple and the colors are pieced together, which has a strange beauty. The deep-sea dragon carp opened his eyes and saw Guan picking herbs. He stood up quickly. Now he has reached the level of Miaofu Lingxian. His temperament has become more mature than before, but he still has a feminine look in his white clothes and long hair. Although he still has a feminine temperament, he already knows the difference between men and women. After practicing in Qianling Palace for more than 200,000 years, he has greater ambitions in his heart. Master, when can I adopt a few disciples to relieve my boredom? The deep-sea dragon carp came to Guan and asked cautiously. Ever since Chen Luo and his wife left, he has felt very lonely and usually has no one to talk to. Guan ignored his sigh, knowing what he was thinking, so he said, when you reach the free fairy land, I will allow you to travel for 1,000 years and personally select 9 disciples to bring back. Free fairy land? Deep-sea dragon carp's face changed slightly. Doesn't it mean he has to wait another million years? However, when he thought of his own ambitions, he felt that even the free realm cultivation was far from enough. Being able to cultivate 9 disciples in the free fairy land would definitely be of great help to his future cause. Thank you, Master. Deep-sea dragon carp immediately bowed and thanked Guan. End of this chapter. Guan did not look at the deep-sea dragon carp, he continued to pick herbs. He was filled with emotion. As the disciples practiced hard for longer and longer, they began to have ambitions in their hearts. This is normal, as cultivation is aimed at a certain goal. Guan will not restrict his disciples for life. With his promise to the deep-sea dragon carp, the fate of the deep-sea dragon carp changed. A long time later, he would unify the ocean monsters of the Tianling world, and he would even turn into a dragon and establish the Dragon Palace. He would have an unprecedented and peerless war with the immortal cultivation world on the mainland, a war that would change the era. Guan saw the scenes of the future and did not think it was a bad thing. Such a fight is the choice of heaven and earth. Without the deep-sea dragon carp, there would be others to do it. He could not judge that all fights are absolutely evil. It is worth mentioning that when the catastrophe comes, the deep-sea dragon carp will still face the disciples of Wuxi, but the two sides do not know each other. The deep-sea dragon carp didn't know that Guan was spying on his future. He followed Guan step by step, telling him about his recent confusion in cultivation, and Guan gave him instructions one by one. His cultivation of the deep-sea dragon carp was not inferior to that of the Wuxi disciples. After all, the deep-sea dragon carp took care of the medicine garden of the Qianling Palace alone, and his contribution was great. The deep-sea dragon carp was in the realm of Miaofu Lingxian, and the disciples in the Wuxi Dao Kang, the lowest cultivation level was also Miaofu Lingxian. Among them, an Xian and the Blood Prison Great Sage had crossed the Daoxixuan Immortal Realm and reached the Shennian Zhenxian Realm. Although their strength was not strong, Guan was satisfied with their growth rate. After all, not everyone was as open as him. No matter how strong the talent was, it would take a long time to accumulate cultivation. Under the spectacular blue sky, there were mountains, and there were towering trees standing taller than the surrounding majestic mountains. There was more than one such tree. Under a giant tree, thousands of cultivators gathered together. Even if so many people gathered together, the diameter of the area they occupied was far less than the width of the main trunk of the giant tree. Zhu Shi, the reincarnation of Shengtian, who was once the lord of the holy court of Tianling Great Heaven and Earth, was standing in the crowd, listening to the speech of the person in the front. The holy court is overbearing and controls the life and death of all living beings in the world. They control reincarnation and divide the land where all living beings live. Those who are expelled by the Holy Court must leave the Taiwei Great World, but the outside of the Taiwei Great World is a dark restricted area, where countless evil demons and ghosts lurk, waiting for living souls to be sent into their mouths. We are imprisoned here, and only exile awaits us. Zhu Shi was wearing a blue and white body-constricting Taoist robe, with her hair tied casually, and she looked like a chivalrous woman in the rivers and lakes. Listening to the man's speech, her thoughts drifted away and a bitter smile appeared on her face. She was originally wandering in another big world. After awakening her original soul, she was already a Xianyuan Zizaixian. She re-established her own sect. Because of the sectarian dispute, she was jointly targeted by the major local sects. In the melee, she performed a secret method, broke the void, and escaped into the turbulent flow of the avenue. When she woke up again, she came to the Taiwei world. Just as she was about to learn about the new world, a group of cultivators descended from the sky and said that she was an outsider who had to be imprisoned, and then she came here. This small world is the place where the God Court imprisoned countless creatures, and there were even many beings whose cultivation was far superior to hers. She wandered around here until someone wooed her and asked her if she wanted to escape. Zhu Shi had traveled through many worlds and knew that her fate was in her own hands. She couldn't just sit and wait for death, so she followed. The thousands of people around her had a cultivation level of at least the free fairy land, and the Taoism of the person who was speaking was even more unfathomable, which reminded her of the enemies she faced when she left the Tianling world. I'm afraid that even if my master is here, his Taoism is not as high as his. Such a terrible cultivation level was suppressed by the God Court. How terrible must this God Court be? Zhu Shi was secretly shocked. When she thought of her master, she felt a little melancholy. After more than 200,000 years of separation, she couldn't find the way back to the Tianling world. She even felt that she would never be able to return to the Tianling world in this lifetime. After leaving the Tianling world, she realized how vast the Great Dao was. Because of this, she had a greater ambition in her heart. She wanted to restore the Holy Court, and she wanted to make the Holy Court a transcendent existence above the 3,000 worlds. Right now, she had to find a way to escape from this place. The more dangerous the situation, the more she felt that she could encounter a great opportunity. This Taiwei world must be hiding a great opportunity that she could not imagine. How high do you think his cultivation is? A voice suddenly came into Zhu Shi's ears, causing her to turn her head to look. A handsome man came to her side with a smile on his face, which was in sharp contrast to the solemn expressions on the faces of the people around him. How high? Zhu Shi asked. The handsome man smiled and said, he is an innate golden immortal, above the Lucian Zizai immortal. Zhu Shi's pupils suddenly dilated. In the previous big world, she had heard the legend of the innate golden immortal, but she did not expect that she would meet an innate golden immortal in such a place. The handsome man continued, there are dozens of Xiantian golden immortals here. Do you know what realm the divine court cultivator guarding this place is in? What realm? That person's realm is Hengtian Golden Immortal Realm, which is above Xiantian Golden Immortal. He has 100 Xiantian Golden Immortals under his command to suppress this place. In the divine court, Hengtian Golden Immortal is by no means the top. His words made Zhu Shi frown, and she couldn't help but feel desperate. With such a big gap in cultivation, how could she escape? No matter how you look at it, the next actions of this group of people will fail. The handsome man looked at Zhu Shi and said with a smile, I have a way to take you out. Zhu Shi frowned and asked vigilantly, you and I don't know each other, why do you want to help me? The handsome man raised his mouth and said, you have the karma of the heavenly court. You seem to have a relationship with a certain immortal god in the heavenly court. Zhu Shi frowned even more. Don't think too much. I was going to escape anyway. Seeing that you have such a karma, I took you with me. The handsome man shrugged and said with a light smile on his face. Zhu Shi thought about it and thought that she could test this person first. She said, my name is Zhu Shi. May I know your name? The handsome man replied, my name is Meng Lang. Meng Lang? Such a common name. Zhu Shi has met people with this name in many places. She looked around and asked in confusion, other people don't seem to hear us talking. The handsome man named Meng Lang smiled and said, that's natural. After all, we are plotting to escape. How can we publicize it? What are you going to do? Are you also a Hengtian Jinxian? Zhu Shi stared at Meng Lang and asked seriously. Meng Lang shook his head and said, Hengtian Jinxian has great magical powers, but I am not. Zhu Shi asked, then are you a Xiantian Jinxian? End of this chapter. It's not the Xiantian Golden Immortal either. Meng Lang replied, causing Zhu Shi to frown again, feeling a little disappointed. The reason why she didn't guess above the Hengtian Golden Immortal was that she felt that such a transcendent being couldn't be trapped here. She stared at Meng Lang, hoping that Meng Lang could convince her. What kind of support did Meng Lang have that made him feel that he could take her out? If he didn't make it clear, she wouldn't go with Meng Lang. Meng Lang looked forward, and the Xiantian Golden Immortal was still giving an excited speech, which made the people present excited and full of fighting spirit. Rather than waiting to die, it's better to fight to the death. The water in Taiwei world is really deep. Meng Lang, also known as Guan, thought so. Guan calculated that Zhu Shi was in trouble in the Tianling world, so he came to help. He transformed into Meng Lang just because he didn't want to be involved in too many causes and effects. After arriving at the Taiwei world, Guan discovered that there were actually several Deluo immortals hidden inside this world, and even some causes and effects of heaven and earth could not be calculated. He had heard before that among the 3,000 worlds, there were a few worlds with a foundation far exceeding that of other worlds. Today he knew it was true. This innate golden immortal had already laid out a formation, thinking that he could isolate people from prying eyes and incite people's hearts. Little did he know that at this moment, a taking golden immortal was staring at him. That's right, it was not Hengtian Golden Immortal, but taking golden immortal. The taking golden immortal stood above the heaven and earth, playing with two beads in his hands. His face was so cold, and his eyes reflected the scene of Zhu Shi and others gathering together. If Guan did not take action, Zhu Shi would be caught by this taking golden immortal after escaping with this group of people, and then taken back to the Taoist temple, and finally refined into a ghost weapon. Not only that, Guan also felt the breath of an immortal god in the Taiwei world. This immortal god was located deep in the divine court and was stronger than Tai Immortal Lord. This forced Guan to guess the relationship between Taiwei Divine Court and Heavenly Court. If you don't explain clearly, I can't go with you. Who are you and how can you help me? Zhu Shi's voice interrupted Guan's thoughts. Guan smiled and said, don't ask so many questions. Just watch. Zhu Shi frowned and was about to say more when the innate golden immortal who was speaking suddenly burst out with a strong momentum, attracting her attention. Everyone, as long as the escape is confirmed, we can't delay. Now we can kill our way out. I will open a tunnel, but I don't know where this tunnel will lead to. It is likely to lead to the interior of the God's court. We have to adapt to the situation. The innate golden immortal said while casting a spell. As he drew a circle with his hands, a black hole appeared in front of him and expanded rapidly. The space-time lightning was intertwined around it. The darkness inside was chilling and looked so terrible. When the black hole stabilized, he took the lead in drilling into it, followed by others. Some people hesitated, but seeing that the people in front of them had gone in, they gritted their teeth and followed them. Zhu Shi was about to ask Guan, but she saw Guan following. This made her feel absurd. This person's method was to follow these people? Then what was the point of saying so much before? Even without this person, she would have followed. Zhu Shi cursed a few words in her heart, and then took a step to follow. She came behind Guan and stared at his back with an unfriendly look. If eyes could kill, Guan would have been reduced to ashes. The two of them stepped into the black hole one after the other. As soon as they entered the black hole, Zhu Shi's vision was swallowed by darkness, and even her mind could not see anything. Fortunately, she could feel the surge of spiritual energy, and she could also hear the footsteps of Guan in front of her. Is this your plan? Even without you, I will follow him. Zhu Shi gritted her teeth and said with a dissatisfied tone. Guan's voice followed. The real trouble is after you get out. Without me, you will definitely die. These words made Zhu Shi doubtful and she could only suppress her confusion and be alert to her surroundings. She did not completely trust the innate golden immortal who took the lead, but she had no choice but to follow. They were moving forward very quickly, and Zhu Shi clearly felt that the spiritual energy along the way was getting stronger and stronger. This means that they are getting closer and closer to the exit? Zhu Shi became more nervous and began to imagine what she would encounter after getting out. After a while, finally, there was light in front. Zhu Shi heard the voices of the people around her. Most people were surprised. They didn't expect to escape from the repressive place. As the light in front became brighter and brighter, Zhu Shi gradually saw Guan's back. For some reason, she was a little dazed and felt that she seemed to have seen this person's back somewhere. Soon, she followed Guan into a strong light, and her mind was restored at once. She felt that the people in front of her stopped one after another, and she also stopped. She opened her eyes and looked forward. Her face froze instantly. Not only her, but other fugitives also looked forward in disbelief. Ahead was a magnificent and boundless forest, like another world, but everyone's eyes were on the sky above the forest. Above the sea of clouds, countless purple-armored figures stood on the clouds, each holding a magic weapon. Looking around, it was impossible to count how many people there were. The momentum of the army was full of oppression. The leading Xiantian Jingxian's face turned livid, as if he didn't expect that there were so many enemies guarding outside. Your Highness, you are the Prince of the Divine Court, why do you want to rebel? A voice resounded through the world, and the fugitives were in an uproar. They didn't expect that this Xiantian Jingxian was actually the Prince of the Divine Court. Zhu Shi frowned. She just felt bad. Obviously, she was involved in a bigger cause and effect. If she hadn't been instigated before, she would never have had such trouble now if she stayed in that guarded place. The innate golden immortal took a deep breath, took 2 steps forward, and shouted loudly, General Zhu, you are the eternal general of the Divine Court. You have protected the great world many times, and the common people admire you. Now the Divine Court has become a running dog of the immortal gods. In the past million years, how many innocent lives have died in the Divine Court's offerings to the immortal gods? Are you really indifferent? That immortal god is greedy and will go further. One day he will target the foundation of our Divine Court. We can't gamble with the Divine Court. These words made the fugitives even more uneasy. How could it involve immortal gods? Even in the Taiwei Great World, immortal gods are illusory legends. Like Zhu Shi, they all felt that things had become extremely bad. It involved the Prince of the Divine Court and the immortal gods. What awaited them might be an irreversible end. Zhu Shi turned her head to look at Guan, and saw that there was no tension on his face, which made her even more curious. How would this person take her away? Could it be related to that immortal god? From what the Prince of Shenting said, the immortal god was very evil, but for Zuxi, an outsider, the good and evil of this world had nothing to do with her for the time being, and she just wanted to escape. End of this chapter. When the words of the Crown Prince of the Divine Court fell, a tall figure appeared above the clouds and the vast purple-armored army. Under the sunlight, the figure seemed illusory, like a mirage. Zhu Shenjiang? He was high above, overlooking the world, wearing heavy and powerful red armor, with a majestic face and eyebrows like 2 clouds of fire. His long hair was coiled under the divine crown, and 7 fan-shaped giant swords were suspended behind his head, each shining with a different divine light, as if 7 kinds of divine power stood behind him. In front of Zhu Shenjiang, Zhu Shi and the fugitives were in awe, and some even knelt down directly because they could not bear the pressure. Zhu Shenjiang's right hand was half raised, and he was playing with 2 beads in his palm. It was like 2 stars were squeezing in his hand, which was very shocking. Your Highness, how dare you slander the gods and question the divine court? If His Majesty knew about this, how sad he would be. Zhu Shenjiang's voice rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, a vertical eye suddenly opened on his forehead, and a terrible red light burst out from it, falling from the sky at an extremely fast speed. Everything happened too fast, so fast that the Divine Court Crown Prince had no time to react. Boom! The red light fell on the Divine Court Crown Prince, and the terrible impact force blew away the fugitives. Some people tried to escape, but the tunnel created by the Divine Court Crown Prince had disappeared. The fugitives were about to jump up, but they were held down by an unimaginable pressure and even knelt on the ground. The wind was howling, the gravel was flying, the mountains and forests were rolled up, and everything seemed to be the end of the world. Zhu Shi was pressed down to half kneel down. She looked up with difficulty, her pupils trembling, and her eyes were full of fear. What a terrible suppression force. She couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if the other party attacked with all his strength. The red light in front of him dissipated, and only a skeleton of the Prince of Shenting remained, shaking and trembling, and finally falling to the ground. This scene made thousands of other fugitives feel desperate. Even the Prince of Shenting had to die. How could they survive? The expression of Zhu Shenjiang, who was high above, was so indifferent, as if he was not killing the Prince of Shenting, but a bug. The countless purple-armored divine soldiers standing above the clouds were also expressionless, making the atmosphere of despair even worse. Zhu Shenjiang turned over his right hand, and the 2 beads in his hand fell down. In the process of falling, they burst into brilliant light, making the world pale. When the strong light fell, Zhu Shi couldn't help but look at Guan beside her, gritted her teeth and asked, "Didn't you say there was a way?" Guan glanced at her, with the corners of his mouth raised. His smile was so conceited in Zhu Shi's eyes, and it seemed abnormally crazy at this moment. Zhu Shi didn't understand why this person could still smile. The scorching air wave fell from the sky, causing her consciousness to fall into a blank in an instant. Boom! There was a shocking explosion on the earth, countless trees were blown away like grass, and countless divine soldiers of the god court looked down at all this indifferently. Zhu Shenjiang's expression changed, and greed appeared in his eyes. At dusk, Zhu Shi, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of bloodshot. She gasped for breath, as if she had woken up from a nightmare. She immediately sat up and saw Guan's figure. Guan was sitting in the open space next to him, with a fire burning in front of him. He held a mirror in his hand, as if looking in the mirror. Zhu Shi came back to her senses and subconsciously looked in other directions. She found herself on a cliff. In the distance, there were continuous mountains, and the ridges were covered with clouds, which were as beautiful as a painting. Have we escaped? Zhu Shi looked at Guan and asked nervously. Guan stared at the 7-star mirror in his hand and said, "Well, we have escaped, but we are still in the Taiwei world." After his transformation, the 7-star mirror has become a Taoist treasure. The mirror reflects the human scene of the Taiwei world. He is spying on this human world. Zhu Shi was relieved when she heard his words. She stood up and bowed to Guan to thank him for saving her life. "Senior, I have something else to do. I'll leave first." Zhu Shi left after saying this. "Don't you want to become stronger?" Guan's voice came, and this sentence made Zhu Shi's steps settle down. She turned her head and looked at Guan with complicated eyes. Guan still didn't look at her, and his eyes were always fixed on the 7-star mirror. Tianling World, Taixuan Sect. Early in the morning, Guan and Tianling God walked on the street. The two seemed to be strolling, but they were talking about major events at the level of the universe. "I learned from my best friend that the atmosphere in the heavenly court is not right now. It is said that it involves the dispute between the Emperor of Heaven. Countless unimaginable big hands are secretly planning, and even the level of the gods can hear the wind." Tianling God said with a serious face. At Guan's suggestion, he began to improve his relationship with other gods. The best friend he was talking about was the immortal god from Piamiao Xianting. Guan looked at the roadside stalls and asked, "Does it involve Tianhao?" It seems that Tai Xianjun and Sun Su Xianjun came for him before. Tianlingshan shook his head and said, "Even if Tianhao is the predecessor, he is far from competing for the position of the Emperor of Heaven. Let alone him, even if he is an immortal, his rank is extremely far away from the Emperor of Heaven. Moreover, this fight will not break out immediately. It is estimated that it will be brewing for a long time. One day, the world will also feel the dispute in the heavenly court." Although he did not know much about the heavenly court, he at least knew what the Emperor of Heaven symbolized. That is the supreme status and power, symbolizing the strongest heaven. Speaking of which, I found immortals and gods in the Taiwei world. He and the Shenting. Guan recounted what he saw and heard in the Taiwei world. 100 years have passed since Zhu Shi was rescued. Now Zhu Shi is accompanied by his clone. In addition to spying on the human world through the 7-star mirror, he occasionally wanders around the human world in the Taiwei world. The divine court is constantly recruiting followers from all over the country. Mortals who become followers will cut off contact with their families forever. Some places will compensate their families, but some places will forcibly recruit them. Guan saw that all these followers were sent into a huge alchemy furnace, which was refining some kind of elixir, but it has not been refined yet. This should be what the immortal god asked for, and the divine court has been offering sacrifices for this for 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years have passed, and the alchemy furnace has filled the lives of countless mortals, but no elixir has been produced. This made him very curious about the origin of this elixir. He also told the Tianling god about this, hoping that the Tianling god could explain it. Tianling god frowned and said, "It is not uncommon to use living spirits to make elixirs. I don't know what kind of elixir that immortal god will make, but it has been refined for so long and has not yet been released. I am afraid it is related to the dispute with the Emperor of Heaven. Taiwei world is one of the top worlds among the 3,000 worlds. I suspect that there are other worlds that are doing the same thing." He did not rebuke the immortal god's behavior. He was more worried. He knew the style of the immortal gods. The immortal gods would also indulge in evil, but they would not leave any traces. In other words, Taiwei world will perish sooner or later. If such a situation occurs in many worlds, then in the future, the 3,000 worlds may be destroyed, and then the heavenly court will open up the 3,000 worlds again. Tianling god's face was extremely solemn, and his words also changed Guan's eyes. End of this chapter. The 3,000 worlds will be destroyed? Guan was also surprised to hear this. In his opinion, although the immortals and gods are overbearing and treat the common people as nothing, they will abide by the so-called heavenly rules. Even if they want to destroy the world, they must have a legitimate reason. The heavenly court does have the power to destroy the 3,000 worlds at one time, but does it not violate the heavenly rules to do so? Guan suddenly felt that the so-called heavenly rules were also very flexible. When it comes to the supreme ruler, the heavenly rules are a joke. What do you think we should do? Tianling God looked at Guan and asked seriously. The gods guarding the universe began to move, trying to find a way out. For them, the universe represents divine power. If the universe is gone, their status will be shaken, and even their cultivation will be backfired. The gods regard the common people as ants. Doesn't the supreme being of the heavenly court also regard the gods as ants? Guan stopped and looked at the spirit beast squatting in front of the street stalls. He replied, let it be. Before things happen, the only thing you can do is to practice hard. Tianling God had no choice but to give up. Thinking of Guan's unfathomable cultivation, he felt that when the catastrophe of the dispute between the Emperor of Heaven spread to the Tianling world, perhaps the difficulties he faced would not be as difficult as now. Then, he continued to tell about his previous trip out. Guan listened carefully. Only they could hear the conversation between the two. Even if they walked on the busy streets, they did not attract any attention. After the two played in Cultivate Sect for half a day, Tianling God returned to the gate of the world. Guan continued to wander around the city. Because of the addition of 20 geniuses from the undefeated imperial clan, Cultivate Sect was changing with each passing day and ushered in an unprecedented period of soaring. The first genius Yuan Luo also continued to enhance the reputation of Cultivate Sect and attract more people to come and become his disciples. At dusk, Guan stopped with a wine gourd in his hand, drinking and watching the excitement. The disciples on the street were watching a dispute. The two sides were two young male disciples. One of them was a genius, but was abandoned during his training outside and was being humiliated by another disciple. The other disciple was the descendant of an elder in the sect, so no one dared to step forward to stop him. Guan had no intention of intervening. He looked at this scene with great emotion. For the disciples of Cultivate Sect, the sect was the world of the world. For the people of the world was vast and boundless. They did not know that the world was as small as dust in front of some existences. Guan was thinking, what kind of rules should be followed for the path he wanted to open up? He felt that he could find his true heart in the world of mortals, because he himself started from a humble beginning. Time passed slowly, and another 400 years passed. In a valley, Zhu Xi, dressed in black, stood on the lake. She held a long sword in her hand, with the blade across her face, and she closed her eyes. Guan lay on the grass by the lake, holding a 7-star mirror in his hand, spying on the human scene of the Taixuan world. The Prince of Shenting is just a microcosm. There are many people in this world who want to rebel against Shenting and the immortal god. The Prince of Shenting was also persuaded. These people have united into a force, but they are not as powerful as Shenting, so they can only lie dormant in secret. Whenever someone is captured to become a disciple of God, these people will show up, win over the descendants or brothers and sisters of the disciples, and win them over with hatred. But Guan saw the leader of this force kneeling to the Lord of Shenting in secret. All this was calculated. Shenting has too deep a control over the Taixuan world. It is extremely difficult for this world to overthrow their rule. However, as Guan taught Zhu Xi to practice, he saw the variables. Zhu Xi will go to the opposite side of the divine court. As long as she can solve the immortal god, she can replace the divine court. Boom! A vast sword intent blew from the lake, and the strong wind blew the flowers and plants, causing green waves to appear on the grass around Guan. Guan slowly sat up and put the 7-star mirror in his arms. He looked at Zhu Xi on the lake. Zhu Xi still held the sword, and her sword intent turned into substance, forming thousands of silver stars floating on the lake. The picture was beautiful and fantastic. Her skirt fluttered constantly, and her long hair fluttered, with a detached temperament. Finally, I entered the Tao. This speed is worthy of the aptitude of Shengtian. Guan thought to himself. Zhu Xi's previous life was Shengtian, invincible in the world, symbolizing the strongest talent in the world. The sword intent that Zhu Xi comprehended was the Holy Heart Sword Dao. The Holy Heart Sword Dao was created by his reincarnation body Yangxian, attached to the long river of swordsmanship, and he did not need to use his life to evolve to improve it. The Holy Heart Sword Dao is also getting stronger. In addition to mastering the Sacred Heart Sword, Guan has used the Dao to help Zhu Xi practice over the years, and she has also had many insights and wonderful ideas, and perhaps she can practice a different Sacred Heart Sword. Zhu Xi opened her eyes. Her eyes were sharp, as if 2 sword beams burst out of her eyes, and she slowly raised her head. She already felt that in an extremely distant place, the Sacred Heart Sword was guiding her. This feeling was very subtle, and she could even borrow the power of the Sacred Heart Sword. She turned to look at Guan in the distance, and her figure flashed, and she appeared in front of Guan out of thin air. Bowed and saluted, saying, "Senior, I have barely entered the Dao." Guan stood up, looked at her, smiled, and said, "In this case, then you and I should part ways. Do you want to stay in Taixuan world or go out? I can help you again." Zhu Xi was stunned. She didn't expect Guan to leave today, but she was embarrassed to keep him, so she could only answer, "I want to stay." "Then you have to think about it. I won't help you later. This world is brewing a terrible disaster. Even if you practice for tens of millions of years, it will be difficult to reverse it," Guan said seriously. Zhu Xi took a deep breath and said, "I have thought about it a long time ago. The spiritual energy and the avenue of this world are stronger than the worlds I have been to before, and there are problems within the ruling forces here. For me, there is room for growth. I want to stay, maybe I can achieve great things here." Guan smiled, said no more, and turned away. Zhu Xi looked at his back and suddenly knelt down. She gritted her teeth and said, "Thank you for your kindness, master. I have never been filial to you. One day, I will appear in front of you and make you proud of me." Guan did not stop, and his figure disappeared. Zhu Shi could not catch a trace of Guan's breath, and her heart felt empty. After so many years of getting along, she finally recognized that this Meng Lang was her master in the Tianling world, Guan, known as the Sword Master of Fudao. It's just that she couldn't tell whether her master came for her or just happened to pass by this world. She felt that it was most likely that he was passing by, which just showed that this world was not simple. Immortal God. Zhu Shi's eyes flickered, and there was a sense of ambition in her eyes, which made her face majestic and full of oppression. End of this chapter. After parting with Zhu Shi, Guan's life fell into peace again. He studied and created the Dao, but this road was extremely difficult, and he always made this Dao great Loxian ponder. The years passed quickly. Another 100,000 years passed. This year, the Taixuan dynasty launched a surprise attack on the Dao court, which set off a war in the world. Taixuan dynasty, the imperial palace, in the imperial garden. While pouring wine for Guan, Li Sundao sighed that Taixuan is really powerful. He dared to attack the Dao court. Regardless of success or failure, the courage of the Emperor Taixuan is enough to make me admire. Taixuan is the strongest dynasty in the world. Although the Taixuan dynasty has not been annexed by it, it can still feel its power. If it weren't for the grudges between Taixuan and the Dao court, Li Sundao felt that Taixuan would sooner or later attack the Taixuan continent. Guan played with the jade statue given to him by Li Sundao, and said with a smile, "Why, your majesty also wants to learn from Taixuan." He had been to Taixuan for a visit. Taixuan was filled with a belligerent atmosphere from top to bottom. The war against Dao court was not because of grudges, but just to achieve hegemony through grudges. Behind Taixuan are many powerful sects, which is also their confidence. Next, the two forces will fight for thousands of years, killing the world until Zhao Rushan led Dao court to suppress Taixuan and ascended the throne of the Lord of Dao court. At this point, the Taixuan period came to an end. In the future, it will be an era called the Taigu period. This era is much longer than the Taixuan period. The final battle of the Taigu period will make the world fall into desolation, thus entering the ancient period. Guan's eyes can see a very far period, even to the Tianyuan period where Ji came from. It's just that the future Tianyuan period is completely different from the Tianyuan period where Ji is. However, Ji must be born. If he doesn't exist, the memory he brings to Guan is illusory. It's a lie to say I don't want to learn. As an emperor, who doesn't want to unify the world? However, Daoding is too strong. I won't drag the people of Taixuan to die without the assurance of victory. Li Sundao shook his head and said. He has now reached the level of Xiaoao Yuanxian. Although his cultivation speed is not as fast as that of Washi's disciples, it is still fast in the world. The two chatted about world affairs, and from time to time they talked about Li Ya, Yangjian, Longtang, and others. Now, the person Li Sundao values most is not Yangjian, nor the prince, but Longtang. As the son of Longqing and the current ancestor of the Long family, Longtang has grown up and has reached the level of Miaofa Lingxian. He symbolizes the strongest talent of the Taixuan dynasty and is a world-famous genius. Li Sundao asked curiously, by the way, I've always wanted to ask, Longtang's cultivation speed is getting faster and faster, even Yangjian is surprised, are you cultivating him secretly behind the scenes? Miaofa Lingxian is the 6th level of the immortal way, which can be free and unrestrained in the sky. To reach the realm of Miaofa Lingxian before 1,000,000 years old is a rare talent among billions of creatures. Guan picked up the wine glass and smiled, see through but don't say it. He really liked Longtang, and often transformed into other people to get close to Longtang. Longtang can be what he is today, thanks to his Taoism. When Longtang was practicing, his Taoism enveloped Longtang and helped him realize the Tao. Longtang didn't know about this yet. In fact, although Guan's Taoism can help people, it is more of a push and pull. If Longtang's understanding is extremely mediocre, he can't cultivate his current accomplishments even if he helps him with Taoism every day. After hearing this, Li Sundao was even happier and began to invite wine. The two drank for 2 hours before Guan said goodbye and left. Li Sundao looked at Guan's departing back and couldn't help asking, Guan, how long can such days last? 100,000 years was so long for him, not to mention that he was the emperor, and he faced far more separations and deaths than ordinary people. He even sent away many descendants, and the ministers in the court were replaced one after another. Only when facing Guan, his heart would come down, and he would feel that some things could not be erased by time. The most ruthless is the imperial family, and Li Sundao has completely become a lonely man. Guan raised the jade statue in his hand and said, until you hate it. Li Sundao looked at him suddenly disappearing, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing, whispering to himself, how can I hate it? His face gradually became complicated. He didn't get up, and still sat at the wine table, wondering what he was thinking. After leaving the Taixuan dynasty, Guan appeared on the sea of clouds and walked forward. People's hearts are always changing. Guan sighed. He didn't want to interfere too much in Li Sundao's life. Li Sundao had been the emperor for too long. When the Taixuan dynasty stopped expanding, internal conflicts would erupt. He had executed the rebellious royal children, which made him more and more distant from the royal family. Li Yai and Li Lingtian had long been free in the world and never came back. When Guan didn't look for him, he was always bored in the bedroom or the imperial study, either practicing or reading. Not only Li Sundeo, but other old friends also encountered difficulties in life. These difficulties were not caused by the environment, but more by the state of mind. The journey of cultivating immortals is long. When you can't break through for many years, your fighting spirit will weaken and your thoughts will start to get confused. Ambition and emotions are intertwined, just like the human heart in the world, which is complicated and difficult to control. Not to mention them, Guan will occasionally be impetuous, especially when the road to creating the Tao is not smooth. Because of this, Guan likes to travel around the world. He has been to all the major sects and dynasties in the world. All kinds of creatures always calm his Dao heart quickly. The reason why he went to drink with Li Sundeo today was because his Dao creation road finally improved. He was in a good mood and wanted to drink with friends. Li Ya was busy taking revenge, so it was difficult for Guan to find him, so he could only find his father. When Guan met Li Sundeo, Guan was still very weak, so when he saw Li Sundeo, he could think of his own weak time, which was a feeling that friends made after becoming strong could not bring. Soon, Guan disappeared above the sea of clouds. He came to Xiao Yan's cave and replaced with his clone. Xiao Lan was about to come out of retreat. After returning from the Great Dao Road, her cultivation growth slowed down. Even if she retreated for 100,000 years, she could not see the hope of a breakthrough, which made her heart very irritable. Brother Gu. The voice came before the person arrived. Guan, who was admiring flowers and plants, was about to turn around when he was pounced on by Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan wanted to kiss him without saying a word and stripped his clothes. Although there were only 2 of them in the cave, it was the first time that Guan encountered such roughness. A few days later, Xiao Lan stood up from the grass, she straightened her clothes, looked into the distance, and sighed, Brother Gu, I suddenly feel that I am not a real genius, and I am beginning to encounter bottlenecks. Guan stood up, looked at her profile, and asked, how about we have a sparring match? Xiao Lan turned her head to look at him and shook her head slightly. Brother Gu, I don't need to rebuild my confidence by winning you. Even if I win you many times, my Taoism will not increase because of this. Xiao Lan said this, with a look of nostalgia on her face. If she defeated a strong enemy on the road of the avenue, at the end of the battle, the spiritual energy of the avenue would surge towards her, and she could quickly increase her cultivation in a short period of time. That feeling was so wonderful that she still misses it. Who said I want to lose to you? Guan's voice interrupted Xiao Yan's thoughts and made her look into his eyes. Xiao Lan was stunned. It was the first time she saw Guan's expression so serious. She curled her lips and said, What? Do you want me to let you go? Guan stared at her and said faintly, Even if you go all out, you can't beat me. Seeing that Guan didn't look like he was joking, Xiao Lan was confused, but she also had her own pride and didn't want to admit defeat. Then come on. Xiao Lan raised her hand and waved to Guan, with a master's demeanor. Guan raised the corner of his mouth and gently moved his right foot. In an instant, the whole world changed suddenly, the sky became dim, the flowers and plants on the earth disappeared, and the endless wasteland appeared under the feet of the two. This sudden change in the environment made Xiao Yan's face change drastically. She looked around and felt that everything around her was not an illusion. What's going on? She turned her head to look at Guan and asked vigilantly, Are you really my brother Gu? Guan smiled and said, Lanner, think about it carefully, do you really know my origins? Since you were sensible, I have been in Xiaozhuang. Before coming to Xiaozhuang, did you know who I was? Who are you? Xiao Lan listened to Guan's words, and the uneasiness in her heart disappeared. As long as Guan was still him, she would not be afraid. Guan took out the Qinghong sword, holding the scabbard in his hand, and said, Show me your full strength first. Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and her figure flashed. Boom. Xiao Lan appeared in front of Guan out of thin air, holding the bailing sword in her hand, and the tip of the sword was only 10 centimeters away from Guan's shoulder. The ground under their feet was broken, and countless gravel flew, as if the world could not withstand the pressure and was collapsing. However, it was these 10 centimeters that Xiao Lan could not push forward. Her pupils suddenly dilated. She didn't expect Guan to be so powerful. Guan held the scabbard of the Qinghong sword in his hand, and he pushed forward. Xiao Lan only felt a terrible force like a tidal wave crushing her. She was pushed out uncontrollably, like a sharp arrow disappearing at the end of the world. Along the way, Xiao Lan smashed dozens of giant mountains, leaving a long dragon of dust along the way, and countless rocks floating in the air, which was particularly spectacular. Xiao Lan quickly flew out of the rolling dust. She did not look embarrassed. She was surrounded by visible qi. She looked in the direction of Guan, her eyes full of fear. Just then, she actually felt a sense of death. The earth and mountains trembled violently, and a cloud of dust rose in the distance. In the vast dust, there was a figure that was rising rapidly. It was Guan. Xiao Lan could feel Guan's gaze. She could no longer think about why Guan was so powerful. She immediately raised her sword, and the sword intent soared into the sky. Sword shadows appeared around her, increasing rapidly, and the coverage area expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the sword shadows covered a radius of tens of millions of miles. As Xiao Lan raised her sword, endless sword shadows rose up, like stars flying into the universe. The sword energy formed a tail, and it was like the rising of the aurora, which was extremely magnificent. Xiao Lan swung her sword at Guan, and the sword shadows from all directions followed suit. All the sword shadows slashed out sword energy, shaking the world, and were unstoppable. The earth trembled, the sky was torn apart. In front of such a mighty sword energy, everything seemed fragile. Guan did not use his magical powers, he flew straight towards Xiaolan. The speed suddenly increased. Like a thunder, tearing open the ocean of sword energy between heaven and earth, the sky seemed to be cut in half. Clang! Xiao Yan's Bai Ling sword blocked Guan's scabbard. At this moment, she felt her blood boiling and was very uncomfortable. She looked at Guan and found that his face was so indifferent, and there was no emotion in his eyes. Such an expression deeply stimulated Xiaolan. She jumped up, disappeared in front of Guan, and then appeared behind him. Xiaolan sacrificed 72 large flags and quickly surrounded Guan almost instantly. The formation was formed, and thousands of thunders burst out and intertwined on Guan. Guan slowly turned around, and the lightning disappeared when it was about to touch him, making a layer of untouchable area appear around him. Xiao Yan's face changed slightly. She put the Bai Ling sword into the storage bag. She cast a spell with both hands. The lightning changed color and turned into purple lightning. Like a dragon or a snake, it rushed towards Guan frantically. The light of the formation also surged, illuminating the whole world. Is this all you can do? Guan's voice rang out, causing Xiao Yan's fighting spirit to surge. Boom, boom, boom. The sky and the earth roared. The earth continued to break, the rubble hit the sky, and the dark sky began to twist, as if it could not withstand this battle. An hour later, in the ruins, Xiaolan half knelt on a large rock. She held the Bai Ling sword in one hand and supported her body with the Bai Ling sword. Her hair was messy, her clothes were dirty and torn, and she looked very embarrassed. She looked up with difficulty and saw Guan falling from the sky and floating in front of her. Compared with her, Guan seemed to have not fought a battle. There was no dust on his body, and there was no sweat or blood on his face. How strong am I? Guan asked. Xiaolan pouted and said, very strong, I can't beat you. After being shocked, she felt a little aggrieved. She was so sweet a few days ago, but he was so strict today. Guan smiled and said, as long as you can defeat me, you can become the great Dao Emperor, and I can teach you how to practice. Hearing this, Xiaolan looked at him, she stood up with difficulty, and asked, have you been to the Great Dao Road? Yes. Then when I told you about the Great Dao Road before, you pretended to be so curious. Xiaolan said resentfully, feeling that she was being fooled. Guan said, I have been there in my previous life. Everyone has a previous life, and you have one too. If you wish, I can help you recover your previous life memory now. Xiaolan frowned, and she asked, what realm are you in? Why do you hide your cultivation? You are to me. She wanted to ask if Guan was sincere to her, but she felt that she couldn't ask this question. Guan smiled and said, I can't tell you my realm for now. When you surpass me in person, you will know why I hide my cultivation. It's because I don't want to cause trouble. I like quietness. You should know my personality. As for whether I am sincere to you, you don't need to question it. When I went to Xiaozhuang, I went there for you? Xiaolan frowned even more. Now she is no longer the innocent girl she was before. She just looked innocent when facing Guan. Is it because of my past life? Xiaolan asked. Guan nodded. Xiaolan was silent. Guan could hear her voice, so he comforted her. No matter in the past life or this life, you are you, just the memory is different. If I only cared about you in the past life, I would have let you restore your memory long ago. Xiaolan took a deep breath and said, can you help me become the great Dao Emperor? Guan landed in front of her and replied, yes, but I can also let you take another path, a path that is not inferior to the great Dao Emperor. What path? Huan Yuan Dao Emperor. Xiao Yan's face changed. She had never heard of this name, but the name alone was not simple. She couldn't help but ask, is Hunyuan Dao Emperor also a kind of luck level? Guan smiled and said, yes, the path to becoming Hunyuan Dao Emperor is different from the path to becoming an emperor. It does not rely on fighting, but on comprehension. If I become the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, can I defeat the Dao Emperor? Xiaolan asked the question she was most concerned about. In the years of wandering on the Dao Road, she had seen too many proud sons of heaven, and those people were just competitors of the Dao Emperor. She could not imagine how strong the real Dao Emperor was. Guan replied, whether it is the Dao Emperor or the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, it is just a kind of luck bonus. There is no absolute stronger, but becoming the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, your future is even more limitless. This is not what he said nonsense. The Hunyuan Dao Emperor is the road he opened up. He can borrow his power and become infinitely stronger. Sooner or later, the Hunyuan Dao Emperor will surpass the Dao Emperor. Becoming the Hunyuan Dao Emperor can not only trigger Guan's Dao power, but also comprehend Guan's Dao. The name Hunyuan is because Guan is the Hunyuan Dao body. The reason why he is called Dao Emperor is purely to choose a name that is not inferior to the Emperor. He thought of Ji Xiao's name of the Samsara Dao Emperor. One day, he will make Hunyuan Dai more powerful than Daya Dijun. Not only his disciples can become Hunyuan Dai. Of course, that is a very distant future, because his creation of Hunyuan Dai is still in progress. Now it is only the first stage, which can lead people into the Tao. Xiaolan thought for a moment and said, anyway, you won't hurt me. I am willing to become Hunyuan Dai. You teach me. Guan smiled and waved his right hand. Xiao Yan's injuries recovered all of a sudden, and his magic power also recovered to a sufficient state. The entire dark world suddenly changed and returned to the appearance of a cave. Xiao Yan's eyelids jumped at this scene, and she couldn't help asking, was it an illusion just now? No, it's the real world created by me. Guan's answer made Xiaolan secretly shocked. How high a realm does it take to achieve such a level? Sit down. Guan rolled up his clothes and sat down, and at the same time motioned Xiaolan to sit down. After Xiaolan sat down, Guan started to preach directly. The Emperor of the Great Dao needs to fight on the Emperor Road of the Great Dao, devour each other's luck, and the final winner can become the Emperor of the Great Dao. If the Hunyuan Dao Emperor wants to be comparable to the Emperor of the Great Dao, he must also have a process of accumulation. Guan did not intend to let the Daoists fight like raising poisons. He thought of his life projection, life reincarnation, and innate reincarnation. He planned to let the practitioners who pursued the Hunyuan Dao Emperor realize the Tao in reincarnation, and not reincarnate in person, but project their will into reincarnation. It will exist in reality, but it will eventually be destroyed. It will not shake the Great Dao, but it can absorb the true meaning of the Great Dao. With a direction, it will be better to improve it next. Xiaolan soon immersed herself in Guan's preaching. This cave was still calm, with a kind of quiet beauty that was not disturbed by the years. In the Piamiao Xianting, hundreds of young-looking cultivators gathered in a vast golden hall. Tianhao was also there. There were many people around him, chatting around him, with a posture of many stars surrounding the moon. Finally, I've got the qualification to compete for the title of Great Dao Emperor. It will be our turn in about 1,000,000 years, time is running out. Tianhao is really amazing. He's qualified to compete for the title of Great Dao Emperor before he even reaches Dao Zhangzai Xian. I heard that the ancestor thinks highly of him. Don't be too happy, the path to becoming the Great Dao Emperor is so difficult, we may end up killing each other. The disciples of Piamiao Xianting in the hall were discussing the matter of the Great Dao Emperor. Tianhao did not say anything. He recalled the senior who had just spoken. When the senior announced the matter of the Great Dao Emperor, he always felt that the other party was looking at him with ill intentions. Although he had already integrated into Piamiao Xianting, he was not born in Piamiao Xianting after all, so there was always a gap in his heart, and this gap made him unable to fully trust anyone. Speaking of the Great Dao Emperor, our Piamiao Xianting has produced many Great Dao Emperors since ancient times. Do you know which Great Dao Emperor has the highest talent? The words of a man in blue attracted the attention of many people, and also made Tianhao turn his head to look. The man in blue enjoyed being watched. He cleared his throat and said, that's naturally the Eternal Emperor of Jinlan Immortal Mansion. He was born with the Immortal Emperor's pupils, which shocked the entire Immortal Court. Perhaps unparalleled talent would bring misfortune. God is fair, so there are evil beings who spy on his Immortal Emperor's pupils, break into Piamiao Immortal Court, and kill his parents. In order to save his life, Piamiao Immortal Court sent him to Lingshan. The Eternal Emperor got the true teachings of Lingshan and was also the direct disciple of Tianfo Patriarch. After he broke into the road of the Great Dao, he was invincible. It took him very little time to become the Emperor of the Great Dao. Eternal Emperor? Immortal Emperor's pupils? Tianhao had heard of this name. This person was said to be a peerless genius from a long time ago. He had heard several predecessors use the Eternal Emperor to suppress talented disciples. However, when the disciples asked more about the Eternal Emperor, they were warned not to ask too much. The Eternal Emperor seemed to be a taboo in Piamiao Immortal Court. Why did the Eternal Emperor die when he was so powerful? Someone asked puzzled. The man in blue said mysteriously, he died not because he was killed. The legendary immortals could not do anything to him. He dived into the river of cause and effect for his beloved. Whether he really died is still unknown. In fact, many ancestors in the court are looking forward to his return. It is said that Lingshan sends disciples to the river of cause and effect for training from time to time. It is very likely arranged by the ancestor Tianfo. The Emperor of Eternal Life is the most beloved disciple of the ancestor Tianfo. The ancestor Tianfo is the supreme existence that transcends the universe. Such an existence is obsessed with the Emperor of Eternal Life. Think about it, how talented is he? As soon as these words came out, the disciples around nodded in agreement. They began to fantasize about the Emperor of Eternal Life. Even Tianhao couldn't help but think about what the Emperor of Eternal Life would be like. Wait, how do you know so much? A female disciple suddenly asked, causing everyone else to look at the man in blue with strange eyes. Those disciples who knew the man in blue were even more confused. The man in blue kept smiling, but his smile became more and more weird. Because I have seen him and assisted him. The man in blue said proudly, and this sentence made the faces of the people around him look even more strange. Tianhao seemed to sense something. He frowned and retreated silently. The man in blue suddenly exploded into a ball of black mist, which spread rapidly, causing the surrounding disciples to retreat one after another and take out their own magic tools to be on guard. Little kids, I am the Emperor Sunmo under the seat of the Emperor of Eternal Life, and I am also the Emperor of the Great Dao. Today, only one of you can survive, and the one who survives is qualified to compete for the Emperor of the Great Dao. The voice of the man in blue sounded, but his tone became cold. Rumble. The whole palace began to tremble, and Tianhao's face changed drastically, because he felt a strong suppressive force coming from outside the palace. They have no way to escape. What's going on? Is it an invasion by foreign enemies, or is it the arrangement of Piamiao Xianting? Tian Hao took out his 3 Taoist treasures and looked at the black mist vigilantly. He could vaguely catch the figure walking in the black mist. Xian Mo De. In the Wuxi Dao Kang, Guan, who was lying under a tree reading a book, was chanting this name. As the inheritor of the Yongsheng Emperor's memory, he naturally remembered Xian Mo De. Xian Mo De was the most capable person under the Yongsheng Emperor, helping him to run the Taixuan Sect and help him find Fairy Yao Xian. However, since the Yongsheng Emperor insisted on leaving the Taixuan Sect to find Fairy Yao Xian despite Xian Mode's obstruction and injured Xian Mode, the two of them parted forever. I didn't expect that after so many years, Xian Mode was still alive. He calculated that Xian Mode was invited by Piao Miao Xianting to create a crisis for this group of Tianjiao, let them kill each other, and finally Piao Miao Xianting would take action again and drive him away. Piao Miao Xianting is not an evil sect, and it is not allowed to let disciples kill each other. These disciples come from different immortal palaces, and their clansmen are in the court. If they kill each other, there will definitely be turmoil, and even lead to changes in the power class. Guan couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, no matter where you are, there will always be a dark place. With Tian Hao's current ability, even with the help of Dao Bao, it would be difficult for him to survive to the end. The genius in that palace is not weak. The disciples of Piao Miao Xianting did not listen to the words of Xian Mode, but began to join forces to besiege Xian Mode. Xian Mode's cultivation has reached the Kaishan de Luoxian realm, and this group of geniuses can't fight. Soon, all the genius disciples were suppressed. Xian Mode used his magical powers to isolate time and space. Even if thousands or tens of thousands of years passed here, only a few breaths of time would pass in the outside world. This made the disciples of Piao Miao Xianting fall into despair. In the end, some people couldn't hold back and began to attack their fellow disciples. Someone took the lead, and the fight naturally broke out. Tian Hao did not take the initiative to participate in the fight. He tried to avoid other disciples, but someone still found him. Piao Miao Xianting seemed to be stimulated by something and began to increase the training of disciples, wanting to cultivate combat power faster. Guan couldn't figure out the reason behind this. The cause and effect that he could not calculate were most likely related to the heavenly court. Although the Piao Miao Immortal Court was not in the Great Thousand World, it was reasonable that it was affected by the dispute over the Emperor of Heaven because many immortals and gods had been born in the court. Guan had no intention of intervening. Although Tian Hao was not the strongest, he was destined to survive. Because Tian Hao was the reincarnation of the Son of Heaven, there would be powerful people in the Piao Miao Immortal Court to remind the Sunmo Emperor. This was indeed the case. When Tian Hao was severely injured, the Sunmo Emperor sent him out. This battle lasted for a long time in the magical realm, but it was only a moment in reality. Seeing that Tian Hao was fine, Guan retracted his gaze. He was not only reading a book, he was also condensing the luck of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. If the Hunyuan Dao Emperor wanted to exist, he had to create a real luck so that practitioners could obtain and control it. To this end, he performed the life projection 5 times to comprehend the avenue of luck. Every time he performed the life projection, his reincarnation body would appear in the Tianling world. Fortunately, these reincarnation bodies did not leave a reputation, but only left a psychological shadow of defeat on some of the world's top geniuses, which would be unforgettable. Life projection takes tens of millions of years each time. After using it 5 times, Guan's luck entered a new realm. Sure enough, it's still easy to cheat. Guan sighed in his heart. After 5 life projections, it was not difficult to condense the luck of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. This process not only promoted the process of creating the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, but also increased his own cultivation. Guan was immersed in creating luck while reading a book. It was not until dusk that he stood up. He walked towards the mountain where he lived. He raised his right hand, and streams of air surrounded his palm. The wind helped it, and it seemed like water waves and the swaying posture of fire. This is the luck of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor? It looks gentle, but it actually contains the fierceness of the great way of power. After much thought, Guan decided to infuse Hunyuan Dao Emperor with some tough characteristics. Hunyuan Dao Emperor is famous for his powerful strength. Just thinking about it is exciting. Based on stronger strength, Hunyuan Dao Emperors who practice different great ways can also have different fortunes and directions. When Guan walked to his courtyard, the luck of Hunyuan Dao Emperor in his hand had condensed, twisting like a dragon and a snake. Shenzhen, who was meditating in front of the refining cauldron, turned his head and looked, and Guan followed to disperse the luck. What was that thing in your hand just now? Shenzhen asked curiously. Guan smiled and said, it's just a small magic. You have been sitting there for 1,000 years. Don't you want to go out for a walk? He deliberately leaked a trace of Hunyuan Dao Emperor's breath to Shenzhen, so that it would be convenient to lead her into the Tao in the future. Shenzhen has recently encountered a bottleneck in comprehending the cause and effect. She doesn't go to the mountains and rivers to express her feelings. She sits in front of the refining cauldron all day to comprehend the Tao. The reason why she chose to sit here is because there is a Taoist treasure containing the cause and effect in the refining cauldron. Don't tell me that proper relaxation can help you comprehend the Tao. I don't believe it anymore. Shenzhen glared at Guan and said with puffed cheeks. Guan really couldn't say such things again. He had encountered bottlenecks before when he was creating the Dao, and that feeling was really unpleasant, so he chose to open up a little. After the two chatted for a while, Guan went back to the house alone. Next, he was going to think about where to put the path of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. It's impossible that everyone who wants to become the Hunyuan Dao Emperor has to come to him in the future. If so, it will restrict the development of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor too much. It is a good guide for the Emperor of the Great Dao to put the Emperor Road on the Great Dao Road. The Great Dao Road is the intersection of the 3,000 Great Roads. There are no rules there, and even the Heavenly Court cannot control it, giving practitioners more freedom. He can also put the path of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor on the Great Dao Road. Just call it the Hunyuan Emperor Road? It's more attractive with 2 more words than the Emperor Road? Guan did not act immediately. He chose to continue the life projection. This time, he wanted to enhance the Great Dao of creation. If you want to turn things that should not exist into real existence and exist for a long time, the Great Dao of creation is the most critical. Any creation is inseparable from the Great Dao of creation. Still projecting towards the 3,000 worlds, Guan was already familiar with the process and was not interested in the process. He was just waiting for the result. Winter snow was flying, covering the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers of Taixuan Sect. In a hall, Yi Qingshan, Lin Chen, and other senior members of Taixuan Sect surrounded a handsome and extraordinary yellow-clothed disciple. This person was Yuan Luo, the reincarnation of Chaos Yuan Luo. Today, Yuan Luo has proved himself to be the world's #1 prodigy and the pride of Taixuan Sect. Did you gain anything from this trip to Kangming Sunhai? Yi Qingshan asked with a smile, stroking his beard. His face was kind. He watched Yuan Luo grow up, and he felt that Yuan Luo was his greatest pride in his life. As for Tianhao, he came from Wuxi after all, while Yuan Luo was completely cultivated by Taixuan Sect and had nothing to do with Wuxi. Others also smiled at Yuan Luo, and the current Yuan Luo made them more and more satisfied. When Yuan Luo heard the leader's question, his face became ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I lost to a person whose cultivation was not even as high as mine." When these words came out, everyone in the hall was stunned. How is it possible? Are you being deceived? Even if he can beat you, his cultivation must be higher than yours. Could it be some old monster in disguise? An elder frowned and said. His words were echoed by others. They all felt that Yuan Luo could not lose to an opponent of the same realm. Yi Qingshan also frowned. He felt that Yuan Luo's judgment would not be wrong. He could feel Yuan Luo's frustration, and Yuan Luo had been wandering the world for many years, and it was not that he had not lost to old monsters. Yuan Luo took a deep breath and said, "I can be sure that his cultivation is not as good as mine, but I don't know his origins and his name." The elder's comfort made him even more uncomfortable. He is a proud person. He doesn't like to fail, but he doesn't like others to deny his failure even more. The senior leaders of Taixuan Sect fell into silence after hearing this. Another peerless genius is born? They calmed down and thought carefully. It might not be impossible, especially since Taixuan and Daoting were at war, and the destiny of heaven and earth was changing. There were powerful people in the world who said that the time for the change of heaven and earth era had come. It might not be impossible for a creature with stronger talent to be born at such a time. What's more, the world was so vast, and their Taixuan Sect was just a drop in the ocean. Taixuan Sect could produce a genius like Yuan Luo, so why couldn't other richer places produce stronger talents? Yi Qingshan said, "Don't think too much. Just win it back next time. Otherwise, I will recommend you to practice in Wuxi." After hearing this, Yuan Luo shook his head and said, "I don't want to go. I just want to rely on myself, and I still have a long way to go. If I reach the end and see no hope, I will look for other ways." Yi Qingshan didn't force it, but he felt strange in his heart. Yuan Luo's resistance to Wuxi was a little too much, but Yuan Luo never said anything bad about Wuxi. The other elders also began to encourage Yuan Luo, hoping that he would not be hit. Facing the concern of everyone, Yuan Luo accepted them one by one and behaved very modestly. He was arrogant to outsiders, but he had always had a good reputation in the sect. This was also the reason why Taixuan Sect supported him at all costs, and his fellow disciples were proud of him. After chatting for a long time, Yuan Luo said goodbye. After he left, the elders just confided their true feelings. They felt incredible about Yuan Luo's failure, and even worried about it. "Don't worry, there is more than one world-class genius in the sect now. With Wuxi, we will not fall behind in talent," Gu Changsheng said. His words were recognized by everyone. Hundreds of thousands of years of getting along were enough for them to trust Wuxi. Yi Qingshan followed and said, "The world is in turmoil. Let the people in the sect be careful not to get involved in cause and effect with Taijian and Daoting. None of us can support it. Taixuan Sect is going to take a path of self-reliance. Whether it is the Taijian dynasty or Daoting, they are supported by many transcendent forces that have stood for eternity, which also makes them more like allies. The development of Taixuan Sect is not as good as theirs, but every step is very solid, and the top leaders are still the original team." After receiving the order, the elders began to discuss the situation in the world. The Taixuan dynasty's offensive was fierce, and it was about to hit the gate of Dao Court, which caused an uproar in the world. People in the world realized that Dao Court was no longer the absolutely powerful ruler of the world, which also made many ambitious people start to plan. The territory of Dao Court is too large, and the foundation is too strong. Even if it is only a small piece, it is enough to make a sect soar. 1,000 years later, Emperor Tianhong returned to Wuxi Dao Kang, and he came to visit Guan as soon as possible. Master, the person you asked me to teach is dead. I didn't protect him. Please punish me. Emperor Tianhong knelt behind Guan, looking depressed. An Xian, who led the way for him, could not move when she heard this. She stood there, trying to understand who Emperor Tianhong was talking about. Guan was standing in the pavilion writing secret books. He turned his back to Emperor Tianhong and said, "It doesn't matter. If he dies, he dies. I asked you to teach him, but I just taught him. I didn't expect you to stay for so many years before coming back." That person was the reincarnation of Tai Xianjun. Under the guidance of Emperor Tianhong, he practiced very quickly. Unfortunately, he died at the hands of the powerful men of the Taixuan dynasty. Even Emperor Tianhong could not stop him. He could only rely on the power of the Dobao to protect himself. After so many years of getting along, Emperor Tianhong and Tai had established a deep relationship. He was sad and full of self-blame. He even hoped that Guan would avenge Tai, but he held back. He knew that the master had no obligation to take action. In his eyes, the master did not care about worldly affairs and would only take action when facing danger from outside the sky. For the master, all people in the world were of equal status, and the master would not favor anyone. Tai's death was ultimately a personal grudge. He was determined to compete with Taixuan's genius for the treasures of heaven and earth, but ended up causing the other party's backers to take action. Emperor Tianhong also took action, but the other party was outnumbered and he could not defeat them. I didn't expect that I would teach for so long. After all, I was moved by compassion. Emperor Tianhong sighed. Tai was his first disciple. After getting along for a long time, it was inevitable that he would care about him. Guan turned and looked at him, saying, "Cherish the feelings this experience brings you. As for Tai, he will be reincarnated." Really? I clearly saw that his body and soul were destroyed. Emperor Tianhong's eyes lit up and asked excitedly. Guan smiled without saying anything, which made Emperor Tianhong guess that it was him who did it, and Emperor Tianhong felt grateful in his heart. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Emperor Tianhong began to kowtow, very happy. Guan looked at him and sighed secretly. Although he had awakened some of the memories of the immortals, he was still far from becoming a real immortal. Go down and practice. As for Tai, I won't stop you from meeting again in the future, but you don't need to look for him now, Guan said. After hearing this, Emperor Tianhong felt even happier. He quickly thanked Guan, then stood up and saluted an Xian, and then disappeared on the spot. "Master, is that person named Tai the reincarnation of Tai Immortal Lord?" An Xian came to Guan and asked softly. "Yes, it's him. Aren't you afraid that the two immortals are colluding?" "Don't worry, they won't," Guan answered casually. He looked at his handwriting and was very satisfied. An Xian asked, "Master, do you think I can also accept a disciple? I haven't really accepted a disciple yet, and I also want to try the feeling of being a master." "Don't worry, I won't go out. I will choose a disciple in Taixuan Sect." Guan glanced at her and said, "You can only accept one person." An Xian was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Thank you, Master. Please rest assured that I won't accept disciples randomly. The disciples I accept will definitely be liked by you and will not embarrass Wuxi." Guan raised his hand and rubbed her head, smiling. "Actually, aptitude doesn't matter. If you meet a disciple who suits your taste and the other party is willing to worship you as a master, don't worry too much." After Guan agreed that an Xian could accept disciples, she went to Taixuan Sect excitedly. However, an Xian's requirements were extremely high. She walked around Taixuan Sect and did not meet anyone she liked. In this regard, she was not in a hurry and was ready to wait for a long time. She would either not accept disciples, or the disciples she accepted would be the strongest among the 3 generations of Wuxi disciples in the future. Although the 3rd generation of Wuxi has not yet appeared, the disciples of Wuxi have begun to gear up. The once-in-a millennium competition can no longer satisfy them, especially after the Blood Prison Great Sage and an Xian broke the lead. Other disciples began to think of other ways to surpass them. Guan is not only strong in his own strength, but also has the ability to cultivate disciples. Naturally, the disciples want to emulate him. Hearing that an Xian was allowed to accept disciples, other disciples in the dojo also came to Guan and wanted to accept disciples. At present, in addition to an Xian, only Tian Yaoer, Tian Qing, Tian Bai, Blood Prison Great Sage, Epiphyllum Ghost Mother, Tian Hong Emperor, Shen Zhen, and Zhang Shi remain in the dojo. Chen Chuan, Lu Xian, and An Xingtian have not returned yet. They have established sects outside and can only come back occasionally. Guan did not stop the competition among the disciples. It would be fine if it was not a vicious competition. In the long years, there must be some fun to pass the time when they are not practicing. Time flies, and another 10,000 years have passed. An Xian still hasn't accepted a disciple. Because she didn't accept one, the other disciples were not in a hurry. They also abide by the rules in secret. An Xian is the eldest disciple, and an Xian's disciple should be the eldest disciple among the 3 generations of disciples. And they also need standards. If they accept disciples first, they will be easily used as a reference by others. There are so many geniuses in the world. Who can guarantee that their disciples must be the strongest? But if others have already accepted disciples, they can compare. In these 10,000 years, Guan has carried out 6 life projections, which has brought his attainments in the Great Dao to an extremely high level. On this day of this year, just after the spring festival, Guan came to the vast great Dao alone. The road of the avenue is vast and boundless. It is not in the form of the universe. There are countless branches here, and the rules of the avenue are not the same. The avenue he came from is the main trunk of the avenue. The 3,000 avenues form a vast sea of qi. There are continents and meteorites in the ocean. There is no vitality. Looking outside the sea of the avenue, the darkness makes everything here seem small. Guan came here to open up the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. He was suspended in the void, above the sea of qi of the avenue, and his mind could see extremely far away. He saw some people searching for treasures, some people were trapped in the predicament of the avenue, some people were fighting for the emperor of the avenue, and some people were facing life and death. Not only the human race and the demon race, but also many other races, some of which do not even exist in the form of living beings, similar to souls and stars. Everything fell into Guan's eyes, and even as a great Loxian of the Dao, he felt that the creation was infinite. Those who can step into the road of the great Dao have all become immortals and have escaped from the mortal world. Each of them is entangled in infinite cause and effect, just like a piece of heaven and earth that came to the road of the great Dao and pieced together into a grain of dust. Guan looked further away. The 3,000 worlds are located below the road of the great Dao, and the road of the great Dao connects many mysterious planes, including the Taixuan Emperor Domain, the Piamiao Immortal Court, the Holy Mountain, etc. Above the road of the great Dao, it is a chaos, and nothing can be seen clearly, but Guan's divine sense can explore it, which means that there are planes above, but he can't detect it yet. Guan retracted his gaze, and he began to create the destiny of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. Creating destiny will not cause a big stir. If the destiny of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor is to be truly established, it will take a long time to develop. Rather than creating destiny, it is actually creating a great way and letting it exist in the road of the great Dao until it is discovered by practitioners. It is worth mentioning that Yangxian's Sacred Heart Sword Dao is also equivalent to a kind of luck. The Sacred Heart Sword Dao will last forever with the long river of swordsmanship. Practitioners can borrow the power of the Sacred Heart Sword Dao. Isn't this the great Dao Emperor and the Hunyuan Dao Emperor? It's just that Yangxian's cultivation is not strong enough. It has to be said that Yangxian's comprehension is really terrible. He can get to this point without the help of life evolution. You know, he is not even as strong as the heavenly spirit god. It was difficult for Guan to create such a sword before entering the golden immortal Dao fruit realm. But Yangxian is who he is. Yangxian is powerful because he is powerful. Guan was bragging in his heart while creating. His Dao intention formed a stream of air around him. Before coming, he had already constructed the luck structure of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. Now he only needs the last step to make it come into being. Soon, these air currents gathered together to form a grey mist shining with countless golden stars, still lingering around Guan. He raised his right hand and pointed in a direction, and the luck of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor surged in that direction. In the process of surging, this luck gradually appeared in color, like a rainbow, but soon became more colorful than a rainbow. Guan watched it go away. It was not until it entered the luck of the great Dao and disappeared without a trace that he disappeared with it. He did not return directly to the Tianling world, but went to other worlds, even to the Taixuan Emperor Domain and Piamiao Immortal Court. Every time he went to a place, he would wash away his own cause and effect and breath. After tossing back and forth hundreds of times, he finally returned to the Tianling world. At this time, it was still afternoon and the sun was shining. Guan came to Taixuan Sect to meet Zhang Qiang. Hearing Guan's voice transmission, Zhang Qiang put down everything in his hands and came to see him, and asked his disciples to arrange fairy wine and fairy food. The two met in a small pavilion on the top of the mountain. The sea of clouds outside the courtyard was magnificent, like a fairyland on earth. Did you encounter anything? Guan asked with a smile. He naturally knew what Zhang Qiang was facing. He chose to call Zhang Qiang directly to help her out. When Zhang Qiang heard this, the smile on her face disappeared. She frowned and sighed. It's all because of the Taixuan dynasty and Dao court. Taixuan called on all the sects and dynasties in the world to divide up the territory of Dao court. Before Taixuan broke through Dao court, the gains of all sects could belong to them forever. If they waited until they broke through Dao court, Taixuan would confiscate the world's territory. The elders of my sect also wanted to get involved, but I don't think Taixuan will win. Why not? Guan asked. Zhang Qiang rolled her eyes at Guan and said unhappily, because the Taixuan dynasty is still there, Dao court will not annex the Taixuan dynasty, but Taixuan will. Guan smiled helplessly. I have nothing to do with the Taixuan dynasty. I will not interfere in the evolution of worldly affairs. Really? Zhang Qiang didn't believe it. Her inner voice made Guan couldn't help but glare at her. Guan coughed falsely and said, I have an opportunity here. If you grasp it well, Taixuan Sect may become a powerful sect like Dao court in the future. End of this chapter. What opportunity? Zhang Qiang's eyes lit up and she asked curiously. She believed that Guan would not lie to her, so she had begun to look forward to the future of Taixuan Sect. Guan said, there are 3,000 great ways. In addition to absorbing qi to cultivate immortals, there are many other aids. I have an opportunity called Hunyuan Dao Emperor. If you become Hunyuan Dao Emperor, no one in the same realm can defeat you. You will be more likely to understand the Tao than other immortals. Of course, it is not so easy to become Hunyuan Dao Emperor. I can only give you a chance. Whether you succeed depends on your efforts and luck. Hunyuan Dao Emperor. Zhang Qiang was excited when she heard the name. Just hearing the name, she felt very powerful. Guan waved his sleeves and a breeze blew towards Zhang Qiang's face, making her dazed for a moment, and her consciousness floated into the Great Way. Hunyuan Dao Emperor was just created. If you want to become stronger, it not only takes time, but also requires followers. The more people who comprehend it, the stronger it will be. Luck needs to be spread. Every living being has the good fortune of the Great Dao. These good fortunes are intangible to the living beings themselves, but when they move towards something, the good fortune will approach that goal, forming an invisible and intangible luck. The more living beings that pursue the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, the faster the luck of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor grows. This process will also help Guan's Taoism. Of course, he can also pass his power to all practitioners through the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, complementing each other. When Zhang Qiang was immersed in the good fortune of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, Guan began to drink. He decided to conceal the fact that the Hunyuan Dao Emperor was created by himself, and he would not tell the truth even to his own disciples. Zhang Qiang was just the beginning. Guan would let everyone he cared about step into the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. Of course, if someone did not want to become the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, he would not force it. But he felt that no one could refuse to become the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. Just like the attraction of the Great Dao Emperor to the world, it is difficult for cultivators to refuse the extra power that can enhance their strength. In this way, in the following years, Guan passed on the fate of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor to his disciples and old friends, saying only that the Hunyuan Dao Emperor was a different fate from the Dao Emperor. As he guessed, no one refused to become the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. When facing Li Ye and Wuju, Guan did not show up in person, but gave them the opportunity to become the Hunyuan Dao Emperor in an accidental way, which made them very happy. They both thought they had encountered the best opportunity in the world, because through the fate of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, they felt the vastness of the Dao, and even felt that their souls had surpassed the world. To truly become the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, you also need to reach the stage of soul projection, which requires practitioners to resonate with the Dao, which is a very high level of attainment. Guan will not help them in this process. If the Hunyuan Dao Emperor is chosen by his will, then the Hunyuan Dao Emperor cannot surpass the Dao Emperor. The road to the Dao, in a void. A man in red clothes and white hair was walking on a sword. He had a handsome face and a tall and straight figure, like an immortal wandering in the void. His name was Fang Xian, and he was a Lushan Zizai immortal. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his chest, with a look of pain on his face. Damn it, I survived from the Tianling world, and it's only been hundreds of thousands of years, and I'm going to die on the road to the Great Dao? God, you really love to tease me. Fang Xian thought bitterly. Not long ago, he encountered two Tianjiao fighting for the position of the Great Dao Emperor. Because he stayed to watch the show, he was plotted against by one of them, and he was doomed and in great pain. He finally reached the Lushan Zizai immortal, and he also wanted to become the Great Dao Emperor, but he had to die before he set foot on the road to the Emperor. He was full of confusion in his heart. He couldn't help but think of the battle between Zhan Ting and Fudao Jianzun. He thought that he was able to survive from Fudao Jianzun because of great luck. Now it seems that he is really just lucky. On the road to the Great Dao, his talent was not outstanding enough, and he was even defeated by the Great Dao Emperor contender from Xianyuan Zizai Fairyland. Looking back on his past life, he was a famous genius in the war court since he was a child, but he had never done anything to be proud of. He had been failing all the time. He could comfort himself before, saying that it was bad luck, but what about now? Fang Xian's eyes gradually became dim, and his magic power was running wildly. In front of him, there were all kinds of painful memories that he didn't want to recall. He flew towards a meteorite in front of him. After landing, he ignored the flying sword and staggered to a mountain wall. He sat down against the mountain wall and wanted to meditate and practice. Puff. A mouthful of black blood spurted out of his mouth, splashed on the ground, and turned into burning black smoke and dissipated. He spit out not only blood, but also his own Taoism, which was the fragments of his Tao fruit. His Tao fruit was breaking. Fang Xian was unable to practice, and he leaned against the mountain wall with his head down. He looked so weak at the moment, but such a scene was not uncommon on the road. He also thought of the dead people he had seen before. He once warned himself that he must be careful and must not follow in the footsteps of those people. But he didn't expect. It turned out that fate was already in front of him. Fang Xian raised the corners of his mouth and showed a self-deprecating smile. Suddenly, a light appeared in front of him, attracting his attention. He subconsciously raised his eyes and found that there was a light at the end of the cliff in front of him. For some reason, he had the urge to see the light clearly. Anyway, he was going to die, so he couldn't be so cowardly before dying. If he died, he had to die standing? Fang Xian took a deep breath, forced himself to stand up, and walked forward tremblingly. He was only a few dozen feet away from the edge of the cliff, but it made him feel like he had walked a lifetime. When he came to the edge of the cliff, his chin was covered with black blood, and the whole person looked extremely miserable. When he came to the edge of the cliff, he finally saw the existence in the light. It was a silver crystal, like a fragment of some kind of creation, emitting light and spinning at the same time. This is... Fang Xian muttered to himself. When he saw the silver crystal clearly, his mental state actually recovered a little. He raised his hand and touched the silver crystal. When his fingertips touched the silver crystal, a burst of strong light burst out and instantly submerged him. Taixuan Sect, the Third Medicine Valley. Under an old tree, Guan, who had transformed into a middle-aged cultivator, was playing chess with the nine-fingered Divine Lord. Although he had left Taixuan Sect for hundreds of thousands of years, because the sword intent about him on the Bullet and Tian Terrace had not yet dissipated, there were still many people who came to chase the Fu Dao sword master. Emperor Tianhong had come that year. Taixuan Sect may not be a first-class sect in the world, but it is very famous. Guan's eyes changed slightly, and he put down the chess piece in his hand, feeling a little surprised. I didn't expect this person to have such good fortune. Guan felt that someone on the Great Dao Road had stepped into the Hunyuan Emperor Road of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. This person had some cause and effect with him. He was a Zhanting cultivator he had let go of that year. The cause and effect of the road to the Great Dao is complicated, especially when it comes to the rank of Hunyuan Dao Emperor. Guan couldn't predict who would become Hunyuan Dao Emperor in the future, so he was surprised by Fang Xian's success. It was really fate that turned an enemy into a friend. The nine-fingered god, who was sitting opposite Guan, looked at the chessboard with a frown. From time to time, he looked up at Guan, then looked at the chessboard, thinking hard. For a long time, the nine-fingered god looked up at Guan and said, "My fellow Taoist, you reminded me of an old friend." Guan asked with a smile, "Who?" The nine-fingered god stood up, walked to the side, turned his back to Guan, stroked his beard and sighed. That was a man who disappeared for almost 400,000 years. His chess skills were second only to mine. I see his style of chess in you. Guan glanced at the chessboard and secretly despised it. Are you trying to take the opportunity to end the chess game? End of this chapter. Nine-fingered Divine Lord began to tell about his past with Guan, not mentioning Guan's name in his words, and also changed a lot of things. Guan sat in front of the chessboard, patiently listening to Nine-fingered Divine Lord bragging. His thoughts drifted to Taixuan Sect. The current leader of Taixuan Sect is Yakang. Under his leadership, Taixuan Sect has developed very well, becoming stronger year by year. The Taixuan Sect and Taixuan dynasty have joined forces, and the effect is very good. Both forces are full of fighting spirit. Guan is considering releasing the inheritance of the Broken Sky Axe. The inheritance contained in the Broken Sky Axe has long been not worth mentioning, but the sword intent given by Guan is too strong, and people can never lift it. After building up momentum for hundreds of thousands of years, it is time to give the Broken Sky Axe a true inheritance. Guan poured a special Hunyuan Dao Emperor's luck into it, and the whole process was unnoticed by anyone. As Guan guessed, after the nine-fingered god finished telling the story, he dragged Guan to the old house of his old friend. As for the chess game that he should have lost, he did not mention a word. Thinking that the nine-fingered god had lost to him countless times, Guan endured it. In the following time, Guan observed Fang Xian while dealing with the nine-fingered god. Until he left, no one knew that Fudao Jianzun had come back. The war between Daoting and Taixuan dynasty finally came to an end. Daoting was better. When Zhao Rushan killed the emperor of Taixuan, the Taixuan dynasty fell apart and the dynasty ushered in chaos. It can be said to be a purgatory on earth. This war that lasted for many years caused countless casualties. When the luck of the Taixuan dynasty dissipated, the blood mist floated in the land of Taixuan for a long time. Relying on killing the emperor of Taixuan, Zhao Rushan became famous all over the world. He took off the name of Tian Xiao and became a great hero recognized by the world. At the same time, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to increase, and more creations were born, making it easier to cultivate immortals. Time flies. It has been 50,000 years since Guan released the fate of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor on the road. The Taixuan dynasty has become an ancient legend in the world. The number of free immortals between heaven and earth has greatly increased, the limits of the Tianjiao have become more and more exaggerated, and the pattern of heaven and earth has become richer. Dao Court, Xiao Ian's cave. Guan accompanied Xiao Lan in cultivation while checking his attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 445,492/31,076,970,562,704. Physique, Hunyuan creation body. Cultivation, Dao Ji de Luoxian realm perfection. The lifespan has increased steadily, but it is still far from a trillion years of lifespan. Guan is ready to reach a trillion years of lifespan before trying to break through. Although there have been more and more variables infiltrating the Tianling world over the years, none of them can threaten him, so he is not panicked at all. These variables are normal. Any powerful world will attract outsiders. Although the Tianling world is not strong enough, it is in a stage of rapid development and will attract other worlds and planes to come and explore opportunities. The Taixuan dynasty should have fallen within thousands of years, but it was extended by outsiders for 10,000 years. Of course, it is not only the Taixuan dynasty that has the help of outsiders, but also the Dao court. The lord of the Dao court, Yuan Songzi, is from another world. Xiao Lan opened his eyes, looked at Guan, and sighed, "Brother Gu, I still can't achieve the level of projection. It's too difficult." Although the Hunyuan Dao Emperor does not need to fight like the Dao Emperor, the difficulty is no less. Guan sat on the tree, playing with the seven-star mirror in his hand, and smiled. It is precisely because of the difficulty that it can prove its strength. Why are you in a hurry? You have a long time to try. Xiaolan took a deep breath, and she asked curiously, Brother Gu, how many years did it take you to become the Hunyuan Dao Emperor? 1,000,000 years. Guan answered casually. Hearing this number, Xiaolan felt relieved and desperate. 1,000,000 years. Even if she is more talented than Guan, wouldn't it take more than 500,000 years? She was a little tired. She stood up and said, Brother Gu, why don't we go out for a walk? Guan jumped down from the tree, put the 7-star mirror in his arms, and walked towards Xiaolan. What's so good about your mirror that you always hold it? Xiaolan couldn't help asking. Her divine sense had peeked at the 7-star mirror, but she didn't see any clues from the mirror. Guan replied, only I know its goodness. Xiaolan couldn't help rolling her eyes. Fortunately, this mirror didn't become a spirit, otherwise she would have thought too much. Guan accompanied Xiaolan to the outside of the cave, and his attention was once again on the road. That Feng Xian has successfully projected? This guy actually has extraordinary comprehension on the road to the Hunyuan Emperor. Guan was looking forward to him becoming the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. If the Hunyuan Dao Emperor wanted to grow stronger, there had to be another Hunyuan Dao Emperor to show his style. If he could defeat the Great Dao Emperor, the momentum would be even greater. On the Great Dao Road, on a meteorite, Feng Xian sat on the edge of a cliff, his red clothes fluttering, his white hair flying, his eyes closed, his head trembling slightly. Gradually, his brows furrowed, as if he was suffering from some kind of pain. For a long time, Feng Xian suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils trembling, as if he had woken up from a dream, his emotions out of control. He tried to calm down his emotions, with a look of surprise on his face, and he only heard him mutter to himself, is this the creation of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor? I haven't really reincarnated, but I have memories of reincarnation. I don't know if it's an imagination or a real thing. If it's true, then the way the Hunyuan Dao Emperor realized the truth is too incredible. On the Great Dao Road, the one he heard the most was the Great Dao Emperor. Although there were other levels of luck, they could not be compared with the Great Dao Emperor. The Hunyuan Dao Emperor is different? Just the hundreds of lifetime memories he had just received shocked him. He could feel that time in reality had not passed that long. If he could reincarnate and realize the Dao many times, his breakthrough speed would definitely be much faster than before. Thinking of this, Feng Xian's heartbeat began to speed up. Huanyuan Dao Emperor. I have never heard of it before. Even if there are other Hunyuan Dao Emperors, there must be only a very small number of people who succeeded, far less than the number of Dao Emperors. This will be the greatest opportunity in my life. Feng Xian's mood became more and more excited. He closed his eyes and carefully recalled the previous reincarnation experience. At the same time, in another void on the Dao Road, a lion demon wearing black armor came under a big tree. He was shaped like a human, tall and sturdy, but his head retained the appearance of his original body. His mane was as long as his waist, exuding a strong sense of oppression. He raised his right hand and touched a silver crystal suspended under the branch. What is this? The black-armored lion demon muttered to himself, his eyes full of curiosity. Not only him, as Feng Xian succeeded in enlightenment, hundreds of silver crystals appeared on the road, distributed in different voids. Most of them were quietly waiting for the destined people, and some people were like the black-armored lion demon, who were so lucky that they ran into the silver crystals not long after they appeared. In the dark void, a purple cloud floated in front of a bright full moon. On the cloud stood a cliff, on which sat an old man in a white robe. He had white hair and a youthful face, and 2 halos were suspended behind his head, constantly changing colors, beautiful and psychedelic. He opened his eyes, counted with his fingers, and his expression became strange. He began to deduce constantly, but unfortunately, no matter how he deduced, he could not solve the confusion in his heart. A figure suddenly appeared behind him. This was a god wearing blood armor, with a terrible momentum, white hair fluttering, and a blood flower mark on his forehead. It was the god of destruction. He also had another identity, named Long Mi, and was the grandson of the Emperor Long Xian. The god of destruction bent down and raised his hand, saluted the old man in white robe, and said, Master, your disciple is here to see you. After so many years, you are finally here. It seems that you have successfully refined a dharma body for that existence. The old man in white robe said in a calm tone. Tianmi Shen replied, It is my duty, and I cannot disobey the will of heaven. It is difficult to disobey the will of heaven? It is indeed difficult to disobey the will of heaven. The old man in white robe stood up, turned around and looked at Tianmi Shen, looking him up and down, with a look of relief in his eyes. Your practice is not bad, which proves that you have not wasted your time, and it is worth it for me to cultivate you. The old man in white robe stroked his beard and smiled. Tianmi Shen responded, Master not only cultivates his disciples, if it were not for Master, I would have died long ago. The old man in white robe shook his head, he turned around and looked at the dark void, and Tianmi Shen looked at him steadily. Disciple, your talent is unique, you have a talent that even immortals and gods cannot reach. From now on, you don't have to restrain your desire to kill. The old man in white robe said faintly, and his pupils reflected the scenes of huge explosions, flickering and changing. Upon hearing this, Tianmi Shen frowned and asked, Do you think it's time? Even if it hasn't come yet, you have to prepare in advance. The changes in this avenue are becoming more and more complicated, and the struggles in the heavens are becoming more and more fierce. Who doesn't know how much trouble is hidden in it and what kind of situation it will eventually evolve into? The old man in white robe couldn't help but sighed at the end. Tianmi Shen was silent for a moment and said, "If my disciple doesn't plan to rely on the talent left to me by the Long family should disappear. I will only practice down to earth." The old man in white robe glanced at him and said meaningfully, "It seems that there are still people in the Long family alive. You have a burden. In the past, you were eager to be released as soon as possible." Tianmi Shen replied, "It's true that there are still people alive, but they have cut off the cause and effect with the past. I just don't want to follow the old path of the Long family. In my opinion, relying on killing to become stronger is not the right way." Hearing this, the old man in white robe smiled and turned his eyes back to the void. "Before returning to the heavens, go to the Avenue Road. There are new creations born there. You can explore them yourself," the old man in white robe ordered. The god of destruction responded, saluted him, and then disappeared on the spot. Only the old man in white robe was left on the cliff. He stood in front of the bright moon, his figure was so desolate. Who will be the next emperor of heaven? Is all this really just a fight for the emperor of heaven? The old man in white robe muttered to himself. No one could answer him. He was asking himself. Wu Shidao Kang. 10,000 years have passed since Fang Xian's first successful reincarnation projection. The world ushered in a new prosperous era, and hundreds of sects competed for the top. Even though Taixuan Sect and Taixuan Sect had been strengthening, they could not squeeze into the ranks of the world's hundreds of sects. In these years, in addition to his daily life, Guan was most concerned about the fortune of Hunyuan Dao Emperor. At present, there are more than 300 practitioners chasing Hunyuan Dao on the Great Dao Road. There are more than 1,000 practitioners who have come into contact with this opportunity. Some died in the last 10,000 years, and some gave up this opportunity. In general, there are more than 300 practitioners who can impact Hunyuan Dao, and this chi calculation is already accomplished. Although Hunyuan Dao does not become stronger quickly through victory or defeat, the projection of lifespan will also speed up the speed of practitioners strengthening. Perhaps the first Hunyuan Dao will be born within hundreds of thousands of years, which makes Guan very curious. Who will it be? Although Fang Xian was the first to start, there are rising stars in the Great Dao Road, and their momentum is stronger than him. As for the Daoists in the Tianling world, they are all Guan's old friends. Their qualifications are not as good as the Tianjiao of the Great Dao Road. Guan will not favor them on the road to Hunyuan Dao, and it is almost impossible for them to become the first Hunyuan Dao. On this day, in the Wuxi Dao Kang, Guan played the flute while watching the fight in the sky. He opened up a barrier field and let the Blood Prison Sage fight with an Xian. Shenzhen, Tian Yaoer, Tian Qing, Tian Bai, Zhang Shi, Epiphyllum Ghost Mother, Tian Hong Emperor, and Bai Lingsho were all watching nearby. They were very excited and kept talking. Why did the Blood Prison Sage stop again? Is he under an illusion? An Xian is so powerful, it feels like she is playing tricks on the Blood Prison Sage. Ha ha ha, don't let him hear this, he will remember the grudge. Senior sister, an Xian is really strong, it's impossible to tell her depth. Did you see what magical power an Xian used? The disciples talked a lot. Guan deliberately let the barrier cover an Xian's immortal emperor pupil. The disciples did not see the changes in an Xian's eyes, let alone feel the power of the immortal emperor pupil. This made the fight very awkward. The Blood Prison Sage stopped from time to time. If it weren't for his amazing physical body and abundant blood and chi, he would have been defeated long ago. Compared with an Xian's immortal emperor pupil, Guan was more satisfied with the progress of the Blood Prison Sage. The Blood Prison Great Sage created his own magical power, which can make his flesh and blood heal quickly. Even if his physical body is reduced to ashes, he can recover in a very short time. But such recovery requires the consumption of soul energy. He began to feel tired, which came from the depths of his soul. This fatigue gradually weakened his control over his physical body. If he continues like this, he will definitely lose. Guan is thinking about whether to throw the Blood Prison Great Sage to the Great Dao Road to train. The Blood Prison Great Sage is very suitable for the road of fighting and becoming stronger. Unfortunately, he has asked the Blood Prison Great Sage several times before, and this guy refused to go out. Even if he said that he could return to Wuxi after going out, the Blood Prison Great Sage still disagreed. If the Blood Prison Great Sage is asked to do things in the human world, he will go, but the Great Dao Road is far away, and he always feels that it will be difficult to come back in a short time. No, he must go out and train for 100,000 years before coming back. Guan thought silently. It is not only to make the Blood Prison Great Sage stronger, but also to reduce the pressure on other disciples. The Blood Prison Sage is not only aggressive, but also foul-mouthed. Every time he wins, he will madly mock his opponent, so no one wants him to win now, and everyone is watching his joke. After a while, the Blood Prison Sage was defeated, and he and an Xian flew out of the barrier together. An Xian was like a fairy descending from heaven, landing next to Guan. Her clothes did not change at all, and it seemed that she had not experienced any battle. The Blood Prison Sage hung his head, had no fighting spirit, and clenched his fists. End of this chapter. Master, I won. An Xian laughed softly, attracting cheers from other disciples, which made the Blood Prison Great Sage even more uncomfortable. In order to show magnanimity in front of his master, he had to force a smile. After Guan made a few simple comments, he let an Xian take the disciples away. The Blood Prison Great Sage landed beside Guan, with his head down, looking very lonely. After the breath of an Xian and others faded away, he gritted his teeth and said, "Master, I will definitely win back next time. Thinking about it now, it's incredible. Before the founding of the Wuxi dojo, an Xian's qualifications were so mediocre that compared with other disciples, it was not worth mentioning. But after coming to Wuxi, an Xian's Taoism progressed rapidly. Recalling the previous battle, he was a little horrified. An Xian's magical powers were too terrible. He was besieged by countless Nzins. If it weren't for the strong self-healing power of his body, he would have been defeated long ago. The self-healing magic he created seemed to be specially used to let an Xian show his magic. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't see so many Nzins. The heart of the Blood Prison Great Sage had never been so frustrated. He didn't dare to face Guan's eyes. Although an Xian was Guan's most beloved disciple, he was his only mount. In his opinion, his status was more special and he couldn't lose. Guan rarely saw the Blood Prison Great Sage so depressed. He asked, "Are you very unwilling?" The Blood Prison Great Sage nodded with a heavy heart, no longer having the arrogant attitude of the past. "If you lose, you lose. You can win it back in the future. An Xian has also lost to you. Even I have unbeatable opponents." Guan comforted. The Blood Prison Great Sage took a deep breath and tried to calm down. The corners of Guan's mouth twitched slightly because he heard the Blood Prison Great Sage's voice. The Blood Prison Great Sage asked in his heart, "Have you ever lost? If you achieve Hunyuan Deidai earlier than an Xian, you may be able to surpass her." Guan pointed in a direction. The Blood Prison Saint looked up at him and said unwillingly, "She is also chasing after the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. Even if I am one step ahead of her, she will catch up with me in the end, unless I have a stronger magical power than her. The suppression power of the Immortal Emperor's pupil is too strong." After the reincarnation of the immortal god Tianhong Emperor lost to an Xian, he did not dare to challenge her again. Only when you really face an Xian's immortal emperor's pupil can you feel that kind of despair. That may not be the case. The magical power you created has unlimited potential, but you have not yet studied it to the extreme. In fact, I am most optimistic about you. Don't tell other disciples about this, Guan said earnestly. As soon as these words came out, the Blood Prison Saint was immediately excited, and even tears flashed in his eyes. These words gave the Blood Prison Saint great encouragement at this moment. He swept away the loss and confusion in his heart and became full of fighting spirit. He believed that the master would not lie to him. "Master, I will never let you down," the Blood Prison Saint promised, and he was also swearing to himself. Guan then said, "I want to send you to the Great Dao Road to train and strive to become the first Hunyuan Dao Emperor of Wuxi. After you become the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, you can come back." Hearing this, the excitement of the Blood Prison Great Sage subsided. He did not agree immediately and seemed hesitant. He was afraid that after he left, Guan would adopt another mount. Apart from anything else, Tianqing and Tianbei were coveting his throne. Guan did not comfort his worries. "Are you kidding? If he wants to get a mount, he has to go through the Blood Prison Great Sage? I am very interested in the origins of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor and the Great Dao Emperor. You should not only go there to become stronger, but also collect more information about the two. When you come back, I will help you perfect your magical powers," Guan said seriously. Seeing his expression, the Blood Prison Great Sage did not dare to refuse again and could only agree. Guan asked him to rest for a few days, and then he would send him to the Great Dao Road. After accepting this arrangement, the Great Sage of Blood Prison began to look forward to the Great Dao Road. What kind of place is there? He must make a great name for Wuxi. The Great Sage of Blood Prison originally thought that the master would really send him there, and he could get close to the master on the way. As a result, when he was ready, the master waved his sleeves and sent him to the Great Dao Road. So this is how it is sent. The Great Sage of Blood Prison lost his senses. He closed his eyes tightly, and thought indignantly in his heart. After a while, he felt his feet land on the ground, and his senses quickly returned to normal. He opened his eyes and his pupils dilated. What came into his eyes was the magnificent sea of Daoqi, which was endless. He stood on a meteorite and felt so small. The darkness outside the sea of Daoqi was so terrible, as if it could swallow him at any time. What a magnificent Dao meaning. The Great Sage of Blood Prison muttered to himself, and the last trace of resistance in his heart completely disappeared. Practicing in such a place, he might really be able to surpass an Xian again? The departure of the Blood Prison Saint made the atmosphere of the Wuxi Dao Kang much colder. When the disciples learned that he was sent to the Great Dao Road by Guan for training, everyone felt a sense of crisis. When the Blood Prison Saint comes back, he will certainly be more arrogant. Although they are no match for the Blood Prison Saint, they don't want to be ridiculed by the Blood Prison Saint. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. In this way, the Wuxi Dao Kang ushered in the wind of seclusion. The world is also changing. With the rise of more and more sects, the suppression of the Dao court has been weakened, and their control over the outside world has been broken. The hundreds of sects in the world have sent disciples to the outside world for training, which also ushered in the first wave of the outside world in the new era. You can go to the outside world if you reach the level of flying immortals in the outside world, but before, because of the Dao court, it was difficult for cultivators to go to the outside world. As more and more cultivators go to the outside world, the stars in the outside world began to be occupied. Some people fled to the outside world, some opened up small worlds or Daoist places in the outside world, and some even founded religions in the outside world. The world ushered in a prosperous era that is rare in tens of millions of years. Against this background, 100,000 years were turned over like a page in a book, leaving no trace. In the past 100,000 years, in the Wuxi dojo, except for the Epiphyllum Ghost Mother, the weakest cultivators have reached the Taixuan immortal realm. An Xian was the first to reach the Zizai immortal realm, becoming the first Zizai immortal among Wuxi's disciples. How dazzling is the Zizai immortal who is 550,000 years old. However, an Xian's reputation has not spread among the people, but Emperor Tianhong can compare her with the outside world's Tianjiao, which makes him feel incredible and stimulates him to practice harder. In the second 100 years after breaking through the Zizai immortal, an Xian finally chose the disciple she liked. She brought a 6 or 7-year-old boy back to the Wuxi dojo, hoping that Guan could give him a name. This child is not from the Taixuan Sect, but an orphan from the Juling continent. His parents died in the mouth of a monster. If an Xian hadn't taken action, he would have died. This experience reminded Guan of An Hao back then. Just call him An Zizai. Guan looked at the timid boy hiding behind an Xian and pondered. An Xian smiled and asked, "Is it because I just reached the realm of freedom?" Guan shook his head and said, "I just hope that he is different from your senior brother and does not have so many missions to bear. I hope that he can be free and happy in this life and live for himself." "Are you free and easy?" An Xian murmured to herself. She thought of An Hao and felt a little heavy. Her parents were eaten by monsters when she was a child. If An Hao hadn't tried his best to protect her, she would have died. So in her heart, An Hao was her biological brother. Even though they only depended on each other for a few years, An Hao flew away. She always missed An Hao in her heart. An Hao was like an eagle. He would never stop and would always flap his wings and fly high. He would constantly have missions and finally die for the people. In this life, he was reincarnated as Tian Hao, but he had to go to Piamiao Xianting for the Tianling world. After knowing An Hao's fate, An Shengtian no longer resented this ancestor. Instead, he took An Hao as his goal. He wanted to surpass An Hao and prove that the descendants of the An family were not a burden to An Hao. Young An Zizai didn't understand the meaning of this name. When An Xian fell silent, he couldn't help shouting to Guan, "I have a name, I don't want to be called An Zizai." Guan asked with a smile, "What's your name?" "My mother called me Xiao Chen." "You can keep this name, people can have more than one name." Guan's words made An Zizai relax a lot. For some reason, being renamed made him feel very nervous, as if he was being sold. At this time, Shenzhen, Tian Yaoer, and others came one after another, curious about the talent of An Xian's disciples. An Zizai's talent is naturally not bad, and his maximum lifespan is also 9,999 years. On the Juling continent, there are not a few orphans like him, not to mention that the time is extended to tens of thousands of years. In the long years, there are countless tragedies like this, and An Xian never pays special attention to them unless they happen to appear in front of her. The reason why An Zizai attracted An Xian's attention was that he actually triggered the rules of heaven and earth when he was desperate. You must know that he has no cultivation at all. However, the maximum lifespan of 9,999 years is not uncommon in today's world. Physical qualifications are no longer the most important. The invisible and intangible enlightenment can determine how far a practitioner can go. An Zizai is very cute, which makes everyone feel pity for him quickly. Guan is not going to teach An Zizai, which is just right for An Xian to exercise his teaching ability. The joining of An Zizai broke the quiet atmosphere of the dojo. The disciples stopped retreating and began to accompany An Zizai to grow up. This is the first third-generation disciple of Wuxi. Even if the disciples have a competitive heart in teaching, they hope that An Zizai can stand out. So everyone took turns to teach An Zizai. In the next 10 years, Wuxi's dojo was very lively. Although An Zizai was an orphan, his temperament was not lonely, and he was even a little jumpy, always making the dojo chaotic. The 17-year-old An Zizai has condensed his nascent soul and has outstanding talent, which makes all Wuxi's disciples full of confidence and expectations for him. In summer, Guan reads a book on a big tree by the mountain stream, enjoying the refreshing breeze. A figure appeared out of nowhere under the tree, looking up at him. It was An Zizai. He was wearing a blue and white tight-fitting robe. His long hair was tied casually with a cloth belt, and his handsome face still had a hint of childishness. "Hey, Grandmaster, why are you reading again? What book is so good?" An Zizai shouted. His spiritual sense could not get close to Guan, so he didn't know what Guan was reading. From childhood to adulthood, although Guan did not teach him to practice, under the indoctrination of everyone, he knew that the Grandmaster was the most powerful person in the world. However, Guan liked to tease him. When he was a child, he would suddenly pull his pants and make him embarrassed in public. As a result, he was not very respectful to Guan, and even a little hostile. In his heart, this Grandmaster was too bad. Whenever the uncles praised him, the Grandmaster would always criticize him and point out his shortcomings. The most important thing is that these shortcomings did exist, which made him very depressed. "This is a book that only adults can read. Don't ask." Guan responded casually. Although he didn't teach An Zizai, he liked this kid very much. The arrival of this kid really made the dojo lively and life more interesting. Sometimes, Guan had to admit that he was old. Old people like children the most, but he was not like this before. After hearing this, An Zizai became more curious about the book in Guan's hand, but he was very unhappy with Guan's words. He was obviously grown up. Master asked me to tell you that the Tianjiao fighting conference of Qinkan Sect is about to begin. Do you want to go to see it together? Anzai continued to ask. He was very curious about this matter. Since he came to Wuxi Dojo, he has not gone out and is curious about everything in the outside world. I will go to see it, but I won't go with you. Tisk. Anzai pouted, waved his fist at Guan, and then disappeared from the spot. He couldn't wait to go to Qinkan Sect. Guan didn't care about his little movements and continued to read the book, while his mind fell on the road of the Great Dao. The Great Sage of Blood Prison has successfully carried out the reincarnation projection, which can be regarded as embarking on the road of Hunyuan Dao Emperor. Nowadays, there are more than 1,000 beings who have stepped into the Hunyuan Emperor road. Although no one has truly achieved the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, many forces are already investigating the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. Even including the Heavenly Court, Guan saw a god investigating the Hunyuan Dao Emperor and communicating with one of the contenders for the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. This god looked familiar to him. Although the other party had the luck of the Heavenly Court and could be isolated and deduced, he could tell at a glance that this god looked very similar to Long Xin. He had a vague guess in his heart. Even if this god had nothing to do with the Long family, Guan would not deliberately suppress him. When he opened up the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, he expected the situation today. He was not worried that someone could find him through the luck of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. The luck of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor had been established, which was equivalent to the Great Dao. The Great Dao was boundless, and who could calculate its route? Feng Xian grew up very well on the Hunyuan Emperor road. After many reincarnations, his understanding of the Great Dao far exceeded that of people at the same level. Let him fight with people at the same level on the Emperor road, Guan felt that he would not lose. This shows that Hunyuan Daodai does have the potential to be as good as Daodijun. After observing for an hour, Guan turned over, put the Green Hero's travels in his arms, and then walked towards Qinkan Sect. He was not going to watch the Tianjiao's fighting meeting, but an old friend came to Qinkan Sect. This old friend was Xian Tianyi, who wrote the Green Hero's travels. Xian Tianyi has traveled around the world for hundreds of thousands of years, but this is the first time he has come to Qinkan Sect. He did not bring any purpose, but just happened to come here. Guan was looking forward to meeting him. They really haven't seen each other for hundreds of thousands of years. Guan bought the Green Hero's travels in the human world, not from Xian Tianyi. At the same time, Xian Tianyi was wandering in the bustling Qinkan Sect's main city. He had been to many prosperous sects like this. While walking in the crowd, he observed the customs of this sect, trying to find inspiration. This Qinkan Sect is indeed not simple. Not only is it rich in heritage, but I have not seen any bullying along the way. It is indeed the leader of the righteous sect in this area. Xian Tianyi sighed in his heart, and he couldn't help but think of Taixuan Sect. Since Guan left, he has not returned. I wonder if the current Taixuan Sect has such a righteous style? End of this chapter. Xian Tianyi walked on the streets of Qinkan Sect, thinking about Taixuanmen. Although he missed Taixuanmen very much, he didn't want to go back. He didn't want to take on too many responsibilities, and he wanted to be free and unrestrained in the world. Even if Taixuanmen had the transcendent opportunity left by Fudao Jianzan, he didn't want to go back. Compared with the level of cultivation, he has more pursuits. In his opinion, if he just lives to live longer, it would be very boring. He likes to feel the world and have intersections with different people. He also likes to write these things down, and when the destined person sees them, it can be considered that he has not lived in vain. Of course, the reason why he was willing to stay away from Taixuanmen was because Guan left. Although Guan left, the sword intent that Guan left in Buletin Tiantai was still there, which showed that Guan was still attached to Taixuanmen. If someone protected Taixuanmen, he would have no worries. Hey, fellow Taoist, I don't recognize you. Is this your first time here? A voice came from the side, interrupting Xian Tianyi's thoughts. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged cultivator walking towards him. The man was wearing an elegant blue robe, with a serious look and extraordinary bearing. Xian Tianyi stopped and waited for him to come to him before speaking. I am Xian Tianyi. It is indeed my first time to come to Qinkan Sect. I heard that your sect has a grand event, so I came here to broaden my horizons. He entered Qinkan Sect openly, registered his identity, and handed in his spirit stones. He was not afraid of getting into trouble. The middle-aged cultivator whispered, I have a few books here that can help you better understand Qinkan Sect. Do you want to read them? It turned out to be a book recommendation. Xian Tianyi was a little disappointed. He couldn't see through the other party's cultivation level and thought he was a great cultivator. Now he thought that this person should have some kind of secret treasure on him, and his cultivation level should not be high. How many spirit stones? Xian Tianyi asked. As a newcomer, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. If it wasn't expensive, he would consider it as a good relationship. 100 high-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged man said seriously. So expensive? Forget it. Xian Tianyi shook his head and refused, then took a detour to leave. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man refused and stopped him again. He was immediately displeased and ready to get angry. The middle-aged man raised his hand, rubbed his right fingers, and revealed 7 books. Xian Tianyi was attracted by the titles. Qinkan Secret History, Elder Xing Latour, That Night, That Wind, That Love. Just by looking at the titles, Xian Tianyi felt the author's magnificent literary attainments. He seemed to see a literary master who could rival him. You will never regret buying it. The middle-aged man whispered in a serious tone, as if he was imparting a peerless secret book. Xian Tianyi asked, "Can I open it and take a look?" The middle-aged man immediately took out a book and handed it to him. After he took it, he randomly opened a page. He squinted and was immediately shocked. "I bought it? Anything else?" Xian Tianyi raised his eyes and said firmly, "No more, but there will be more in the future. When the new book is published, if you are still here, I will come to find you." The middle-aged man shook his head and replied. From beginning to end, his expression was very serious, and it was hard to imagine that he would do such a thing. His attitude made Xian Tianyi admire him very much. "What kind of belief is this? May I ask your name, fellow Taoist?" Xian Tianyi raised his hand and saluted after the transaction, his tone full of respect. The middle-aged man returned the salute, then left after saying, "I am Zhang Chunkayu." Zhang Chunkayu? Xian Tianyi wrote down this name and decided to write it into the book. Afterwards, Xian Tianyi lost interest in playing, and he quickly found an inn to stay in, carefully savoring the treasures he had just obtained. On the other side, the battle of magic of Qinkan Sect officially began. Anzaize followed an Xian to watch the excitement, and was warmly received by the senior leaders of Qinkan Sect. Hearing that Anzaize was an Xian's apprentice, the eyes of the senior leaders of Qinkan Sect looked at him very hot. Wu. She had sent Tianhao to Qinkan Sect before, and that was a person who helped Qinkan Sect become truly famous all over the world, which was of far-reaching significance. An Xian was Wu Shi's eldest disciple, and to be accepted as her apprentice, this Anzaize must be an extraordinary existence. However, they did not dare to recruit rashly, but just tried their best to please Anzaize. In the attic where they watched the battle, Yuan Luo sat on a chair, looking at the attic where the elders gathered from a distance. His eyes fell on Anzaize, and his brows frowned slightly. He naturally knew an Xian, and he also respected an Xian. When he was young, an Xian also gave him a spell. But seeing the attitude of the elders, he was a little unhappy. Qinkan Sect is good in every way except that it lacks confidence and always needs Wu Shi's help. The 20 Tianjiao sent by Wu Shi before were indeed very strong. Some of them gave him a headache, but these people were in a group and did not really integrate into Qinkan Sect. Sometimes, he was worried that these people would rebel. In his opinion, there is no such thing as eternal giving in this world. Why did Wu Shi help Qinkan Sect so much? If Wu Shi needs Qinkan Sect to repay him in the future, how can Qinkan Sect refuse? Always relying on others, when will it be independent? The Dao court is like this. There are too many factions, and there will always be various contradictions. It is impossible to truly rule the world. Sometimes a decision will be debated for decades or hundreds of years. Even the lord of the Dao court does not have absolute power. Yuan Luo wrote down Anzaize's face. Anzaize seemed to feel something and turned his head to look at him. The eyes of the two met in the air, and Yuan Luo quickly looked away. Anzaize frowned slightly. He felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Yuan Luo just now. That man's name is Yuan Luo. He was once the first genius of our Qinkan Sect. He is very powerful. I can let him teach you magical powers. Yi Qingshan looked at Anzaize beside him and said with a smile. Letting Anzaize sit next to the leader, such treatment is not only Yuan Luo who can't help but pay attention to it. Many disciples are discussing Anzaize's origins. Anzaize shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, leader. I have my master and uncles to teach me. There is no need to trouble you." These words shocked Yi Qingshan and other senior leaders. So many Wuxi disciples teach him? It seems that Wuxi wants to focus on cultivating him? This makes the senior leaders want to recruit Anzaize even more. They will not question Wuxi, but only think that Anzaize has a bright future and will be famous in the world in the future. Lu Xian, Chen Chuan, and An Shengtian are already famous all over the world. This kid is afraid that he will surpass these three. Anzaize felt uncomfortable with their eyes, and he could only look at the battle in front of him. In the dim void, countless meteorites are floating, and in the distance there are nebulae that are changing their shapes, which is magnificent. Feng Xian, dressed in red, stepped on the sword and walked forward, his robe fluttering, showing the demeanor of an immortal. Feng Xian looked forward, his eyes were calm, but he was a little uneasy in his heart. I wonder what other fellow Taoists think of me. The reason why Feng Xian came to this void was that he felt the luck of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor here. Of course, it was not the real Hunyuan Dao Emperor, because the other party's luck was not as good as his, but it was not far behind. He has been comprehending the Hunyuan Dao Emperor for many years, and now he has encountered a bottleneck, and he is eager to exchange his experience with others. End of this chapter. Feng Xian crossed the vast sea of meteorites and felt that the luck that belonged to the pursuers of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor was getting stronger and stronger, which made him even more uneasy. On the road of the Great Dao, the practitioners who pursued the Great Dao Emperor would fight each other when they met. I wonder if the practitioners who pursued the Hunyuan Dao Emperor would do the same? To become the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, there is no need to kill each other. This is why he dared to come. But there are no rules on the road of the Great Dao. There will always be people who will act recklessly. He can't guarantee whether such communication will bring trouble to himself. In any case, he has come. Feng Xian exuded his own aura, wanting the other party to feel it. Do you also want to become the Hunyuan Dao Emperor? A voice came from the front, and this voice was surprisingly the Great Sage of Blood Prison. In the depths of the void, the Great Sage of Blood Prison was meditating on a meteorite. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction where Fang Xian flew from. There was admiration in his eyes, not only because Fang Xian was a fellow traveler, but also because Fang Xian's clothes were very much to his taste. Fang Xian is here. I really want to become the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. You are the first Daoist I have ever met. I hope I did not disturb you. Fang Xian's voice came, with an expectant tone. He did not come to the Blood Prison Great Sage immediately, but kept a safe distance. The Blood Prison Great Sage stood up and looked at Fang Xian from a distance, sizing him up. Fang Dao fellow, I really want to meet other Daoists as well. Come and have a chat. The Blood Prison Great Sage replied with a somewhat enthusiastic tone, which made Fang Xian feel relieved. The Blood Prison Great Sage had long wanted to chat with people of the same Dao, not for cultivation, but to complete the task assigned by the master. He came to the Great Dao Road not only to cultivate, but also to find out the information about the Great Dao Emperor and the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. Fang Xian appeared in front of the Blood Prison Great Sage out of thin air and saluted him. The Blood Prison Great Sage smiled, enthusiastically grabbed Fang Xian's wrist, and pulled him to sit down and talk. Fang Xian always kept a little vigilant. As the conversation with the Blood Prison Great Sage deepened, he developed a good impression of the Blood Prison Great Sage. The Blood Prison Saint took the lead in telling his own feelings without reservation, and he spoke boldly, without testing Fang Xian. Fang Xian had lived to this day and had experienced too many intrigues. He could tell that the Blood Prison Saint had no calculations, but only infinite curiosity about the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. He was also full of curiosity about the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, and he felt that he could get along well with the Blood Prison Saint. After the Blood Prison Saint finished his feelings, Fang Xian did not hold back and began to tell his own feelings, which also won the favor of the Blood Prison Saint. This person is good, and he can get along. This is the feeling of the Blood Prison Saint. After coming to the Great Dao Road for so many years, he was very lonely and had long wanted to find someone to talk to. Both of them felt like they had known each other for a long time. When the Blood Prison Saint said that he came from the Tianling world and from the seat of the Wuxi Fudao Sword Master, Fang Xian was shocked, which confused the Blood Prison Saint and asked him what was wrong. Fang Xian hesitated for a moment, and still told his origins. Hearing that Fang Xian was once a disciple of Zhan Ting and had followed him to attack the Tianling world, but was eventually wiped out by Fu Dao Jianzun, Shui Yu Desheng couldn't help laughing. Just when Fang Xian thought that Shui Yu Desheng was going to humiliate him, Shui Yu Desheng smiled and said, "You can survive from my master, which means you are not destined to die, but this must be the master's mercy. To be honest, I have had the same experience as you." Fang Xian was surprised. He didn't expect that Shui Yu Desheng would have the same experience as him. He immediately asked about his past, and Shui Yu Desheng began to tell him. Knowing that Shui Yu Desheng came from the mortal world, and almost killed Fu Dao Jianzun's disciple after ascending, and was eventually subdued by Fu Dao Jianzun, and also obtained an unprecedented opportunity, Fang Xian admired Fu Dao Jianzun even more. Apart from anything else, in that battle, Fu Dao Jianzun really could kill all the creatures in Zhan Ting. This Fu Dao Jianzun has compassion in his heart, and he is worthy of being a great man. He felt that Fu Dao Jianzun did this because he took into account that many of the disciples of Zhan Ting were helpless, just like him, and had to obey the orders of the master. After opening their hearts, the relationship between the two became better. The great sage of Blood Prison proposed to become sworn brothers, and Fang Xian was overjoyed. The two immediately knelt down and swore to Fu Dao Jianzun and the Great Dao, which made Guan, who was far away in the Wuxi Dao field, laugh and cry. Cause and effect are really interesting. Although he could not deduce what the Hunyuan Dao Emperor would become, he could specifically deduce the future of the Great Sage of Blood Prison and Fang Xian. These two will join hands to explore the road of the Great Dao in the future, and even expand their sworn brothers. Those brothers are all the proud figures who pursue the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. In the end, the Great Sage of Blood Prison will bid farewell to his brothers and return to the Tianling world alone, while Fang Xian and others will continue to be famous in the road of the Great Dao, and their future is immeasurable. 1,000 years passed quickly. On this day, in early summer, Guan was fishing in the Taoist temple, holding a fishing rod in one hand and reading a book in the other. This book was newly written by Xian Tianyi. After his little calculation, Xian Tianyi stayed in Cultivate Sect, waiting for more books to appear in front of him. Little did he know that the books he wrote contained the meaning of Taoism, which made Xian Tianyi often realize the Tao and more determined to stay for a while. Well, just stay a little longer, he is destined to wander around the world. With this mentality, Xian Tianyi looked forward to more works from the mysterious author. Even if he waited for 100 years for one book, he thought it was worth it. Just as Guan was enjoying the quiet time to relax, a figure appeared behind him. Grand Master, Master won't let me go out, saying that he's afraid I won't come back if I go out, but I just want to go out and experience some things, and I'll come back sooner or later. Anzaize said aggrievedly. He was 1,000 years old, but his temperament was still like a teenager, because he hadn't experienced anything yet, and he knew this, so he wanted to go out and experience things, just like the geniuses of Cultivate Sect. Guan turned his back to him and answered casually, "You underestimate the influence of the secular world. You may not come back if you go out. I can't make the decision on this matter. If you want to go out, then convince your master. In fact, even if you don't come back, I don't care." Although he didn't care about Nzize, Guan cared about Xian very much. He knew how much Xian valued Nzize, so he didn't want to interfere with Nzize's life. Hearing his words, Nzize couldn't help but glare at him, thinking that the Grandmaster was as bad as ever. Nzize rolled his eyes and asked, "Grandmaster, what if I go to visit my uncles?" Lucien and others were very far away from the Juling continent, and a round trip was enough for him to experience. "Ask your master. Can't you just ask a little? Ask your master. You." No matter how Nzize persuaded him, Guan remained unmoved, which made him feel very aggrieved. At this moment, Xian appeared beside him, frightening him so much that he quickly bowed and saluted. Xian frowned and said in a deep voice, "Didn't I tell you not to disturb your master's practice if there is nothing to do? Does he count this as practice?" Nzize couldn't help but stare. Since he was sensible, he had never seen Guan practice. In his opinion, Guan was the most idle person in Wuxi. Xian's eyes flashed with displeasure, and he scolded, "Kneel down and apologize." Nzize was so aggrieved that he was about to explode, but he still chose to kneel down obediently. Guan turned around and smiled at Nzize, which made Nzize's eyes red. Xian turned his head to look at Guan and asked, "Master, can you calculate if he goes out, will he come back?" Nzize suddenly felt desperate, thinking that Guan would definitely not speak for him. He will come back, but he will go through a lot of things. Guan answered casually, which surprised Nzize. Guan did not speak. He deduced the fate of Nzize's departure from the dojo. In the end, this kid will come back, but he will encounter many hardships before coming back, and even bear some missions. Of course, these missions are only within the Tianling world, which is nothing in Guan's eyes, but as long as this kid can solve it by himself, he is too lazy to intervene. Nzize is definitely not the last Wuxi disciple, and there will be new disciples coming in the future, so Guan did not think he is very important. Xian heard Guan's words with a complicated look in her eyes, and she understood the master's implication. Nzize will go through a lot of things, and these things must be very painful. End of this chapter. Are you ready to face the hardships of life? You will meet many people, make enemies, and maybe fall in love with someone, but it will be difficult to achieve your wish in the end. Even so, you still want to go out. Xian looked at Nzize and asked. Her tone was faint. Nzize was surprised to hear this, because the master finally gave in. Gains and losses are all my fate. I just want to see, not necessarily to get anything. Nzize looked up at the master and answered seriously. Looking at his expression, Xian sighed. She took out her Taoist treasure Six Paths mirror and handed it to Nzize, saying, "This is my magic weapon, I will lend it to you. You go to visit junior brother Chen Chuan and take out this mirror. He will meet you. Just say that I want you to practice swordsmanship with him." Nzize took the Six Paths mirror and was about to say something, but Xian handed him a jade pendant, saying that this jade pendant could guide him. "You should leave now, or I will regret it," Xian said indifferently. Guan looked back at Nzize and said with a smile, "Look how angry you are with your master. You are so treasonous." Nzize was grateful to him for what he said before, but now when he heard this, the gratitude in his heart disappeared. "Master, I will be back." Nzize knelt down quickly, kowtowed to Xian, then stood up, glared at Guan, and turned away. Xian watched Nzize disappear into the horizon, then bowed to Guan and left silently. Guan did not comfort Xian, but instead had a playful mood of watching a play. People always yearn for freedom. The more difficult it is, the stronger their yearning for freedom is, Guan said leisurely. He had accepted many disciples and knew this too well. However, everything has to be experienced once. If Xian wants to accept a disciple, he has to face the disciple's mind. After all, the disciple is a human being with his own thoughts. At this time, the fishing rod trembled, and finally a fish was hooked. Guan immediately held the fishing rod with both hands and began to fight wits and courage with the fish in the lake. Water splashed and fell on the leaves. The sun shone on the water droplets, making them crystal clear, as if they contained a small world. Nzize's departure made Wuxi Daokang deserted again, and other disciples began to practice in seclusion one after another. For Guan, whether the Daokang was lively or not was not the most important thing. Time would only pass faster and faster in his eyes. 800 years later, Guan came to this location to fish again. While waiting for the fish to bite the hook, he held a book in his other hand. The sun was shining, making the lake sparkle. The breeze blew, blowing his hair. A figure walked out of the woods behind him. This was a man wearing a knight's cloth, with disheveled hair, of vicissitudes of life, a circle of stubble around his mouth, and his eyes were sad. It was Nzize. Compared with 800 years ago, he was like a different person. He no longer had the spirit he had before, and his temperament seemed decadent. Nzize looked at Guan's back, a little dazed, and his eyes changed slightly. He suddenly thought of the scene when he left. At that time, the master was also fishing here, with his back to him. His back didn't seem to have changed at all, which made him feel like he had traveled through time and space. Disciple's grandson greets the master. Nzize came behind Guan, bowed and saluted. His tone was lonely. "I'm glad you're back." Guan responded without looking back at Nzize. He already knew what Nzize had experienced over the years. 800 years seemed like just one day to him, but for many people, it was a long time. Nzize had experienced a lot in these 800 years. He witnessed the tragic deaths of his brothers and loved ones, and failed to protect those who trusted him. Too many blows made him lose his former sharpness. If it weren't for the protection of an Xian's six paths mirror, he would have died countless times. Anzai looked up at Guan, he took a deep breath and asked, Grand Master, is there really justice and fairness in this world? Why can some people who do so many evil things enjoy the love of the world, and their sects have to cover up for them even if they know their crimes? He was talking about a great monk of Dao Zhangzai Zaixian, from Baidu Sect, one of the 100 religions in the world. The disciples of the great monk worked for him, arresting mortals among the people, and even some immortals were caught by him. He was a villain. Anzai and his friends saw injustice and offended the disciples of the great monk, which led to a series of hatreds. Anzai had been hunted for hundreds of years and had been dormant for hundreds of years. He finally killed the disciple, but only then did he get to know the truth. Facing the suppression of Dao Zhangzai Zaixian, he was helpless and could only watch the people he cared about die. Baidu Sect even wanted to hunt him down. If he hadn't escaped to Taixuan Sword Sect in time, he would probably have died. The Sword Sect is far inferior to Baidu Sect, but the legend of Wuxi is still in the world, and Baidu Sect is afraid of it. The path of cultivating immortals is not about day and night. What you see is just a fragment of the vast world. When you look back many years later, the things that confuse you will definitely have answers. Those evil and seemingly powerful ones will also be annihilated, but the right and wrong will be judged by future generations. Guan answered carelessly. For all the disciples who went out, he only protected their lives, but would not help them to take revenge, so he would not interfere with Anzai's hatred. If you want revenge, then work hard to practice and rely on yourself. Anzai's eyes became complicated, and he continued to ask, Master, you must have lived a long life. In your opinion, is justice supreme or the law of the jungle in this world? Looking back on the past, no matter who laughs last, in the face of history, we must always hold high the banner of justice. This shows that at least in this world, justice is what all living beings hope for, and no one can shake it. This was the most patient time for Guan to be with Anzai. There was no teasing or ridicule, and he answered every one of his questions seriously. After listening, Anzai fell into silence. A thought flashed through his mind. That is to kneel down and beg the master to avenge him. Baidu Sect can stand up for its disciples, so the master may also do so. But this idea came and went quickly. After all, his hatred with Baidu Sect, even if Baidu Sect was unjust, was his active interference. What's more, the master and the teacher didn't want him to go out at the beginning, but he insisted on going out to gain experience. Sometimes, he would also wonder if those people would have escaped if he hadn't gone out. The more Anzai thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, and he was almost out of breath. I can go to the reincarnation to find all the people you care about and resurrect them, but you have to consider one thing, they may have a better life in the next life, and they may also experience more suffering after resurrection. You can't predict anything. Guan's voice floated over, causing Anzai's face to change drastically, and his eyes revealed an incredible look. Go to reincarnation? Resurrection? Anzai knew that the master was very strong, but he had no idea how strong he was. But today, when he heard the master's words, he was shocked, and the whole world in front of him seemed to brighten up all of a sudden. End of this chapter. Anzai was shocked by Guan's words for a long time. When he woke up, he began to think seriously about the master's words. Should he be resurrected? He really didn't have the courage to say that he could protect others for a lifetime, not to mention that those old friends had been dead for many years and might have been reincarnated. He remembered that his master had said that reincarnation was natural, and there were even many great powers who relied on reincarnation to practice. Knowing that the old friends had entered reincarnation, he was already somewhat relieved. He thought that the old friends would be shattered and there would be no hope of reincarnation. After thinking for a long time, Anzai looked at Guan and replied, let it be. I don't want to interfere in their lives anymore, but I will work hard to practice, avenge them, and complete my mission. The brother who had the best relationship with him said before he died that perhaps he was the hope of overthrowing the Baidu Sect and he would become the savior. In the eyes of those people, the Baidu Sect was the most powerful existence, covering the sky with one hand, and Anzai had also felt the power of the Baidu Sect, and he could not think of how to overthrow the Baidu Sect for the time being. The human world is huge, and almost all the places he has been to are under the control of Baidu Sect. Even when he met monks from Taixuan Sect, they were still afraid of Baidu Sect. Anzai was instilled with the idea that his master was the strongest since he was a child, but after going out for a while, this idea began to waver. Even though he knew that his master could enter reincarnation, he did not think that his master could turn the world around on his own. After hearing Anzai's choice, Guan did not say anything more. Anzai followed and saluted, then turned and left. Anzai's aura attracted the attention of the disciples of the Taoist temple, and they came out of retreat one after another to look for Anzai. Guan continued fishing, but his ears were eavesdropping on their conversation. After learning about Anzai's experience, the Wuxi disciples were indignant, and Tian Yaoer even wanted to go to Baidu Sect, but was finally suppressed by an Xian. Master uncles, I will personally avenge this. Next, I will practice hard. I have seen the world of mortals, and I will never let you down again. Anzai said seriously. After talking with his master and other teachers, his fighting spirit was rekindled. Although he lost a lot, he was not without everything. He not only wanted revenge, but also wanted to protect Wuxi. Emperor Tianhong snorted, "What Baidu sect? When you want to take revenge in the future, I will accompany you. Don't worry, you can take the heads of your enemies." Anzai couldn't help but look at Emperor Tianhong. Among the many master uncles, Emperor Tianhong made him the most in awe, because Emperor Tianhong was serious and often just looked at him without speaking. Although Emperor Tianhong didn't like to talk to him, he had taught him magic and was also a relative in his heart. In addition, in his opinion, Emperor Tianhong was likely to be the second strongest person in Wuxi after his master, and the strong spirit exuded by Emperor Tianhong made him yearn for it. Hearing Emperor Tianhong's big tone, Anzai did not question it, but felt particularly warm and at ease. With such a teacher around, the uneasiness brought to him by Baidu sect gradually dissipated. An Xian glanced at Emperor Tianhong and said, "You should practice well." Emperor Tianhong looked away without refuting. "Nephew, tell us what the human world looks like now." Tianqing looked at Anzai and asked curiously. Anzai nodded and began to talk about the scenery he had seen, including the sword sect founded by Chen Chuan. The Wuxi disciples had also gone out to practice, and compared their memories with Anzai's description, which made them feel that the human world had changed a lot. Unfortunately, they could not learn from Anzai what realm the first-class cultivation in the human world is now. When Anzai said that the ninth heaven of the immortal way was the Zizai fairyland, his face was full of yearning, which made everyone almost want to laugh, but they held back and tacitly did not point it out. In the Sea of Qi, the stars are shining. A golden light passes over the Sea of Qi. Above the golden light, countless figures are moving forward. These figures are all wearing golden armor and are as imposing as a rainbow. Zhang Buku and Su Yu are walking in the heavenly army, very inconspicuous. Their eyes are all on the burly figure at the front of the army. Tianzhen Shen is wearing heavy and domineering heavenly armor, holding a big knife in his hand. As he walks, his own Dharma image floats on his body. "Are we still dealing with the chaos demon this time?" Zhang Buku asked Su Yu beside him in a low voice. The other heavenly soldiers were also discussing and were very excited. Those who can enter the heavenly army are all the pride of heaven and the unparalleled great powers in various circles. They are only excited about fighting. In the war, it is easiest to snatch luck and accumulate merit. Their goal is to become a god like Tianzhen Shen. Su Yu replied, "It shouldn't be. If it was the chaos demon, it would have revealed it long ago. There was no news at all. Perhaps what is going on next is not the will of heaven, but the private affairs of the gods." He looked around, not knowing who he was looking for. The private affairs of the gods. Zhang Buku was even more confused. "You don't think that the gods only act for the common people, do you? There will also be conflicts of interest among them." When Su Yu answered, his face was extremely calm. Without the image of a beggar, even if he put on the armor of a heavenly soldier, he looked out of place, not as powerful as Zhang Buku. "Why not treasure hunting for the gods? How can you be sure that it is a struggle among the gods?" Zhang Buku asked. He had long discovered that Su Yu was not simple. When he was in the Tai's world, Su Yu acted as if he knew everything. Now that he came to the heavenly army, Su Yu could still answer his questions, which made him full of doubts. However, based on hundreds of thousands of years of life and death, he was very confident in Su Yu and believed that Su Yu would not harm him. Because this is the road of the Great Dao, a place that cannot be deduced, and a place where the luck of the heavenly court cannot cover. If you act here, you will not be discovered by the heavenly court. Even if an immortal god falls here, it is difficult to find the real culprit. Su Yu's words made Zhang Buku frown. When the heavenly soldiers around heard this, they all asked Su Yu. The two have joined the heavenly army for hundreds of thousands of years and have made many friends. Su Yu has no scruples. If someone asks him, he will answer. The god of heaven, who was walking in the front, seemed not to notice him and never looked back. Time passed quickly. The golden light extended infinitely, and the steps of the heavenly army never stopped, as if they could not reach the end. For a long time, a vast pressure came from the front, covering the hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers in the heavenly army, making all the heavenly soldiers change color. The god of heaven stopped, and when he stopped, all the heavenly soldiers stopped with him, feeling the terrifying pressure coming from the front. The heavenly soldiers were on full alert and dared not speak again. "Tianzhen God, do you really want to kill them all?" A murderous voice came from the front, the tone was full of resentment. Tianzhen God said expressionlessly, "Standing on the wrong side, choosing the wrong camp, you should face an irreparable end. No matter where you escape, it will be useless. You should be glad that it is me who came, not that immortal monarch." The mysterious voice followed and said, "It's ridiculous. You even dare to kill the emperor. You and Huangfeng immortal monarch will only end up worse than me. The son of heaven? The immortal lord Huangfeng?" Zhang Buku listened to these two names and felt that he was involved in a very terrible battle between immortals and gods. He was not afraid, because he had no choice. Heaven has its own justice, accept the punishment from heaven. The god of heaven held up his sword, and his magnificent magic power burst out, condensing into a majestic Dharma image 10,000 feet tall, also holding a sword. Without waiting for the order from the god of heaven, the Dharma image swung the sword and chopped it off, as if Pangu created the world, and a dazzling white light slashed out with one sword, trying to cut the universe in front of him in half, and the sea of chi below was violently churning. The scene was spectacular. All the heavenly soldiers held their breath and looked forward closely. The dazzling light shone on their faces, and their expressions were so cold. It was not the first time they saw the god of heaven take action, and they were not shocked, but every time they felt the power of the god of heaven, their hearts would surge with blood and ambition. They also wanted to become such a domineering and powerful god. As the Dharma image of Tianzhen god swung his sword, the cosmic void in front of him shattered in the white light, and an extremely huge figure emerged from the darkness, surrounded by black air, which was much larger than the 10,000-foot Dharma image of Tianzhen god, making all the heavenly soldiers feel insignificant. Many heavenly soldiers were frightened. The man's tone seemed to be related to the heaven, but his figure looked like a chaotic evil demon, which made them have more speculations about the heaven. Form a battle array and kill the enemy. Tianzhen god's voice exploded like thunder, and then he jumped up and took the lead in killing the terrifying figure in front. Hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers immediately cast spells and began to form a battle array. The majestic destiny of the heavenly way gathered together, and a suppressed and terrifying momentum was rising step by step, as if the power of heaven was awakening. Time flies, and it has been 10,000 years since Anzaize came back. Anzaize devoted himself to cultivation, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, but the road to immortal cultivation is long. No matter how fast he cultivates in 10,000 years, he cannot catch up with other Wuxi disciples. With the experience of 800 years, his heart of Taoism became more stable. He no longer wanted to go out for training. He practiced hard all day, which made an Xian very satisfied. Guan was a little dissatisfied and felt that Anzaize was not interesting enough. He began to look forward to other disciples accepting disciples. After an Xian accepted disciples, others did begin to prepare to accept disciples, but Anzaize was extremely talented. They had not found a suitable seedling in Taixuan Sect and Jiling continent for the time being, so they kept waiting. The world is vast, and there are many geniuses, but for Jiling continent, a genius like Anzaize can be said to be rare in 10,000 years. The days were peaceful, and Guan occasionally paid attention to the situation on the road of the Great Dao. The development of Hunyuan Dao Emperor was getting better and better, and the number of Daoists had exceeded 3,000. In fact, there were more people who wanted to become Hunyuan Dao Emperor, but many people died on the road. On the road of the Great Dao, there were some things that attracted Guan's attention, which were related to Zhongbuku. Zhongbuku was shrouded by the luck of the heavenly court, which made it impossible for him to deduce specifically, but he had a large range of activities and always left clues, allowing him to see all the way. The heavenly army where Zhongbuku is located is active on the Great Dao Road, fighting in the south and the north, and has caused fear among many forces. A pursuer of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor communicated with others, wondering why the heavenly court was so ostentatious, unlike the previous style. Guan did not interfere with the heavenly court's actions, as long as he did not threaten him. On this day, Guan had just returned to the Wuxi Dao Kang. He sat on the cliff, playing with the wooden plaque transformed by the 72 Jindong immortals in his hand, and looked at the reincarnation of Tai Immortal Lord. Tai Immortal Lord in this life has lived for tens of thousands of years. He is a disciple of one of the 100 religions in the world. He is outstanding in talent and is experiencing his own life. Today, Tai Immortal Lord seems to have completely integrated into the Tianling world, but his Tiandao immortal position will sooner or later take him out of this world. Not to mention that the heavenly court will come to find Tai Immortal Lord, and Yuan Luo, the reincarnation of the chaos demon, has already laid the groundwork for disaster for this world. Guan was thinking about how to face the heavenly court. One day, he had to make a choice, to join the heavenly court, to be the enemy of the heavenly court, or to live a life of hiding. Just as Guan was thinking about the future, an Xian appeared behind him. Master, can you personally teach Zaize a great magical power? An Xian asked after paying her respects to Guan. The most powerful magical power she mastered was the Immortal Emperor's pupil, but this magical power was strictly prohibited by Guan from being passed on to others. She didn't dare to mention it to Anzaize. Anzaize had excellent talent and comprehension. His current cultivation results were very good. He was proficient in everything, but this made him have no unique skills of his own, which made an Xian feel a little bit lacking. In the Wuxi dojo, everyone possessed a unique great magical power, which was also a trump card. Guan replied, he himself is not anxious. Why are you anxious? An Xian said helplessly, sooner or later he will seek revenge on Baidu Sect. There are many powerful people in Baidu Sect, and there are countless geniuses. It is difficult for him to take revenge with his ability. Since he will face Baidu Sect in the end, why not teach him in advance? Really? Guan said lazily. He was really not interested in teaching Anzaize that kid. An Xian came to him and squatted down, grabbed his arm, and began to act like a spoiled child, begging him all the time, no longer solemn and serious as usual. If Anzaize saw it, he would be stunned. Okay. Guan couldn't stand his beloved disciple's coquettishness, so he had to agree. It's better to teach today than to choose a day. An Xian stood up in surprise and disappeared on the spot. After an incense stick of time, Anzaize, who changed into a clean robe, came behind Guan. He saluted respectfully, and couldn't be disrespectful to Guan like he did when he was young. Only after experiencing some things did he know how difficult it was to have everything he had now, and everything he has now was brought by his master. Even if his master accepted him as a disciple, he had to get the nod from his master. What magical power do you want to learn? Guan stood up and asked, turning to look at him. The breeze blew Guan's black clothes, and he still had a kind of free and easy temperament that transcended the world. Anzaize had already thought about it on the way here, and he answered without hesitation, I want to learn magical powers that can bring justice to the world and suppress all injustices. Guan's mouth corners rose, and he said unhappily, it sounds high-sounding, but doesn't it just mean that the magical power is domineering enough? After hearing this, Anzaize scratched his head embarrassedly. Seeing his action, Guan was secretly satisfied. This was like him at the beginning, not so depressed. I created a set of palm techniques not long ago, maybe it can satisfy you. Guan continued. Just created. Anzaize hesitated a little, he suspected that the master wanted to test the waters with him. Although his personality has changed a lot, his memory has not changed. This master is good in every way, but he loves to tease him. Guan introduced, this set of palm techniques is called the 10,000 Dao Peerless Palms. There are 7 palms in total. Mastering the first palm is enough to calm all unrest in the world. The 10,000 Dao's Peerless Palm. Anzaize muttered the name of this palm technique. Hearing Guan say that the first palm can calm all the turmoil in the world, he couldn't help but feel expectation and surprise. This name sounds very powerful. Master, please teach me. Anzaize immediately knelt down and said expectantly. Guan looked at him with a smile on his face and said, the 10,000 Dao's Peerless Palm is a unique skill I created after comprehending the Great Dao. There are 7 palms in total, which are equivalent to 7 great supernatural powers. The first palm I will teach you is called The World is Like a God. Anzaize listened patiently. This was the first time Guan taught him, and he also wanted to prove his talent, so he was very serious. Gradually, his mind was immersed in it. He was entering the Tao. It was not that his comprehension was amazing, but that Guan was guiding him with his own Tao. Since an Xian had spoken, and Anzaize was the first person to practice the 10,000 Dao's Peerless Palm, Guan naturally had to teach seriously, and he would definitely make Anzaize's 10,000 Dao's Peerless Palm famous. I don't know how long it has been. When Anzaize woke up, his eyes became clear, but it was already dark. He subconsciously looked around, but did not find the figure of his master. He took a deep breath, and recalled the feelings in his mind, and his mind was shaken. He had never encountered such a powerful unique skill. He had not yet mastered it. Just by recalling the inherited memory, he felt that this unique skill was invincible. This was only the first palm. What kind of power would it be to practice the 7th palm? For the first time, he was very curious about the master's Taoism. What kind of cultivation can create such a unique skill? Anzaize suddenly wanted to practice beside Guan. In the past, he thought Guan was annoying and stayed away from him. Now, he was curious about everything about Guan. How high is the master's Taoism? What kind of life has he experienced? Why is the master unwilling to come out? Too much curiosity made Anzaize feel like he was reborn, and even he felt full of fighting spirit. So, in the following days, Anzaize began to pester Guan. As long as Guan was in the dojo, he would come to Guan to practice the 10,000 Dao Peerless Palm. As time went by, Wushi's disciples learned that Guan had created a unique skill, but they did not ask Anzaize how to practice the 10,000 Dao's Peerless Palm. Without Guan's order, they dared not do anything wrong. This is a rule that has been established for hundreds of thousands of years. The disciples will not exchange magical powers with each other, and they are also confident in the magical powers they have mastered. In the void, countless meteorites are quietly suspended in the darkness. The great sage of Blood Prison and Fang Xian sat side by side and practiced together. Fang Xian opened his eyes, then exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his eyes became complicated. How many lives have you projected? The voice of the great sage of Blood Prison came from the side, and his tone was also tired. Fang Xian glanced and saw that the great sage of Blood Prison also looked a little lonely. He replied, 27 lives, all very bitter. The great sage of Blood Prison followed with a sigh and said, 21st life, I am also very bitter. The two fell into silence together. After a while, perhaps only by experiencing enough failures can one cope with all the hardships in the future. The strength of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor is not only due to his strong cultivation and magical powers, but also his strong Dao heart. Fang Xian sighed. It was difficult for him to imagine how many reincarnations the real Hunyuan Dao Emperor had experienced, and what kind of mentality did the Hunyuan Dao Emperor have towards the Dao and everything. Perhaps they had not heard of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor before, because the Hunyuan Dao Emperor had long transcended and would not have any heart for fame and fortune. The Blood Prison Great Sage nodded and said, the higher the attainment of practicing this Dao, the more I respect the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. No wonder my master asked me to practice. I think the Hunyuan Dao Emperor is stronger than the Dao Emperor. Fang Xian smiled and continued, that is inevitable. The Dao Emperor relies purely on fighting and does not cultivate his mind at all. The two kept talking about their yearning for the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. Even though they have been practicing until now, they still cannot see the day of Dao success, but because they have each other, they are more confident and not so confused. Just as the two were talking endlessly, a strong light burst out from the depths of darkness, dazzling and attracting the attention of the two. A terrifying aura came, making them frown. Boom! A stunning streak came rushing over, making the void where the Blood Prison Great Sage and Fang Xian were as bright as day. The two looked up and saw a figure appearing above them. It was a man wearing a black robe and chainmail standing in the air. His face was sinister and his pupils were like snakes. He looked down at the Blood Prison Great Sage and the other two, frowning. The Blood Prison Great Sage asked first, "What's the matter, sir?" Although the other party was powerful, he was not afraid at all. At worst, he would just start a fight. It happened that he hadn't fought for many years. Fang Xian glanced at the Blood Prison Great Sage and suddenly felt that this sworn brother was more combative than he thought, because he heard the eagerness in the Blood Prison Great Sage's tone. Although Fang Xian was considered a genius, he didn't like fighting. In his opinion, fighting was not necessary for cultivating immortals. Fighting was the last resort. The Heavenly Court is trying to capture the creatures who have set foot on the Emperor Road. Although you do not have the luck of the Great Dao Emperor, your luck is very special. You may be targeted by the Heavenly Court. Leave the Great Dao Road as soon as possible. The black-robed man looked down at the Blood Prison Great Sage and the other two. After leaving these words, he turned and left. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the void and disappeared without a trace. Heavenly Court. The Blood Prison Great Sage frowned. He had heard of this name, but he did not know much about it. He only knew that the legendary immortals came from the Heavenly Court, and the Heavenly Court also represented the Heavenly Dao. Fang Xian knew more about the Heavenly Court. His face suddenly became ugly. He whispered, "It is better to believe it than not to believe it. Let's find a place to hide, at least away from the main plane of the Great Dao Road." The Blood Prison Great Sage glared and said, "What about the Heavenly Court? This is the Great Dao Road. I have never heard of any force that can cover the sky with one hand. If he left, how could he carry out the task assigned by his master?" Fang Xian wanted to continue to persuade him, but suddenly, a vast pressure descended, covering the two of them, causing their faces to change drastically. They subconsciously turned around to look. They saw a golden light appear in the direction where the black-robed man came from, extending towards them at an extremely fast speed. Deafening footsteps came from the golden light, as if there were thousands of people stepping in unison. The Blood Prison Great Sage immediately took out his own Taoist treasure, the sky-breaking Blood Prison Blade. As soon as the Taoist treasure came out, the suppression he encountered was immediately weakened. He grabbed Fang Xian, who was suppressed and unable to move, and turned to run away. "Humph! Where are you escaping?" The cold snort of Tianzhan God came from behind. Before the Blood Prison Great Sage turned around, he suddenly felt an irresistible suction coming. Even the Taoist treasure could not completely resist this suction. The Blood Prison Great Sage was horrified and subconsciously turned his head to look. He saw endless darkness like a huge mouth of the abyss swallowing him and Fang Xian directly. Shidao Kang, evening. Guan was carving wooden statues in the yard, Shenzhen was practicing in front of the refining cauldron, and Zizai was thinking hard on the courtyard wall. The sunset was shining, and the whole yard was filled with a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. Suddenly, Guan raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt that the great sage of Blood Prison and Fang Xian were captured, and the cause and effect suddenly became blurred. Heaven? Only the heaven can present such a vague cause and effect. Fortunately, the great sage of Blood Prison and Fang Xian have the luck of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, so he can track the whereabouts of the two. Guan began to explore along the luck of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, and he saw the situation of the great sage of Blood Prison and Fang Xian. Guan suddenly thought of the Divine Court in the Taiwei world. The Divine Court is also helping the immortals and gods to capture living beings and throw them into a furnace cauldron. Now the great sage of Blood Prison and Fang Xian are also experiencing this. Are these immortals and gods preparing for the battle for the Emperor of Heaven? Guan stood up and stretched. He looked at Anzizai and suddenly had an idea. No matter what, Anzizai is the eldest disciple of the 3 generations of disciples, and he must have the ability and knowledge to stand on his own in the future. The current Anzizai is seriously lacking in knowledge, and even regards Zizaixian as the highest realm of the road to immortality. Zizai, Grand Master, I am going to go out for a walk, and there may be a battle. Do you want to go with me? Guan said. As soon as these words came out, Anzizai immediately turned his head to look at him, with an interested look on his face. Not only him, but even Shenzhen looked at Guan, his eyes full of curiosity. Grand Master, I'm afraid I will drag you down. Anzizai wanted to go, but thinking of his previous experience of going out for training, he was a little timid. Guan smiled and said, It's okay. You don't need to do anything. Such an opportunity is rare. Think about it carefully. Hearing this, Anzizai was silent, and Shenzhen said, Your master wants to take you to broaden your horizons. You are the first 3rd generation disciple of Wuxi. There will definitely be many junior brothers and sisters in the future. With your current state, do you think you are qualified to be a senior disciple? Her words were very impolite, and her tone was also a little sarcastic, but it did not make Anzizai angry. Anzizai took a deep breath and felt that Shenzhen was right. He looked at Shenzhen gratefully, and then said to Guan, Master, I am willing to go with you. Guan immediately waved his sleeves, and Anzizai only felt a strong wind blowing in his face, which made him close his eyes subconsciously. Immediately afterwards, Anzai could not open his eyes, and only felt that he was falling, and his spiritual consciousness could not be explored, which made him feel nervous instinctively. After a while, Anzai felt his feet landed on the ground, and he subconsciously opened his eyes, and what he saw was Guan's back. Seeing his master right in front of him, he breathed a sigh of relief. He did not speak, but looked up to observe the surroundings. He found himself in a dark world. The sky was dark, like a night sky without stars. There was no grass growing on the ground, and there were piles of scorched earth. Sparks and smoke were floating in the air, and he gradually felt the burning heat. What is this place? Anzai was full of confusion. He could only look at his master. Guan said, "We are in a big cauldron. There are thousands of beings who have surpassed the 9th level of the immortal way suffering here." Surpassed the 9th level of the immortal way? Thousands? Anzai's eyes widened and his mouth opened subconsciously. His worldview was strongly impacted. In his cognition, the 9th heaven of the immortal way is already the highest realm. He can't imagine how powerful it is to surpass the 9th heaven of the immortal way, but there are thousands of such powerful beings suppressed here. Above the realm of free immortals is the realm of Dao fruit, which is divided into Daozang free immortals, Xianyuan free immortals, and Lucian free immortals. Above that is the realm of Jingxian Daokuo, which is divided into Xiantian Jingxian, Hengtian Jingxian, and Taking Jingxian. Guan looked into the distance and introduced softly, which made Anzai even more shocked. There are so many realms above the free immortals? What realm is the master? Intuition tells him that the master is likely to be Taking Jingxian? Otherwise, how could he know so much? Anzai asked nervously, "Master, who is the enemy and where is he?" Guan did not hide it and said, "The owner of this tripod is from a heavenly immortal god. The reason we came here is because my mount was captured here." "But Uncle Sueo?" Anzai's eyes lit up and asked. Although the great sage of Sueo is a mount, he is equivalent to a disciple in Wuxi. Anzai has heard of his name since he was a child. Among Wuxi's disciples, the blood prison sage is second only to his master, and he is extremely capable. "Yes, it's him," Guan responded. He had already captured the breath of the blood prison sage and Fang Xian. The two wanted to escape from the cauldron, but no matter how they used their magical powers, they could not escape. The other trapped people in the cauldron had already given up hope. They could only meditate as much as possible to resist the flames in the cauldron. "Then shall we go and save him now?" Anzai asked excitedly. The reason why he was excited was that he had just met the blood prison sage for the first time, and that he had come into contact with the immortals and the realm beyond the free immortal. He felt as excited as when he had just left the Nine Spirits continent to train. "No hurry." Guan turned and walked away, and Anzai hurriedly followed. He looked around, very nervous, not knowing where the enemy was. This world is so big, is it really a cauldron? Anzai was secretly shocked. He couldn't imagine how powerful the immortals and gods in the heaven who controlled such a big cauldron would be, and what kind of figure they would have. As he advanced, Anzai saw a pile of white bones, some of which were human skeletons, and some of which were demon skeletons. They were shocking. The postures of some skeletons made people's scalps numb, and one could imagine how desperate they were before they died. "Grandmaster, how did you bring me in?" Anzai turned his gaze back to Guan and asked carefully. Even the treasures of immortals and gods could be invaded at will. Anzai truly felt the unfathomable depth of his grandmaster, which made him look forward to the next battle even more. "I stepped in one step," Guan answered casually. Such a casual statement made Anzai admire him even more. "Grandmaster, can you fight immortals and gods? In this place, we can test their sharpness." "What is this place? Where is this big tripod located? Is it still in our world?" "This is the Great Dao Road, which is extremely far away from the Tianling world. It is so far away that you will never be able to come here in this lifetime with your current cultivation." Guan's answer made Anzai's eyes widen again. He silently memorized this name. If he had the chance in the future, he must come here. "Master, if the battle starts later, can you use the 10,000 Dao's peerless palm?" Anzai asked expectantly with his eyes rolling. Guan nodded gently. He did not look back, but his action already made Anzai excited. After practicing the 10,000 Dao's peerless palm for so many years, he has never really seen the power of this unique skill. End of this chapter. Under the dark sky, the blood prison great sage landed next to Fang Xian, and both of them looked very ugly. "No, there is no way to escape." The blood prison great sage gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his eyes full of anger. After practicing on the road of the Great Dao for so many years, he was taken into this world without any resistance, which made him feel deeply ashamed. "Don't be impulsive, meditate first and observe this world." Fang Xian pulled the blood prison great sage to sit down. He looked around vigilantly. The smoke and sparks suspended in the air reminded him that terrible things had happened here before, and it was likely to happen again in the future. The blood prison great sage took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Then he dispersed his divine thoughts to investigate the situation here. Soon, he saw the figures of other trapped people, but he did not see the figures of Guan and Anzai. "So many people were captured, and many of them have higher cultivation than you and me." Fang Xian muttered to himself, his tone full of anxiety. "Emperor Sunji? He is here too. It is said that he is one of the most promising people to become the emperor of the Great Dao." Fang Xian's face changed drastically. After saying this, he looked ashen. The blood prison great sage was getting more and more uneasy. What on earth did the immortals and gods want to do by capturing so many people? On the other side, Anzize followed Guan all the way. He found that although his pace did not speed up, the surrounding environment moved in a very large range. This was a very strange experience. He was moving very fast, but it was difficult to find out if he did not observe carefully. It must be the work of the master. Anzize looked at Guan with more and more heat. When he was a child, he did not understand why his master always obeyed the master's orders. When facing the master's orders, his master never questioned them, and would not even ask one more question. Why were other disciples so afraid of the master? The master seemed to be out of tune, but in fact he had great supernatural powers that penetrated the heavens and the earth, but he did not like to show off. Anzize secretly vowed that he would also be like the master. The real strength should be shown at the critical moment, not showing off at ordinary times. We're here. Guan's voice suddenly sounded, pulling Anzize's thoughts back to reality. At this moment, he actually had the illusion that the world was shaking. His eyes were attracted by the things in front of him, and his eyes slowly widened, and his pupils were full of surprise. Following his gaze, there was a giant egg standing on the ground in front of him, like a mountain, 1,000 feet high. The surface of the giant egg had flesh like meridians, and there was a red light shining inside. A giant could be vaguely seen curled up in it. Guan looked up at the giant egg. He used the lifespan probe but did not get any feedback. So that's it. It's not for refining the elixir, but for refining a kind of flesh. There is no soul, if it is not for people to take over. Guan secretly guessed that he could feel that the flesh in the giant egg was no less than that of Luo Tianzai's fairyland. This flesh body did not have the luck of heaven, but exuded a terrible aura, which was the aura that Luo Tianzai's fairy should not have. Guan deduced carefully and found that this breath was related to a certain avenue, and this body was inextricably linked to the 3,000 avenues. Deducing to a deeper level, he saw a dark space, which was the cosmic plane outside the 3,000 worlds. It was extremely oppressive and nothing could be seen. Although he did not get much useful information, he was sure that the reason why this big cauldron imprisoned so many lives was to refine the flesh and blood of the lives and integrate them into this body. Master, what is that? Anzize couldn't help asking. Just looking at the body in the giant egg, he felt a chill, and a strong urge to escape from this place was born in his heart. Maybe it's the devil. Guan replied, his eyes fixed on the giant egg in front of him. Anzize wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly, the earth shook and terrible underground fire rose up. He subconsciously soared up and looked at the ground. Guan was still standing there. The surrounding flames fell on him without causing any damage. His robes were not ignited, as if the surrounding sea of fire was an illusion. The underground fire rose very quickly, forcing Anzize to fly up. In the distance, there were other creatures rising into the air. Powerful auras burst out from different directions. Anzize could feel the uneasy emotions in those auras. Master. Anzize looked at Guan and called in a low voice. The fire frightened him, and he couldn't help but want to rely on Guan. Guan suddenly waved his sleeves and put the giant egg in front of him into his sleeves. He followed and moved. The strong wind broke out with him as the center, spreading instantly and dispersing the flames along the way. In the distance, the great sage of the blood prison and Fang Xian were still sitting on the ground, using their own magic power to resist the burning of the surrounding flames. Fang Xian frowned and was about to speak when a strong wind came from the end of the earth, blowing away the sea of fire around them and causing them to turn their heads to look. What's going on? The blood prison great sage muttered. He tensed his mind and held the sky-breaking blood prison sword standing beside him in his right hand. Fang Xian did not answer the blood prison great sage. He was using his divine sense to explore the situation in that direction. Unfortunately, he could not find the source when he could not see Guan. Above the sea of Qi on the avenue, the golden light extended infinitely. Hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers walked on the golden light, swaying and unstoppable. The god of heaven, who was walking in the front, held a knife in one hand and a black tripod in the other. The black tripod looked miniature in his hand, and the surface was engraved with ferocious beasts, like the finishing touch, vivid and eerie. Suddenly, the god of heaven stopped, frowned, and looked at the black tripod in his hand. As soon as he stopped, hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers stopped with him. Zhang Buku stood in the crowd, looking at the figure of Tianzhen God, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Su Yu beside him narrowed his eyes and replied, "There seems to be something wrong with the soul-refining cauldron." Soul refining cauldron? Zhang Buku was even more curious. He was full of curiosity and fear about the soul refining cauldron. Recalling the scene of the soul refining cauldron suppressing all kinds of Tianjiao, as a god, he also felt fear. This cauldron is so ominous and full of evil. Boom. A pillar of fire suddenly rose in front of Tianzhen God, soaring into the sky, extremely spectacular, and the burly Tianzhen God seemed small in front of this pillar of fire. In the pillar of fire, the huge soul refining cauldron slowly rose up, becoming thousands of times larger than before. Who? How dare you attack the immortal weapon? The voice of Tianzhen God sounded, with a serious tone and full of oppression, like the roar of thunder, echoing endlessly. All the heavenly soldiers were on guard and ready to form a formation at any time. The soul refining cauldron stopped and floated in the void. The surrounding pillars of fire dissipated and soon fell into peace. The heavenly soldiers looked around but did not see any enemy figures, so they had to turn their eyes to the soul refining cauldron. The top cover of the soul-refining cauldron did not tremble, as solid as Mount Tai, giving people a sense of heaviness that could not be shaken. When hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers stared at the top of the soul-refining cauldron, the endless sea of fire inside the soul-refining cauldron had dissipated, and figures soared up. They were suspended in the air, looking up, trying to see the situation clearly. Who put out the fire in the cauldron? Some of these trapped people have experienced the burning of the fire and know the horror of this fire. The gust of wind just now was definitely not a coincidence. There is a mysterious strong man putting out the fire? Anzize looked at Guan with expectation in his eyes. What kind of battle will happen next? Under Anzize's gaze, Guan turned around, faced in one direction, and slowly raised his right hand. Here it comes? Anzize was excited, his eyes full of expectation. As Guan raised his palm, a terrifying momentum broke out. This time, he deliberately weakened the barriers of cause and effect and breath, so that all the creatures in the cauldron could see him, but could not see him clearly. The great sage of Blood Prison and Fang Xian also turned their heads and looked, their eyes locked on Guan. They could only see a blurry figure and could not see Guan's true face. The Blood Prison Great Sage's expression was lifted, and his breathing became rapid. Although he couldn't see clearly, he guessed it was Guan at once. When Guan fought against Zhang Ting, his figure was also so unclear that people couldn't see clearly, but he could see his existence. He was just captured, and the master came? Who is that person? It's completely. Fang Xian frowned and muttered to himself. He suddenly thought of something, his eyes widened, and he glanced at the Blood Prison Great Sage beside him. Seeing that the Blood Prison Great Sage was full of excitement and trembling all over, his heart trembled with it. That existence actually came? On the other side of the world in the cauldron, dozens of creatures were suspended in the air, led by a man wearing dark red armor, with a burly figure, long hair tied under the majestic crown of the beast, a stern face, and a great sense of oppression all over his body. He is the Emperor Sunji, whose cultivation has reached the Lushan-free fairyland. On the road of the present day, he has the greatest hope of proving the existence of the great Dao Emperor. Emperor Sunji also couldn't see Guan's true body. This person gave him the feeling that he was like the ancestor of his clan, unfathomable. He had a hunch that this person might take them out. Under the gaze of thousands of Tianjiao and great monks, Guan gently pushed forward with his right palm, casually, as if picking flowers and pinching grass. But as Guan's arm straightened, a terrifying force suddenly erupted, the dark sky in front of him suddenly shattered, and the wind mixed with burnt smoke whistled up, like a group of dragons rushing out, with a huge momentum. Thousands of trapped people were in the wind, and they were all shocked by Guan's palm. They could feel the irresistible terrible force. After falling into this world, they all tried to break out, but all failed. Their most powerful magical powers did not cause any damage. With their robes fluttering and their long hair flying, all the trapped people looked at the hole at the end of the world, which was a dazzling white light, as if it was the entrance to a new world. On the Sea of Daochi, hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers watched as a huge hole was blasted out of the huge soul-refining cauldron. The scorching air waves surged out of it, unstoppable. Most of the heavenly soldiers showed disbelief. Such an immortal weapon was actually pierced by someone? And from the inside, Tian Zinshan's face was also ugly. He jumped up and came to the hole in the soul-refining cauldron. He used his body to resist the wind and waves. He raised the big knife in his hand, and hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers began to form a battle array. Zhang Buku and Su Yu mobilized their magic power while looking at the soul-refining cauldron, focusing their eyes on the hole. They were very curious about what kind of powerful existence pierced the soul-refining cauldron. They subconsciously thought of Emperor Sunji. When Tian Zinshan captured Emperor Sunji before, Emperor Sunji's performance impressed them. Under the gaze of all the heavenly soldiers, the white light in the hole of the soul-refining cauldron was still dazzling. A figure slowly stepped out of it. Although compared with the entire hole, it was like a speck of dust, it gave the heavenly soldiers a great sense of oppression. Guan slowly walked out of the white light, followed by Anzize. Tian Zinshan and hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers could not see their true bodies, they could only see two blurry figures, which made Tian Zinshan even more wary of Guan. Who are you, sir? Tian Zinshan said in a deep voice that he was sure that he had never caught these two people before, which meant that these two people sneaked into the soul-refining cauldron in a way that was not noticed by the gods. The other party's cultivation was very likely higher than his. This was the road of the great Dao, and those who dared to go against the heavenly court would probably kill them. Especially since the other party concealed his true identity, it was obvious that he had bad intentions. If he died, he could be resurrected by the luck of the heavenly court, but the hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers under his command could not be resurrected, because the heavenly soldiers had not yet been truly ranked among the immortals. He had spent so much time and effort, and he did not want the heavenly soldiers to fall here. Guan did not answer Tian Zinshan, but his eyes swept over the hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers and saw the figure of Zhang Buku. He looked at Su Yu beside Zhang Buku. He had calculated that there was a Deluo behind Su Yu before, and now looking at Su Yu up close, he could see more cause and effect. The Deluo behind Su Yu was inextricably linked to the heavenly court, but the cause and effect were not completely obscured by the luck of the heavenly court. Could it be that he wanted to leave the heavenly court? While Guan was thinking, hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers soared up, surrounded the soul-refining cauldron, and quickly formed a battle array, like a huge golden bell shadow covering the void. In the shadow, countless golden dragons and fire phoenixes were circling, all emitting great pressure, and the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed endlessly. The white light behind Guan flew out one after another, and all the trapped people flew out. After the blood prison great sage flew out, he looked at Guan from a distance with excited eyes, but he resisted the urge to recognize him. The master did not reveal his true identity, so he could not do bad things. He began to look forward to how the master would behave when facing the immortals and gods in the heavenly court. Seeing that the heavenly court formation was completed, Emperor Sunji, Fang Xian and the other trapped people did not dare to act rashly, and all set their eyes on Guan. Now they can only pin their hopes on this mysterious and powerful person. Tianzinshan raised his knife and pointed at Guan. His Dharma image rose up, majestic and imposing, like an ancient god of war standing up. Even the soul-refining cauldron looked dwarfed in front of it. Since you won't say it, then you are the enemy, Tianzinshan shouted in a deep voice. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but there were too many enemies in the long years, and he couldn't be sure who it was for a while. But he didn't just talk nonsense. During the questioning process, he was mobilizing the heavenly luck of the heavenly army and focusing it on himself. He was originally a Hengtian Jingxian, and at this moment, his momentum was still rising wildly. Guan saw through Tianzinshan's tricks, but he didn't care. Anzai looked at the figure of Tianzinshan and the large formation of hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers. He was very nervous. After living for so many years, this was the first time he encountered such a battle. Watch carefully, this is the first palm of the 10,000 Dao's peerless palm. Guan's voice suddenly came into Anzai's ears, making him widen his eyes. Anzai stared at Guan closely, watching Guan raise his right hand again. This time, Guan's right hand did not push forward, but raised it and turned it over to press down. Not only Anzai, but almost everyone stared at Guan. When they saw Guan's action, they all held their breath. As Guan's palm pressed down, a boundless and vast pressure descended from the sky, covering everyone, and everyone looked up in shock. Hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers looked up at the same time. The scene was magnificent. They widened their eyes and showed disbelief. Su Yu, who was always calm and unfathomable, also changed his face and shouted, "How is it possible?" End of this chapter. Su Yu's voice was drowned out by the roar in the void. Zhang Buku beside him also widened his eyes, and golden light appeared in his eyes, which quickly merged into one. Hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers looked up, all with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Tianzinshan looked up and was also frightened. He immediately shouted angrily, swung his sword and chopped it up, and his mana that almost reached the limit of Hengtian Jingxian realm suddenly burst out and soared into the sky. The phantom of the golden bell formed by hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers trembled violently, and those golden dragons and fire phoenixes stopped and roared upwards as if they had encountered natural enemies. The thousands of trapped people behind Guan also looked up, all of them were stunned, and the golden light shone on their faces, illuminating the shocked expressions on their faces. I saw a series of golden giant palms falling from the sky, of different sizes, endless, all shining with dazzling golden light, occupying the entire void above, as if another plane was descending, full of oppression. No matter which direction they looked, they were all huge golden palm shadows like mountains, some of which were even bigger than the sky and the earth, and there was an unimaginable suppression force that prevented them from leaving the range of the heavenly army formation. Even the Sunji Emperor of Luo Tianzai could not count how many golden giant palms there were. In front of such magical powers, the immortals and gods in the heavenly court were like mortals, small and fragile. Anzai opened his mouth wide and looked at the endless golden giant palms falling. His mind was blank and he stared at this scene blankly. Time seemed to slow down. Except for Tianzinshan, no one had time to react. Tianzinshan raised his sword and chopped it off. The vast magic power turned into a red unicorn in the process of rising, and the whole body was surrounded by thunder. It was larger than the soul-refining cauldron, but in front of the endless palm shadows of Genshi Russian, it was like a mosquito in a rainstorm and could be submerged at any time. Genshi Russian was extremely fast. It took less than half a breath from appearance to landing. Countless golden giant palms smashed the phantom of the golden bell, and the dazzling golden light made the entire void lose its color. Zhang Buku raised his head, his eyes widened. He subconsciously wanted to use his magical power, but his movements were not fast enough, and his entire body was eventually submerged in the golden light. Boom, boom, boom. When the universe lost its color, deafening roars rang out one after another. Anzai also closed his eyes and could not see anything. The sound in his ears made him feel that the entire universe was shaking. The blood in his body solidified, making him very uncomfortable. He was standing behind Guan, let alone others. The blood prison great sage was uncomfortable and excited. Even though he could not see anything, his mind was reverberating with the vast scene of the world being like a god. He also wanted to learn such a magical power. When he returned, he must pester his master to learn this magical power. Emperor Sunji was also unable to cast a spell, but he felt a special kind of luck. The other party was not only purely powerful in cultivation, but also blessed with a special kind of luck. This kind of luck was similar to that of the Emperor of the Great Dao, comparable to the Great Dao, but independent of the Great Dao. This surprised Emperor Sunji. Is there a kind of avenue luck stronger than that of the Emperor of the Avenue? He didn't have time to think about it, and soon his consciousness was dragged into a deep sleep. Anzai had a dream. He dreamed that his master was killing the heavenly soldiers and generals. No immortals or gods could withstand his attack. It was a one-sided massacre. Suddenly, the master came to him and scared him awake. He opened his eyes, sat up, and gasped. The morning sun broke through the mountains and rivers and shone on him, making him feel as if he was in another world. He subconsciously turned his head and found himself in the courtyard of the master. Shenzhen and an Xian sat in front of the refining cauldron, communicating in low voices, and no one else was seen. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, Uncle Shen, where is the master?" "Your master went out to play and will probably be back in the evening," an Xian replied in a calm tone. Shenzhen turned his head to look at him and asked curiously, "How is it? Have you seen your master take action?" Anzizai took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Recalling the memories in his mind, he couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes shining, and he replied, "The master used the magical power he taught me. It's so strong. There are at least 100,000 immortals and gods in the heavens. All of them together can't withstand his palm." An Xian also became interested and turned to listen to him talk about the previous battle. At the same time, Guan was staying in the mountain god temple in Taixuan continent. After picking the cooked herbs, he came to the courtyard, then silently opened the life barrier, and then took out the body of the demon god that he had taken from the soul refining cauldron before, still in the egg. He did not kill Tianzinshan and hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers. Tianzinshan could not be killed at all, and those heavenly soldiers were innocent and were just following orders. If they were all killed, the cause and effect involved would be enough to cover the 3,000 worlds and many mysterious universes, not to mention that Zhang Buku was also among them. Of course, in addition to scaring Tianzinshan, this battle also showed the power of Hunyuan deity to the thousands of trapped people and hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers. These trapped people and heavenly soldiers are all powerful people and the pride of heaven. They can certainly sense the fate of Hunyuan deity, and they can promote Hunyuan deity in their respective universes. At this moment, Guan is more concerned about the body of the demon god refined by Tianzinshan. He observed carefully and found that this demon god body was extremely tolerant of the 3,000 great ways, that is, this body can practice various great ways, and it is very easy. For whom did Tianzinshan prepare this body? This body does not have the luck of the heavenly court, so Guan calculated that there are hundreds of such bodies in the 3,000 worlds, and there is also such a body hidden in the divine court of the Taiwei world. So many demon god bodies are all refined by immortal gods, which must be related to the dispute with the Emperor of Heaven. Does it take so many demon gods to overthrow the rule of the current Emperor of Heaven? Guan is very curious. How strong is this Emperor of Heaven now? What is his concept of heaven? Perhaps the indifference of the immortal gods to the common people is related to the dispute with the Emperor of Heaven. Guan looked at the body of the demon god and thought silently. Xianmiao Zhenren sat aside, looking at the giant egg in front of Guan curiously. Even though the egg has shrunk a lot, the curled-up figure inside still looks huge. Staring at the figure in the giant egg, Xianmiao Zhenren was very uneasy and felt that this body was terrible, which made him dare not disturb Guan. For a long time, Guan glanced at Xianmiao Zhenren and asked with a smile, "I will give you this body to help you take over another body. Are you willing?" When Xianmiao Zhenren heard this, his face changed drastically. He did not immediately agree, nor did he refuse. Instead, he asked cautiously, "What is the origin of this body?" This body was refined by an immortal god. If you take over a real immortal god, you will have a talent that is superior to all things in the world. Of course, you will also bear unpredictable consequences and may be involved in great trouble in the future. Guan replied. This explanation made Xianmiao Zhenren even more nervous. Real immortal gods? The reason why Xianmiao Zhenren followed Guan was because he believed in immortal gods. Now that he heard about real immortal gods from Guan, his heartbeat accelerated. End of this chapter. What do you want me to choose? After thinking about it, Xianmiao Zhenren decided to ask Guan's attitude. He was able to have what he has today entirely because of Guan's support. He believed that Guan would not harm him. Even if he was to be Guan's pawn, he was willing. Guan replied, "Of course I hope you can accept it, and you may be able to be ranked among the immortals with this body in the future." Xianmiao Zhenren narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you want me to infiltrate the heaven?" "How smart?" Guan said earnestly, "The immortals exist, but they are indifferent to the common people, and there are even immortals who do evil in the world. I think there may be problems in the heaven that created the immortals." The reason why he chose to hand over the body of the demon god to Xianmiao Zhenren was that he really wanted to help Xianmiao Zhenren change his fate, and secondly, Xianmiao Zhenren yearned for the immortals and could be sent to the heaven to be his spy. The fate of the heaven is complicated and cannot be deduced, but if an eye is arranged, the internal situation of the heaven can still be investigated. After hearing this, Xianmiao Zhenren felt that this made sense. Today's immortals and gods are indeed strange. There are no immortals and gods saving the world. Instead, many catastrophes are caused by immortals and gods. Then I am willing to take over this body. Thank you for your gift. Xianmiao Zhenren immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Guan. If it weren't for Guan's care, how could he have lived for so many years? Even though he was hundreds of thousands of years old, his path of cultivation was still full of hope. All this was given by Guan. Moreover, he believed that Guan was very kind. If there was no Guan, the world he was in would have been destroyed several times. No matter what the reason behind this is, he was born in the Tianling world and should take the Tianling world as his position. Whoever protects the Tianling world is the real immortal god in his heart. Guan looked at Xian Miao Zhenren kneeling in front of him, and couldn't help thinking that Xian Miao Zhenren had knelt down to worship him like this 560,000 years ago. I don't know if this arrangement is a blessing or a curse for Xian Miao Zhenren. Guan did not hesitate. He had told Xian Miao Zhenren about the interests and his own intentions, which was also what Xian Miao Zhenren wanted. He believed that Xian Miao Zhenren was not forced by his own strength. Xian Miao Zhenren must know that even if he rejected Guan, Guan would not embarrass him. Then let's get started. On the road, on a desolate meteorite, Zhang Buku opened his eyes. He stood up suddenly and looked up, and found that he was surrounded by heavenly soldiers. Su Yu was standing beside him, frowning and looking into the distance. Zhang Buku couldn't help asking, "Is that man gone?" Su Yu nodded and said, "The other party didn't hurt us. He should have come to save people." Following his gaze, at the end of the earth, Tian Zhanshan was sitting on a cliff with his back to hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers. "What's wrong with him?" Zhang Buku asked in a low voice, his eyes also fixed on Tian Zhanshan. Su Yu replied, "I guess he was passing on information." He took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Zhang Buku, and asked, "Did you feel anything in the previous battle?" Hearing this, Zhang Buku began to think carefully, and he was still frightened when he thought of the terrifying scene of the god who governed the world. After a while, Zhang Buku said hesitantly, "That person has a kind of luck similar to that of the Great Dao Emperor, but it is different from that of the Great Dao Emperor. The Great Dao luck is no longer a secret to him. He has only come into contact with the Heavenly Dao luck and the Great Dao Emperor. Whether he becomes a Heavenly Dao immortal god or a Great Dao Emperor, he will have the unparalleled divine power to sweep across the same realm. Now there is one more." Guan's Great Dao luck made him feel an extremely fierce momentum, which was directly facing the soul and the heart of the Tao. "Yes, it is another kind of Great Dao luck. The heavens are going to change," Su Yu said softly, with complicated words. Zhang Buku asked in confusion, "Change?" A long time ago, when the Great Dao Emperor was born, he had set off a catastrophe that swept across the 3,000 worlds and the universe, and even affected the Heavenly Court. Although the Heavenly Court disdained the Great Dao Emperor, there were many Great Dao Emperors, and they wanted to overthrow the rule of the Heavenly Court. If this Great Dao luck also becomes strong, it will inevitably challenge the divine power of the Heavenly Court. Su Yu's tone was full of emotion. "Do you mean that the Heavenly Court will hunt down this kind of luck next?" "No, the Heavenly Court is arrogant. They despise all existence, especially the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, who can indulge in the growth of all forces. The conflicts between the Heavenly Court and the heavens are basically caused by offending a certain immortal god, rather than the will of the entire Heavenly Court." When mentioning the Heavenly Emperor, Su Yu's eyes were shining, and that was a look that Zhang Buku had never seen before. Zhang Buku could feel that Su Yu admired the Heavenly Emperor very much, which made him infinitely curious about the Heavenly Emperor. What kind of existence is the Heavenly Emperor? At the same time, in another plane of the Great Dao Road, the Blood Prison Great Sage and Fang Xian were stopped by a group of people. "You also want to chase the Hunyuan Dao Emperor?" The Blood Prison Great Sage raised his eyebrows and asked. "The Hunyuan Dao Emperor has already spread out on the Great Dao Road." The Blood Prison Great Sage did not think this was a secret, and he did not know that the Hunyuan Dao Emperor was opened up by Guan. After the previous battle, he thought Guan was also the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. It was normal to think so. If Guan was not the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, how could he let them practice the Hunyuan Dao Emperor? As for why Guan sent him to investigate intelligence, he could understand that even though he had already started the reincarnation projection, he still didn't know enough about the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. Not to mention the Hunyuan Dao Emperor, those Dao Emperors who had achieved the Dao probably didn't know enough about their Dao luck. Emperor Sunji nodded and said, "Yes, that kind of extremely fierce Dao luck is more suitable for me." After seeing Guan's power, he was fascinated by that kind of fierce and domineering momentum. Even though he was very close to the Dao Emperor, he resolutely wanted to give up the Emperor's path. In his eyes, the Dao Emperor was just a kind of power, not his lifelong pursuit. Now that another stronger and more exciting power appeared, how could he hesitate? The people following Emperor Sunji had similar ideas. They were full of curiosity about the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. If you want to embark on the Hunyuan Emperor's path, you have to find the Hunyuan crystal. It will guide you into the Dao. The Blood Prison Great Sage began to introduce the Hunyuan crystal. The expression of a certain Tian Jiao behind Emperor Sunji changed slightly, because he had encountered Hunyuan crystal before, but he didn't pay much attention to it, which made him secretly annoyed that he was blind. Everyone chatted for a long time before Emperor Sunji thanked him and left. The Great Sage of Blood Prison and Fang Xian both received natural treasures from him, which made them feel good about him. This person is different from other Tian Jiao on the road to the Emperor. He is not so arrogant, and he is very considerate in his actions. Looking at the direction they left, Fang Xian smiled and said with emotion, "My Tao is not alone. I really look forward to the grand occasion of Hunyuan Dao Emperor overshadowing the Emperor of the Great Way." The Great Sage of Blood Prison smiled and said, "There will definitely be a day when the Emperor of the Great Way will go against the law of nature. He will be eliminated sooner or later." End of this chapter. After arguing with Guan for a long time, Shang Guan Xian are left with a depressed mood. Master, is there any calculation of immortals and gods behind the struggle between the Dao court and the hundreds of sects in the world? An Xian's voice came, and she opened her eyes and looked at Guan from a distance. Guan turned his head to look at her and asked with a smile, "What? Are you worried about the Qinkan sect?" An Xian shook her head and replied, "No matter who wins or loses, it is natural selection and fate. I am just worried that there is a cause and effect from outside the sky behind it. If so, it would be a pity for the various sects in the world. No matter who wins or loses in the internal struggle of the Tianling world, it will not affect anything, and there will always be a new order. But the variables brought by the immortals and gods are different, and it is very likely to destroy the entire Tianling world. Such things have happened before. Then you don't have to worry, the current disputes are also the evolution of the human process." Facing an Xian, Guan was still willing to reveal some secrets. The calculations of the immortals and gods have always been there, but they are not the current contradictions. An Xian nodded slightly, then came to Guan and began to ask about the difficulties in cultivation. She had also entered the Hunyuan Emperor Road, but her daily cultivation was still mainly based on the immortal Emperor pupil. The master and apprentice chatted for a long time before Guan left. He walked in the woods, his eyes looking towards the road. Someone is going to become the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. This will be the first Hunyuan Dao Emperor. That person is Fang Xian. On the road of the present day, there are more than 3,000 creatures who have entered the Hunyuan Emperor Road. When the first Hunyuan Dao Emperor is born, the luck of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor will rise greatly, and then extend to the 3,000 worlds. At that time, the Hunyuan crystal will also be distributed to the heavens and the worlds. The current Hunyuan Dao Emperor's luck is still in a state of growth. If someone can kill Guan, this luck will disappear. Once a Hunyuan Dao Emperor is born, then even if Guan falls, the luck of the Hunyuan Dao Emperor will still be there, just like the road, immortal. Because of this, Guan is also looking forward to Fang Xian's success. At this moment, Fang Xian was meditating in an independent void. There were only him and the Blood Prison Great Sage in this void, and the Blood Prison Great Sage was far away from him and did not dare to disturb him. When this reincarnation projection is over and all the reincarnation perceptions are integrated, Fang Xian will truly become the Hunyuan Dao Emperor. When Guan's eyes fell on Fang Xian opened his eyes, and his eyes burst into a terrifying light, as if to illuminate the entire void. Seeing this, Guan's mouth corners rose, and he retracted his gaze. He knew that Fang Xian succeeded, and no one would come to stop him. As the sun set, on the grass beside the river, a man in black wearing a straw hat was moving forward. He carried a broadsword on his back, 3 swords on his waist, and a wine gourd in his hand. He was drinking as he moved forward. Behind the man in black, there was a young man in cloth clothes. He was tied with 2 hemp ropes thicker than his arms, and the hemp ropes were connected to a broken tree with a diameter of more than 10 feet. This scene was quite spectacular, because the figure of the cloth-clothed boy was very different from that of the broken wood, which made people marvel at the great strength contained in his small body. The cloth-clothed boy was already sweating and panting. He looked up at the black-clothed man in front of him and gritted his teeth and said, "Master, I have already walked 100 miles with a heavy load. Are you not going to stop? This is just the beginning." Li Yi answered casually. He turned the wine gourd in his hand upside down and shook it down. Only a drop of wine came out. As soon as the drop of wine fell, he caught it with his other hand and threw it into his mouth. His behavior was very unconventional, and it was hard to imagine that he was a free immortal. The world has ups and downs, and there are always geniuses who lead the way. Li Yi's reputation is not prominent, but his growth rate has always been first class in the world, and he has been constantly blessed. Now he has also embarked on the road to becoming the Hunyuan Emperor. After hearing what his master said, the boy in plain clothes could not help but ask, "Is it really useful to keep exercising? When will you teach me the method of cultivating immortals?" "Master, I really want revenge, you can't play tricks on me." Li Yi did not look back, and snorted, "Stinky boy, your master is not an idle person, how can I have the energy to play tricks on you? Your physique is extraordinary and needs to be stimulated. Your master is doing this for your own good." Hearing this, the boy in plain clothes could only suppress his depressed mood. After a while, he could not help but ask again, "Master, where are we going?" "To the Sword Sect, to see how my junior brother's apprentice is doing now." "Sword Sect? Is my uncle also in the Sword Sect?" The boy in plain clothes had heard of the name of the Sword Sect during the years he followed Li Yi. It was a great sect with immortals hidden in it. When he thought that his master might come from the Sword Sect, he was very excited. After many years of getting along, he only knew that his master was called Li Yi, and he didn't know where his master came from. He was always very curious, but unfortunately, Li Yi refused to elaborate. "Your uncle is not here, because the founder of the Sword Sect is your uncle's disciple." Li Yi's answer made the boy's eyes widen, with an expression of disbelief. He was really scared. The Sword Sect was founded for who knows how many years. Anyway, in the legends of the immortal world he had heard, only the Dao court was older than the Sword Sect. If Li Yi was not bragging, how many years had he lived? "Your uncle has many disciples, of course, I have many disciples too, but unfortunately, my disciples are not as good as his disciples." Li Yi snorted softly, deliberately provoking the boy. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the boy hurriedly said, Master, don't worry, I will never let you down, I will practice with the goal of surpassing the founder of the Sword Sect. You just talk big. Li Ya said so, but the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. He really saw infinite hope in the boy, and he thought of how in the past, to reach his current state, if he wants to improve his cultivation, he has to spend a long time to accumulate it, so he also wants to recruit disciples to pass the time. He has recruited more than 10 disciples, but he feels that none of them can compare with Guan's disciples. He likes to compare his disciples with Hao and Yangjian. In order to divert attention, the boy in plain clothes began to ask the uncle's name and where he is now. Unfortunately, no matter how he asked, Li Ya was ambiguous, which made him have a bad guess. Could it be that the master and the uncle don't get along? At this time, the boy in plain clothes saw an old man fishing by the river in front, which confused him. There are no towns within 1,000 miles, how could anyone come here to fish? Could it be a Taoist master? He has heard many legends that people with great luck can always meet Taoist masters who hide their names and get inheritance and opportunities. Li Ya also noticed the old man. He seemed to be indifferent, but he was actually alert in his heart. Because he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation, he remained calm and kept his pace. When he walked past the old man said, Li Ya, from the Taixuan dynasty, his father is the Taixuan emperor, and he was sent to the Taixuan Sect to practice when he was young. Li Ya stopped immediately after hearing this. End of this chapter. Li Ya looked at the old man by the river, narrowed his eyes and asked, Who are you, and how do you know me? The boy in plain clothes stopped and looked at them nervously. The old man had an unfathomable aura and told the origin of his master in one go. He was not simple at all. The old man stood up slowly, turned around and looked at Li Ya, revealing a wrinkled face, with a pair of empty eyes that made people shudder. If I say that I am an immortal god, will you believe it? The old man stared at Li Ya and said indifferently. Li Ya raised his eyebrows and said, Anyone who reaches nirvana can call himself an immortal. There are many immortals in this world, why don't I believe it? Immortal god? The boy in plain clothes was stunned. He quickly took off the hemp rope on his body and looked at the old man vigilantly. He had experienced the destruction of his family, so he was extremely vigilant. I am the Yellow Wind Immortal Lord of the Heavenly Court, standing above the 3,000 worlds. Everything in your eyes is not as big as my palm in my eyes. As the old man spoke, he raised his right hand and looked at his palm. Such arrogant words made Li Ya frown. He was also afraid and ready to fight at any time. For hundreds of thousands of years, I have sent people to help you and teach you Taoism several times. Of course, you have achieved what you have today because you have a strong fortune and you have other noble people to help you, but the gods have been watching you. Huang Fengxianjun raised his eyes and stared at Li Ya. When their eyes met, Li Ya inexplicably believed his words. Li Ya asked, So, what do you want to do? Do you need me to repay you? Huang Fengxianjun asked, If I give you the opportunity to be in the immortal class, are you willing? What are the conditions? After being in the immortal class, the heaven will only give you responsibilities and divine power. I don't need you to do anything for me. Huang Fengxianjun's words made Li Ya frown even tighter. Li Ya stared at Huang Fengxianjun, as if he wanted to see through him. Huang Fengxianjun continued, To be honest, I chose you not because of your own opportunity, but because of Fu Dao Jianzan. I think Fu Dao Jianzan has misunderstandings about the heavenly court and the immortals. If there is no substantial conflict, I don't think it is necessary to be enemies. If you become an immortal and understand the heavenly court, you will build a bridge between the heavenly court and Fu Dao Jianzan. In the future, there will be a terrible catastrophe that will sweep across the 3,000 worlds, and we can face it together. Hearing him mention Guan, Li Ya's brows relaxed instead. It sounds like it's true. Although he is pretentious, he doesn't really think he can attract the attention of the immortals. Although he doesn't know where the heavenly court is, just listening to it is a powerful force that he can't imagine. Li Ya asked, If that's the case, why don't you talk to him directly? Can't you find him? Huang Fengxianjun turned his head and looked at the horizon, and said leisurely, There are already immortals beside him, and he will talk to him sooner or later. As for looking for you, I just want to deepen my sincerity. Li Ya thought for a while and said, Then can I talk to him first, and then find you? Huang Fengxianjun looked at him, smiled, and said softly, Of course, no problem, I will take you to see the heaven first. As soon as the voice fell, he waved his sleeves fiercely, swept Li Ya and the boy away, and the three of them disappeared on the grass together. Guan, who was far away in Taixuan continent, did not stop what he was doing and continued to pick herbs. Xianmiao Zhenren followed beside him. After 500,000 years, he had completely mastered the body of the demon god and reached the realm of freedom. His physical strength was even more terrifying. Guan felt that De Zhang Zai Zian Do could not do anything to him. Such progress is not exaggerated. After all, the body of the demon god is a great opportunity from heaven. Now Guan no longer faces him as a miniature man wearing a mask, but as a real person. Xianmiao Zhenren followed Guan, like a Taoist boy. He was asking about the confusion in cultivation. Guan listened patiently and answered every question he had. After Guan finished picking the cooked herbs, Xianmiao Zhenren began to sow. Guan did not leave immediately, but waited in the courtyard, looking at the row of stone statues in front of the courtyard wall, all of which were the statues of the sword master made by Xianmiao Zhenren. When Xian Miao Zhenren returned to the courtyard, Guan said, "Why make these stone statues? I don't need faith, and I don't need all living beings to remember me all the time. This is the truth." He has been practicing until now, not relying on the faith of all living beings, or the merits of heaven and earth. They should remember that you don't need faith, but the world cannot forget you. This is my selfish idea, because I know that this world is not that important to you. If no one in this world remembers you, there is no need for you to stay. Xian Miao Zhenren said seriously. The higher the cultivation level, the more he admired Guan. Even if he has a heart of Taoism, he would yearn for the universe outside the sky and other worlds, but Guan can live in seclusion here and save the world many times. After hearing this, Guan did not respond. He smiled and said, "Your clansman is about to become an immortal." Clansman? Li Ya. Xian Miao Zhenren frowned and asked. He already knew the relationship between Guan and Li Ya. At that time, he felt that Li Ya was really lucky. Although they both have the surname Li, he and Li Ya are like strangers. In his opinion, without Guan's help, neither he nor Li Ya could become an immortal. Some immortals are trying to win him over and persuade him to become an immortal, under the pretext of winning me over. Guan said with a smile. He looked up at the sky, and his eyes seemed to have locked onto Li Ya. Xian Miao Zhenren heard the hidden meaning of Guan, and he asked, "Since it is a calculation, will you take action?" Guan replied calmly, "Let Li Ya see the heaven first. He has to make his own choice. Even if the other party comes for me, it is a great opportunity for him in this life." These words made Xian Miao Zhenren awe-inspiring. Compared with Guan's mind, the calculations of the immortals in the heaven are not up to the standard at all. The Lord of Heaven is not good enough, so it is better to let the seniors make the decision. Xian Miao Zhenren looked at Guan and thought secretly. Above the sea of clouds, Huang Feng Xianjun, Li Ya, and the young man in commoner clothes appeared out of thin air. The young man in commoner clothes fell directly on the cloud. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes were attracted by the scene in the sky. Following his gaze, the sky was blue, and at the top of the sky, the universe and stars could be seen, vast and boundless. This is a fantasy scene that makes people feel like they are in a dream. The sky is connected to the universe, without any violation. Li Ya was also attracted by the magnificent scenery above. He felt that the spiritual energy here was much richer than that of the Tianling world. Practicing here for one day would be equivalent to practicing in the Tianling world for several months. "Is this the heaven?" Huang Feng Xianjun said. "This is not the heaven, but it can lead to the heaven. The heaven is above all planes. It is not possible to reach it by traveling through the universe. You need to ascend the heaven steps to get there. In the heaven, not all immortals can ascend the heaven steps. The Tianling god who guards the Tianling world has never stepped on the heaven steps in his life." End of this chapter. Stairs to heaven. Li Ya looked up, trying to find the stairs to heaven mentioned by Huang Feng Xianjun, but no matter which direction he looked, he could not find them. The boy in plain clothes was also looking for the stairs to heaven. The sky was boundless, the universe was magnificent, and there was no end in sight. The sea of clouds under their feet was equally vast, making them feel as small as dust. After looking around, Li Ya could not help but ask, "Where is the stairs to heaven? You can't bring me here just to see this piece of sky, right?" Huang Feng Xianjun smiled and said, "Under normal circumstances, I can't peek into the fairyland of heaven from you. Today I will make an exception. You will see the vision that the gods cannot experience." These words made Li Ya and the boy in plain clothes even more excited. Huang Feng Xianjun took a step forward, then rolled up his clothes, half knelt down, raised his arms high, and chanted a spell that Li Ya and his apprentice could not understand. Li Ya and the boy in plain clothes became more nervous. They looked up at the sky, waiting for the stairs to heaven to appear. The sea of clouds stopped surging, and the sky and the universe were silent and oppressive. As time went by, Li Ya and the boy in plain clothes gradually felt a great pressure, which reminded them of the heavenly tribulation they encountered when they were crossing the tribulation. Li Ya felt it the most deeply. So far, all the pressure from the heavenly tribulation he had gone through could not compare to the heavenly power he was facing now. A burst of golden light suddenly descended, shining on Li Ya and the other two. Li Ya and the boy in plain clothes widened their eyes and opened their mouths subconsciously. "I saw a golden light descending rapidly from the depths of the universe, and it quickly grew larger, as if it was going to occupy the entire universe." Before Li Ya and the other two could think about it, this golden light had already fallen, and it turned out to be an extremely majestic golden mountain, which was unknown how many tens of millions of miles long, and the height was difficult to estimate. The boy in plain clothes looked up, his pupils full of golden light. Even Li Ya was shocked. He looked up and couldn't help but guess how high this golden mountain was. It felt like 1,000,000 feet high. If it was placed in the Tianling world, even if you went to the sky, you would probably be able to see it. Anyway, he had never seen such a huge mountain, so he forgot his worries at the moment and could only stare blankly at the golden mountain in front of him. This golden mountain shone with golden light, and there were no flowers or plants in sight. It was like a sky wall in front of him. After it fell, it was even more imposing, and there was no end on both sides. Huang Fengxianjun slowly stood up. He looked at the golden mountain in front of him, which was 1,000,000 feet high, with respect in his eyes. How could the steps to heaven? Li Ya took a deep breath, looked at Huang Fengxianjun, and asked, but before he finished speaking, another vast power of heaven descended, shocking him to look up again. Then, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. One after another, golden mountains a million feet high fell from the top of the universe, overlapping each other and shaking the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The whole world seemed to be trembling, and the sea of clouds was rolling like flames. The boy in plain clothes stared at the sky with his eyes wide open, his body trembling constantly. Li Ya was better than him, but not much better. The golden mountains stacked up one after another, rising higher and higher, forming a golden stairway leading to the depths of the universe. Each stairway was a million feet high, giving people a sense of oppression that could not be climbed, and a sacred majesty. After a while, the noise in this world finally stopped. Huang Fengxianjun waved his sleeves and took Li Ya and the boy in plain clothes to the distance, looking at the stairway from billions of miles away. Even at such a distance, the stairway still impacted the eyes of Li Ya and his apprentice. From here, the heavenly stairs seemed to have broken through this world and led to the depths of the universe, with no end in sight. Li Ya and the others looked at the heavenly stairs and felt that as long as they walked along the heavenly stairs, they would be able to reach the top of the Great Dao. This feeling was very strange, but the two of them inexplicably had such an idea. The heavenly stairs are not only high, but each step contains great power of heaven. If you want to step on the first step, you must first reach the golden immortal Dao fruit realm. This realm is extremely far away for you. Only if you are in the immortal class can you have the opportunity to reach it. Huang Fengxianjun said with emotion. Although it was not the first time he had seen the heavenly stairs, he would still be moved every time he saw it. The existence of the heavenly stairs symbolizes the insurmountable gap between immortals and mortals. Even Huang Fengxianjun, who is an immortal god, would feel awe for the heavenly Dao. Li Ya did not respond. He was still in shock. He could feel that each step of the heavenly stairs contained the true meaning of the great Dao, which made him feel the urge to kneel down and worship. The trembling cloth-clothed boy could not withstand the power of heaven, and knelt on the sea of clouds with a dull look in his eyes. Huang Fengxianjun turned around, looked at Li Ya, and asked with a smile, "What choice do you want to make now? Do you still want to ask him? Even if I can't make friends with him through you, becoming an immortal god is your greatest opportunity. Only by becoming an immortal god can you truly live forever. I can't harm you because there are heavenly rules." Hearing this, Li Ya subconsciously wanted to agree, but when he opened his mouth, he forced himself to suppress the impulse in his heart. After seeing the steps to heaven, he believed in the existence of heaven. This was the influence of heaven on his soul, which made him unable to question it. But since it was about Guan, he had to be cautious. Huang Fengxianjun's words now made him feel that Huang Fengxianjun was very afraid of him contacting Guan. Did he really want to make friends through him? Li Ya took a deep breath and said, "I still want to go to him first. I will try my best to convey your sincerity." He was also afraid that Huang Fengxianjun would turn against him, so he left room for words. After hearing this, Huang Fengxianjun still kept a smile on his face, but his smile became more and more weird. Li Ya realized that something was wrong and immediately grabbed the cloth-clothed boy and distanced himself from Huang Fengxianjun. The next second, Li Ya's face changed drastically. He found that his magic power had solidified. He looked at Huang Fengxianjun in fear. The boy in plain clothes also woke up from the shock. When he looked at Huang Fengxianjun, he was frightened by Huang Fengxianjun's sinister smile. Huang Fengxianjun stared at Li Ya and sighed, "Mortal, I treat you so sincerely, why don't you believe me?" Although Li Ya was frightened in his heart, he was not afraid. He asked directly, "What do you want to do to Guan? If you are really a fairy god, why do you play these tricks?" Huang Fengxianjun sneered, "I didn't lie to you. I really want to win him over and make him a fairy god, but if he refuses, the heavenly court can only destroy him. No one can refuse the heavenly court's recruitment. If you don't understand, you must understand it today." Boom! His momentum suddenly exploded, and his clothes were burned by the flames, and his flesh flew up like ashes. His figure rose and quickly revealed his true body. Strips of golden red rays of light surrounded him. His face was still old, but more majestic than before. Behind his head rose the shadows of two mythical beasts, entwined with each other. His yellow robe rustled, and his celestial aura floated. The Yellow Wind Immortal Lord, who had revealed his true form, exuded an aura of supremacy. Facing the true form of Huang Fengxianjun, the pressure on Li Ya and the boy in common clothes doubled, especially the boy in common clothes. He felt that he would explode and die at any time. There was a suffocating sense of oppression around him, squeezing his body and causing his blood and qi to become disordered. Li Ya was terrified. He could feel Huang Fengxianjun's murderous intention. If he refused again, Huang Fengxianjun would definitely kill him, and he would have no power to fight back. At this moment, Li Ya's mind suddenly emerged with past memories. That was the memory of Xiangu that year. He, Guan, and Meng Lang followed the senior brother Zhang Chunkaya to sow seeds. At that time, Meng Lang liked to instruct Guan to do things, and he always watched from the side. This memory had long been blurred, but for some reason it became clear again at this moment. Huang Fengxianjun looked at him quietly, waiting for his decision. The magnificent and boundless steps to heaven still stood behind Huang Fengxianjun, as if it was the end of the world, an insurmountable natural chasm. The boy in plain clothes could not turn his head to look at his master, but he could feel his master's torment. The immortal god spoke in a grandiose manner, but he was so aggressive that it was obviously not good intentions. It's just, if he dies here, he will have no chance of revenge. The boy in plain clothes was filled with fear and anxiety. Li Ya was silent for a long time. When the Yellow-Wind Immortal Lord turned his eyes to the boy in plain clothes, he just said, I will not agree to you. Even if you kill my apprentice, you will only make me more angry. If I can survive, I will definitely regard you as my biggest enemy. Even if the Heavenly Court protects you, I will do whatever it takes to avenge you. Fight to the death. His tone was not fierce, and it was even a little laborious to say it, but his eyes were so cold. The Yellow-Wind Immortal Lord frowned slightly, and the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. A mortal dared to threaten him like this? Boom! The cloth-clothed boy suddenly exploded, blood and flesh flew everywhere, splashing onto Li Ya, staining half of his body with blood. There was still blood and flesh on his face, but this did not change his expression. He still stared at Huang Feng Xianjun, as if the death of his apprentice had no effect on him. Huang Feng Xianjun smiled contemptuously and said, Do you think you still have a chance? If you refuse me, not only will you die, but everyone related to you will be doomed, living in hell on earth until death. He raised his right hand and stretched it out to Li Ya. Li Ya had no expression on his face, but his eyes were even colder. Snap! A hand suddenly rested on Huang Feng Xianjun's left shoulder, and Li Ya, who was facing him, finally changed his expression, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Huang Feng Xianjun's expression changed slightly, and he tilted his head slightly, looking at the person behind him with his peripheral vision. Standing behind him was Guan, but even though the two were next to each other, he could not see Guan's true face. Sword Master Fudeo, you finally show up. Huang Feng Xianjun said with a playful tone. Your entry into the Tianling world should be an accident. If you really want to support the Emperor, you will not send him out. Join the Heavenly Court. I will personally appeal to the heaven for you. You have no room to refuse. You have captured Tai Xianjun and the 72 Jindang Immortals, and have committed a crime against the heaven. If you cannot become an immortal before the heaven notices, you will face the wrath of the Heavenly Court. At that time, you will face an existence that is countless times more terrifying than me. Li Ya stared at Huang Feng Xianjun. Now it was his turn to wait for Guan's choice. Can you really represent the Heavenly Court? Guan's voice sounded, and Huang Feng Xianjun's body stiffened. He was about to answer when a terrifying force suddenly shattered his body, making him follow in the footsteps of the young man in plain clothes. However, he did not explode into blood flowers, but turned into flying ash and drifted away. Seeing that Huang Feng Xianjun had no power to resist in Guan's hands, Li Ya was not surprised, but his eyes became complicated. Junior brother Gu, why couldn't you show up earlier? Li Ya thought bitterly in his heart. He felt that he had no right to blame Guan, because he was responsible for the death of the commoner boy. Even though he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and even experienced the tragic death of his disciples, he was still full of guilt and unwillingness at this moment. At this moment, he noticed that Guan's eyes had changed. A dark red cold light flashed, making him dazed. Master. A familiar voice came to Li Ya's ears, as if calling him from a long distance, and the voice gradually became louder. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if waking up from a dream. He turned his head and saw that his apprentice, the commoner boy, was standing next to him. Xianyu, you. Li Ya looked at the commoner boy and spoke in astonishment. He was completely confused and couldn't understand the situation at all. The cloth-clothed boy named Li Xianyu stood in front of Li Ya and said excitedly, Master, I am not dead, I am still alive. I thought I was going to die just now. Am I under an illusion? After hearing this, Li Ya looked down at his robe and found that the bloodstains on his robe were disappearing quickly. The previous scene was definitely not an illusion. Li Ya turned his head to look at Guan not far away. Guan was looking at him, but in his eyes, Guan's figure was so blurry that he couldn't see what expression Guan had at the moment. Junior brother Gu, what happened just now? Li Ya couldn't help asking. As soon as the three words Junior Brother Gu came out, Li Xianyu's eyes widened, and then he turned his head to look at Guan. Everything that happened before was real, not an illusion, but I made his death from real to illusory, and he is still alive. Guan replied, and Li Ya and Li Xianyu were even more shocked by these words. They couldn't understand what Guan meant at all, which made them feel in awe of Guan. Such an unimaginable method. How high a cultivation level would it take to do it? Li Xianyu asked nervously, is that immortal god really dead? After hearing this, Li Ya also became nervous and waited for Guan's answer. Guan turned his back to the heavenly stairs and replied, immortal gods are immortal. What he did just now was just a clone. In fact, he summoned the heavenly stairs not to show you the power of heaven, but to summon a stronger existence to the human world. Stronger existence? Li Ya and Li Xianyu shuddered, and they subconsciously looked at the heavenly stairs. At the top of the heavenly stairs, a ball of white light appeared at some point in the place leading to the end of the universe, and it was slowly growing. Li Ya and the others' heartbeats quickened, and they felt a sense of horror as if they were being stared at by an unknown existence. Fudeo Sword Master, since you know, you still dare to come. Who are you? Who are you working for? And what do you want? The voice of the immortal Lord Huangfeng sounded, with a cold tone and murderous intent shrouding the boundless sea of clouds. Guan slowly turned around and faced the heavenly stairs. At the top of the heavenly stairs, a figure walked down from the dazzling white light. The million-foot-high heavenly stairs looked like ordinary stone steps under his feet. He was bathed in the strong light of the heavenly Dao, making it impossible to see his true body, but his figure alone gave Li Ya and the others a great sense of oppression. Every step he took had a terrifying deterrent force, as if the sky was collapsing. End of this chapter. The strong light of the heavenly way grew stronger and stronger, as if the sun was coming down. The mysterious figure who walked down from the top of the heavenly stairs was neither hurried nor slow, but his footsteps became louder and louder, deafening, as if the sky was shaking and the earth was rumbling. Li Ya and Li Xianyu looked up and looked at the figure on the heavenly stairs with a dull look. The true body of the Yellow-Wind Immortal Lord had already brought them great despair, but compared with this figure, the Yellow-Wind Immortal Lord seemed nothing more than that. A vast and boundless momentum enveloped the entire world, making the sea of clouds still. Boom, boom, boom. The roar became more and more intense, and the footsteps of the mysterious figure seemed to step on the hearts of Li Ya and the others, making their souls tremble. Li Ya suppressed his palpitations and looked at Guan's back. Guan stood in front, facing the heavenly stairs. His vague figure gave Li Ya an unshakable calm momentum. Li Ya's mood eased a little, and he chose to believe Guan. Guan dared to come, he must have been sure. As time went by, the figure on the steps became bigger and bigger, and the sky seemed narrow in front of him. At this moment, another figure appeared on the first step of the steps. It was Huangfeng Xianjun. His figure was like a mortal, not majestic, standing on the first step of the steps. It was inconspicuous, but his momentum made it difficult for Li Ya to ignore him. As for Li Xianyu, he could not see the figure of Huangfeng Xianjun at all because of his low cultivation level. He could only wait and watch the mysterious giant fairy coming. Fu Dao Jianzan, the existence behind me is Jin Wu Shenzan, who ranks among the most immortals in the heaven, controls the heavenly constitution, and represents the will of heaven. Do you really want to disobey the will of heaven? Huangfeng Xianjun's voice sounded, his tone serious. Guan looked up at the figure of Jin Wu Shenzan. With the luck of the heaven, he could not perform life detection on him, but he could feel the other party's cultivation. Miao Zhan de Luo Fairyland late stage? The luck of the heaven on him is extremely strong, far exceeding Huangfeng Xianjun. Even if he was in the early stage of Deiji de Luo Xianjing, it would be difficult to kill him in a short time. Of course, he was definitely not a match for Deiji de Luo Xian. Guan was not too afraid, nor was he afraid of offending the heavenly court. Huangfeng Xianjun acted too cautiously, obviously afraid that the matter would be exposed. The heavenly court was so powerful that if Guan really offended the heavenly court could have directly suppressed him instead of constantly testing him. Guan guessed that it was related to Tianhao. Tianhao was the reincarnation of the Son of Heaven. Huangfeng Xianjun, Tai Xianjun and other immortals and gods all came for him. From their perspective, Guan might be the protector of the Son of Heaven, and there might be other powerful immortals and gods behind him. Because of this, Huangfeng Xianjun kept asking Guan if he was willing to join the heavenly court. If he really wanted to recruit Guan, why would he find Li Ya? So far, Huangfeng Xianjun has not revealed how to make Guan and Li Ya become immortals and gods, but just kept showing the power of the heavenly court. The Golden Crow God did not stop, but as he got closer and closer to the sea of clouds, his figure became clearer and clearer. He seemed to be wearing heavy divine armor, and a divine bird stood on his shoulder. Golden Crow? This Golden Crow was also in the strong light of the heavenly Dao, and did not reveal its true form. You dare to represent the will of heaven? Guan's voice sounded, breaking the pressure of the Golden Crow God and the Yellow-Wind Immortal Lord, making Li Ya and his disciple feel relieved and no longer tense. The Yellow-Wind Immortal Lord narrowed his eyes, and a chill burst out of his eyes. He stopped talking and waited for the Golden Crow God to make a move. What is your relationship with the immortal God of immortality? Do you know what the consequences of doing this are? A majestic voice sounded, without any emotion in the tone. Chang Sheng Divine Lord? Could it be the existence behind Tianhao? Guan said, the person you want to find is no longer in the Tianling world. You keep bothering me, which really bothers me. Humph, if you help him, you are our enemy. Since you are unwilling to say it, then die, and let you feel the real wrath of heaven. The voice of Jinwu Divine Lord sounded again, with a domineering tone, which was completely different from the attitude of Huangfeng Immortal Lord. He stopped and stood on the steps to heaven, looking down at Guan. He raised his right arm, and the Jinwu on his shoulder flapped its wings and swooped down. After leaving the strong light of the heavenly Dao, the Jinwu revealed its true form, with the true fire of the sun lingering all over its body. It was like a crow with a wingspan of thousands of miles, falling down like the sky lingering with a sea of fire, unstoppable. Li Ya and Li Xianyu saw this scene and their faces changed drastically. Guan suddenly raised his hand, and the Qinghong sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. He held the Qinghong sword and slashed towards the sky. With one sword strike, the sword energy shot out like a bright moon, and the true meaning of the 3,000 great Daos condensed on the sword energy, causing countless stars to appear behind the sword energy, like a galaxy rising up. Almost instantly, the sword energy hit the Golden Crow. Boom! A strong light burst out, the sky and the earth lost their color, and the strong wind squeezed the sea of clouds, forcing Li Ya to use all his magic power to protect himself and Li Xianyu. Even though Guan deliberately used the Dao to cover them, they were still frightened by the strong wind of the Great Dao. The Golden Crow clan was high above, and a pair of cold and terrifying eyes appeared on the face whose facial features could not be seen clearly. When he raised his hand, a raging wave of fire surged behind him, surging like a dragon. How dare you? The tone of the Golden Crow god revealed extreme anger, and with this roar, the sea of clouds under the feet of Guan and the other two was directly shattered. The terrifying sun fire fell from the sky, dispersing the strong light between heaven and earth. Li Ya looked up and saw an incredible scene. Countless huge fire dragons were entrenched in the sky. Jinryu God was in it. The golden armor on his body was like the sun, burning with blazing flames. His face was majestic, his eyes were constantly overflowing with arrogance, without pupils, and his red hair was entrenched under the crown of the god, like a peerless god king descending with great power. Guan could feel that there was a special power contained in those fire dragons, which was evolved from the destiny of heaven. Could it be the heavenly constitution mentioned by Huang Fengxianzhen? Miao Zhen de Luo immortal realm is perfect, no wonder he dares to go against us. Chang Sheng God is really a good trick. Jinryu God's voice sounded, and Huang Fengxianzhen's face changed drastically when he heard it. He guessed that Guan might be Miao Zhen de Luo immortal, but he didn't expect that he had reached the state of perfection. Little did he know that this was Guan's disguise. But for Guan, suppressing his cultivation to the perfection of Miao Zhen de Luo immortal realm is enough to defeat Jinryu God. Today, he wants to kill Jinryu God and make him lose all his courage, so that he will never dare to trouble him again. The strong wind blew Guan's black Taoist robe. He held the sword in one hand and stood against the wind. His back brought an indelible shock to Li Ya and Li Xianyu. A huge silver sword shadow appeared in the air in front of Guan. It was larger than the single step of the ascension steps. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Jinryu God and the fire dragons in the sky. A sword intent that shook the sky and disturbed the avenue locked onto Jinryu God. Huang Fengxianzhen, who was standing on the ascension steps, widened his eyes and cried out, "Such a sword intent, how is it possible? What is your relationship with the one in the long river of Sword Dao?" The sword intent of the 3,000 swords of execution condensed into a shadow, hanging in the sky, pointing at the heavenly constitution of the Golden Crow God. Facing this sword intent, the Golden Crow God felt a great threat. He immediately condensed the luck of the heavenly Dao and let his momentum continue to rise. The sky began to collapse, the space was distorted, and strange spots of light appeared. Li Ya looked up at the spectacular scene in the sky, his face was excited. This sword intent. That's right. It was the swordsmanship taught to him by Guan, and it was also the Taoism he practiced the longest. Before this, Li Ya hesitated and felt that he needed to seek more powerful magical powers. His swordsmanship attainments could not keep up with the speed of his cultivation. But now witnessing the power of the 3,000 swords of execution, the confusion in his heart disappeared. The road of swordsmanship can go on forever. Guan held the Qinghong sword in his hand, with the tip of the sword pointing downward, and he looked up at the sky. The sword shadows of the 3,000 swords of execution were facing the direction of his sight. He deliberately waited for a moment to let the magic power of the Golden Crow God reach the limit of what he could achieve. He heard the words of the Yellow Wind Immortal Lord, but he didn't care. Now, he was going to kill the Golden Crow God and the Yellow Wind Immortal Lord. Even if they could be resurrected by the luck of the heavenly court, he had to kill these two immortals today. Guan's eyes were stern, and the sword incarnation that had been stagnant for a moment suddenly burst out with a terrible momentum to crush everything. Boom! The silver sword shadow moved like thunder, and in an instant, it shook the fire dragons all over the sky, allowing the magnificent scene of the universe to appear at once. The Golden Crow God widened his eyes, and he cast spells with both hands, pouring out his own magnificent magic power without reservation, but facing Guan's sword intent, even with the blessing of the heavenly Dao luck, he was still frightened. How could the Miao Zhen de Luo immortal be so powerful? The Golden Crow God himself was also a Miao Zhen de Luo immortal. He had encountered the existence of the perfect Miao Zhen de Luo immortal realm both inside and outside the heavenly court, but no one had ever brought him the same fear as Guan. His fear appeared quickly, and he died quickly. Li Ya and Li Xianyu only felt the sky and the earth light up, and in an instant, the sky suddenly shattered, and the universe was swallowed by darkness. They felt like they had fallen into the abyss, and the endless darkness impacted their vision, making their hearts feel a strong sense of panic. This is an instinctive emotion. Even if they have Guan's protection, the impact on their vision will also affect their minds. Fortunately, this fear is very short-lived. When they came to their senses and looked carefully, they could no longer see the figures of Jinryu Shenzhen and Huang Fengxianzhen. They were in the dark universe, empty and lonely. Apart from the three of them, there was only the heavenly stairs. The heavenly stairs were still there, and the dazzling golden light became the only light source in this universe. Guan looked at the heavenly stairs and felt that the creation of the heavenly Dao was really amazing, and this could not dispel the heavenly stairs. He turned and walked towards Li Ya and Li Xianyu. The master and apprentice were about to speak, but suddenly, their vision in front of them became blurred. The next second, Li Ya and Li Xianyu felt their feet touch the ground. They subconsciously opened their eyes and found themselves back at the riverside they had passed before. Li Ya looked around and could no longer see Guan. Everything that happened before seemed like a dream. Li Xianyu also did not find Guan. He stood there, looking back at everything that happened before, with a dazed look. For a long time, Li Ya took a deep breath, he looked up at the horizon, and said to himself, Miao Zhen de Loxian. Is that your realm? I have never heard of it, and I don't know how many levels away from Xianyuan's Isaxian. After knowing Guan's realm, Li Ya began to get excited, at least he had a goal to pursue. Li Xianyu couldn't help asking, Master, was that the uncle you mentioned before? Yes, it was him. Li Ya's face returned to calm, as unfathomable as before. He is so powerful. Is he the most powerful existence in the world? Not only in the world, if you look outside the sky, you can't find many people who are his opponents. How could he be your junior brother if he is so powerful? Have you hidden your cultivation? Li Xianyu asked expectantly, his eyes shining. Li Ya did not answer, but looked at the horizon with deep eyes, which made Li Xianyu think about it and couldn't calm down for a long time. On the other side, Guan did not return to the Wuxi Dao Kang. He stood on the cliff of a high mountain. In front of him was a rolling sea of clouds, and in the distance there was a mountain peak passing through the sea of clouds. It was like the sky, and the scenery was beautiful. He was reviewing the previous battle. This battle made him anxious. The fate of the heavenly court is really unsolvable. It can allow immortals and gods to be resurrected infinitely. He must think of a way to resolve the fate of the heavenly court. The fate of the heavenly court is actually the fate of the heavenly Dao, but after some kind of creation, the fate of the heavenly court is more complicated. If he has a way to resolve the fate of the heavenly court, he can kill immortals and gods in the future. He thinks he can start from the avenue of cause and effect and the avenue of fate. Although he can't think of a way for the time being, he can perform life projection and life evolution. He didn't do it right away. He looked up at the sky with hesitation. In the dark, he felt that there was a sword intent calling him from a far distance, and that place was the long river of Sword Dao. The sword intent used by Zumi Jinwu Divine Venerable was noticed by a powerful being hidden in the long river of Sword Dao. The other party used the sword intent to show him goodwill and wanted to see him. Should I go to the long river of Sword Dao? There was a huge whirlpool above the boundless sea of clouds. The whirlpool burst with golden light, like the entrance to another world, magnificent and boundless. Two figures appeared out of thin air on the clouds next to the whirlpool. They were Jinwu Divine Venerable and Huang Feng Immortal Lord. At this moment, Jinwu Divine Venerable's figure was not as huge as before. Although he was still more burly than Huang Feng Immortal Lord, it didn't look much different. The two immortals half knelt on the clouds, their backs heaving, and they were breathing heavily. Jinwu Divine Venerable lowered his head, his eyes widened, and kept breathing, his eyes full of horror. Although he could be resurrected, the previous sword intent actually hurt his Dao fruit, which made him very scared. He was like this, not to mention Huang Feng Xianzhan, who was trembling all over, with his hands on the ground. He felt that Guan's murderous intention was still locked on him. After a while, Jinwu Divine Venerable stood up, turned his head to look at Huang Feng Xianzhan who was still kneeling on the ground, and said, "You are not allowed to go to Tianling world again." He still returned to his usual state, majestic and indifferent. Huang Feng Xianzhan did not look up. He lowered his head and asked with gritted teeth, "What about Tai Xianzhan and the 72 Jindong Xianzhan? What do you mean by what? Could it be that you and Tai Xianzhan have really become close friends? The court is turbulent now, and assisting the emperor we have chosen is the top priority. The emperor protected by Fudao Jianzhan is too weak and can't threaten the emperor we have chosen. Don't miss the big thing." Jinwu Divine Venerable's tone was unquestionable and tough, which made Huang Feng Xianzhan silent. Seeing him so depressed, the Golden Crow God said earnestly, "When the emperor comes out of retreat and sweeps across the heavens, then we can ask him to destroy the Tianling world. It will not be difficult at all." Huang Feng Xianzhan stood up and nodded with a complicated expression. He didn't dare to go to the Tianling world again. He didn't want to face that sword intent again. Even if he could be resurrected, every resurrection would consume his cultivation, not to mention that the feeling of death was real. Remove the heavenly stairs and pretend that nothing happened. Don't make it public. Do you understand? The Golden Crow God stared at Huang Feng Xianzhan and asked in a deep voice. Huang Feng Xianzhan took a deep breath and said, "I will bury this matter in my heart forever." End of this chapter. In the dark void, a long river emitting silver blue light stretches across the universe, twisting slightly, like an endless silver dragon slowly moving forward. This is the long river of swordsmanship, condensed from the swordsmanship nurtured by the heavens. Silver light constantly emerges on its surface, symbolizing the birth of a new swordsmanship. Guan appeared out of thin air on the long river of swordsmanship. He had spied on the long river of swordsmanship many times, but this was the first time he actually came to the long river of swordsmanship in person. As soon as he appeared, he took a step and walked towards the inside of the long river of swordsmanship. The sword intent used to deal with the Golden Crow God and the Yellow Wind Immortal Lord alarmed the strongest existence in the long river of swordsmanship. Guan could feel that the other party's cultivation had already entered the Daoji de Luoxian, but the small realm was not as high as his. This time, Guan suppressed his cultivation and came to meet this powerful existence with the perfect cultivation of the Miaozhen de Luo immortal realm. After entering the long river of swordsmanship, Guan was surrounded by sword intent. He glanced at it and could peek into different worlds through these sword intents. There were 3,000 big worlds, countless small worlds, and mysterious planes that were free from the avenue. The bizarre scenes along the way could not attract Guan to stop. Flying in the long river of swordsmanship, Guan felt like traveling through time and space. After a while, his feet landed on the grass. This was a small island suspended in the depths of the long river of swordsmanship. There was a forest on the island. On the grass outside the forest stood a number of stone tablets with the names of different swordsmanship engraved on them, more than 100 in number. Guan just glanced at it and walked towards the forest. The forest was quiet and not very big. He only walked less than 20 steps to the garden inside the forest. There were many flowers and plants planted in the garden. There was a small wooden building, which was not delicate and looked simple. There was a stone table in front of the building. An old man in a grey robe was sitting at the table making tea. The fragrance of tea was everywhere, and Guan could feel that there was a certain sword intent in the fragrance of tea. Please sit down, fellow deist. The grey-robed old man looked at Guan and said with a smile. Infinite Great Void Sword Ancestor, Deiji de Luoxian Realm Early Stage 0/0/0. No lifespan? No wonder he can only stay in the long river of swordsmanship. Presumably, his body and soul have been integrated into the long river of swordsmanship and coexist with it. Guan thought silently, and he followed and sat down opposite Infinite Great Void Sword Ancestor. Infinite Great Void Sword Ancestor looked at Guan, and Guan also looked at him. After a while, Infinite Great Void Sword Ancestor took the initiative to say, "You are the master of the Sacred Heart Sword Deo. I was wondering before why this sword Deo grew so fast. It seems that there is a great cause and effect in the future. It turns out that it is you, fellow deist. The Sacred Heart Sword Deo is really a good fortune. It will definitely help you step into a higher realm in the future." He saw that Guan was in the perfect state of Miaozhen de Luoxian. Although he was not as good as him, he felt that Guan would be able to reach the same realm as him in the future, or even surpass him. He sacrificed his freedom to have the Taoism he has today, but Guan has nothing to lose. Guan nodded and asked curiously, "Why are you in this long river of swordsmanship?" With the ability of Deiji Dalaoxian, coupled with his relationship with the long river of swordsmanship, it is not difficult for Guan to see the origin of the Holy Heart swordsmanship. The Infinite Great Void Sword Ancestor stroked his beard and smiled. "To be honest, I was once a disciple of the Immortal Cave Heaven. When I was still in the Taixuan de Luo Fairyland, I offended a supreme immortal in the Heavenly Court. In order not to implicate the Immortal Cave Heaven, I came to the Long River of Sword Deo to commit suicide. By chance, I did not die and was reborn. Unfortunately, I can no longer leave the Long River of Sword Deo. I can only comprehend the Sword Deo here and peek into the evolution of the Great Deo of the Heavens. Actually, I asked you to come here, not only because of your sword intent, but also because your fight with the Golden Crow God reminded me of my past self. May I ask what grudge you have with the Heavenly Court?" Guan did not hide it and replied, "I lived in seclusion in a vast world, wanting to stay away from right and wrong. By chance, I accepted a disciple, but he was the reincarnation of the Son of Heaven, which attracted the immortals and gods in the Heavenly Court. Even if I sent him to the Pai Miao Fairy Court, these immortals and gods still did not let me go, and I was helpless." At the end, he smiled bitterly. After hearing this, Wolyang Degzujianzo shook his head and said, "The actions of the immortals in the heaven are indeed overbearing. I didn't take the initiative to offend that supreme immortal back then, but I still ended up with a catastrophe." Guan knew about the existence of Xiangxia Dongtian. This name had appeared before when the service life was broken, but he didn't know what the background of Xiangxia Dongtian was. Wolyang Degzujianzo began to talk about the past. Those grievances were not surprising. He saw injustice and saved a group of immortal cultivators who were harmed by demons. As a result, there was a supreme immortal behind this demon. Since then, he has been hunted down endlessly. As the two chatted, Guan began to inquire about the information of the heaven, and Wolyang Degzujianzo did not hide it. The immortal positions in the heaven are divided into heavenly gods, star kings, righteous gods, immortal kings, supreme immortals, the supreme heavenly way, and the supreme emperor of heaven from the lowest to the highest. The immortal positions in the heaven are not completely determined by cultivation. If the merits are sufficient, they can also be promoted, but the gap between each immortal position will not be too great. Some of the supreme immortals are Miaozhen de Luo immortals, and some supreme immortals surpass Miaozhen de Luo immortals. In addition, the duties and powers of each level of immortal position are different, and the heavenly luck obtained is also different. Some immortals exist for fighting and are powerful, while some immortals are not good at fighting, have high status, but their cultivation may be lower than that of their subordinates. In addition to these heavenly immortal positions, there are also some powerful beings in the heavenly court who are only lucky, do not hold specific immortal positions, and only appear when the heavenly court is facing turmoil. Through the Wolyang Degzu Sword Ancestor, although Guan cannot judge the specific realm of immortals and gods through the immortal position, he can at least be sure of one thing, that is, in the heavenly court, the Emperor of Heaven is the most powerful. There are also many legends in China, where Guan lived in his previous life, and there is also a heavenly court, but in the heavenly court, the Emperor of Heaven is not the strongest, which is different. However, they are all called the heavenly court, and perhaps the Chinese mythology is also related to the heavenly court he faces. The Emperor of Heaven in the myth is not the strongest, could it be related to the struggle within the heavenly court? Guan guessed silently. Wolyang Degzu Sword Ancestor continued, "I have observed that it was an immortal who first provoked you to attack. So it seems that Jinwu Divine Venerable should be the end of this cause and effect. They certainly dare not ask the heaven for help when it comes to the Son of Heaven. Although you can defeat Jinwu Divine Venerable, you'd better think of more ways. If you don't reject the Heaven Court, joining the Heaven Court is actually a good idea, or letting your disciples enter the Heaven Court to share the pressure for you." Guan had a good impression of Wolyang Degzu Sword Ancestor. Wolyang Degzu Sword Ancestor's proposal was also his consideration. Even though he had a grudge against the Heaven Court, he could still persuade him in this way. Wu Yangdeg's sword ancestor was sincere to him. I will consider it, but I am very curious about the dispute over the Son of Heaven. Can you tell me about it? Guan agreed and asked.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.